my master Aaron Danua against Sword Master Lunia Arden. The two of them were powerhouses that were classified at the same level of semi-unique grade knights in heroic legends of Arhan. The fight between the two of them was destined to be an exciting one to watch, while at the same time being an important stepping stone for the future of their relationship. In the game, Aaron's lessons were just considered a part of the system that allowed characters to gain experience points and hidden skills, but it was bound to be different now that this had become the real world. Even in my case, I had learned the essence of 8 trigrams and the basics of 6 ways of the spear. In the last iteration, the strongest member of our party was not me nor stupid Mr. Park, it was Lunia. However, she started being omitted from the party from the 3rd year onwards, and because of that, she couldn't receive lessons from Master. Another reason might be that my master, in the last iteration, had been spending most of her time lecturing me. Let's decide the victor with just one fight. The first one to inflict a wound on the other person wins. Does that sound okay? Alright. What about weapons? For safety purposes, let's use non-lethalized weapons. Agreed. Lunia showed her agreement as Lady Josephine walked up and chanted their weapons with the non-lethalizing spell. As a result, a thin layer of mana was created on the surface of the blades, making them closer to a blunt weapon. I wonder how it will go. The two of them stood face to face, while respectively holding a spear and a sword. Even though they had yet to clash, their fight had already begun. There was a saying that the fight between high-level experts was decided in the blink of an eye. With prudence and caution incomparable to the one she showed during her fight against me during last year's interim exam, Lunia deeply gazed at Master. She must have already noticed that Master wasn't just strong. The chilling breeze was the only sign of movement in the vicinity of the two, but multiple bouts must have happened in their minds. Everyone present, who walked the path of martial arts, was probably thinking about the bouts that must be going on inside their heads. At last, both Master and Lunia moved at the same time. They moved every muscle in their body for the most optimal posture that would allow them to dash forth at once. Aaron's feet, thighs, and core neared the ground in a stance akin to that of a leopard readying itself for a sprint, an sound-piercing spear. Lunia bent her knees, as her feet pushed off the dust beneath in a diagonal shape. Fastest slash. Their concentration levels were in another dimension, they were in the realm of practically predicting the future. It was a show of perfectly calculating distance and an absurd understanding of the principles of movement. In their perfect and most optimal postures, which they had each practiced hundreds of times, one of them stabbed forth, while the other slashed sideways. Kong. What echoed across was a relatively gentle sound, unbefitting of the long silence of confrontation that preceded it, but it resulted in a sharp aftermath that reached all the way to out cheeks. And the outcome of the fight was decided in that split second. Lunia muttered with her eyes looking at the sharp spearhead that was right below her chin. That was not the domain. Their first attacks had the same amount of power and potential, but during that brief moment of contact, Aaron had slightly twisted her wrist to modify the path of the spear. Due to this slight change, she parried Lunia's attack and immediately followed through with a second attack that aimed towards her neck. It was a marvelous stab that could even be praised as the divine manipulation of the spear. Spectacular. Lunia acknowledged Aaron's abilities from that one attack. That was just how significant and meaningful that attack was. You were also amazing, Lunia. Catching up to the speed of a spear stab with a sword is really difficult. Just then, you added aura into your scabbard, right? Just a mere imitation of a feature in my sister's scabbard. An explosive burst of aura in the scabbard to quickly unsheath a sword. It's an interesting attempt. In exchange, you lose out on accuracy, but you seem to have made up for it through countless practice. How much practice must she have gone through for that one demonstration of Batojutsu? The way that sword moved just then was proof of Lunia Arden's extraordinary hard work. But I can help you be half a breath faster with that same move, by just altering your posture a little bit. This is the fastest it gets. That is the conclusion I have come to upon thousands, and tens of thousands of strokes. No matter how much time you have put into perfecting that move, you can multiply that by hundreds and still fall short of how much I have lived. I can assure you, Lunia, you can get even faster than this. Out of the top-notch powerhouses, there was no one lazy enough to slack off on training. At times there were people like Alicia, but even an unprecedented genius like her had limits without experience and practice. Hard work. In terms of the talent to work hard, both Lunia and I were quite high in that aspect, but the amount of time Master lived was in a whole other league. Everything she had built up through 1,000 years of strife was the divine spearmanship of the void, 6 ways of the spear. However, against Tate's Valtazer, even Aaron's spearmanship. Hew. Anyway, that should be enough, right, Miss Lunia? Indeed. It might have been a short battle, but it was enough for Lunia to see and acknowledge Master's abilities. At last, this marked the true beginning of Aaron's lessons. A sky above the ground, and a sky above the sky. There was an overwhelming difference in ability. In between us and Master Aaron was a tall and unbreachable wall. TCH. This was the same for Alicia, Doron, and the Wolf siblings. The 4 of them attacked at once, but were nonchalantly disarmed by Aaron. She saw through everything. Alicia even used the domain towards the end and had the support of tens of magic swords and the agile Wolf siblings, Ren and Ron, but none of them were able to land any meaningful hits on Master. That's enough. With a stern look on her face, Aaron put an end to the fight as the boys and girls immediately collapsed onto the ground. She then started giving each of them feedback tailored to them specifically. First of all, Ren and Ron. Your attacks are heavily driven by instincts. Rationally you understand how to fight wisely, but you are not following that through with your movements. Sometimes you move before you think. That's because your rational mind cannot catch up with your reflexes. As for student Doron, your abilities are extremely well-rounded, but there is a small gap when using particular magic swords. It's because there are too many swords under your control. Having numerous swords might be very effective when fighting against large numbers, but when fighting against an individual, you should reduce the number of your swords and focus on fine-tuning your control. And student Alicia, you have the habit of relying excessively on the domain. Your fundamentals haven't matured enough yet, you would need to work on your postures during close combat. Constructive criticism that was both quick and accurate, Aaron immediately gave out pieces of advice and guided them down the correct path, all the while explaining tips and tricks on how to use weapons, aura, and mana at certain times, as well as what was going through her mind during the fights. And now, Marie, Corinne, and Huaran. When she was done guiding the 4 of them, Aaron turned towards us and continued. The 3 of you are too strong, so I will teach you one-on-one. This training ground isn't small by any means, but... Snap. Josephine snapped her fingers, teleporting all of us into a pit of absolute darkness. In that pitch-black area of nothingness, Master's voice was the only thing I could hear. Corinne. Try manifesting the sun. I won't be able to last 30 seconds with my current. How? I immediately poured my mana out. Sun manifestation. Clam Soleil Stot. A large sun abruptly appeared out of nowhere. The might of Clam Soleis brightened up the dark world, revealing the identity of this pure black dimension. This Shadow Paradise. This was the land that could only be accessed by those permitted by the Queen. The only sources of light in this world were the moon and the stars, and yet right now, before us was the sun that I had materialized. Mr. Corinne. Will this be okay? You can't keep it up for that long, right? Alicia asked with concern since the sun was the only source of light right now. However, this was already well above my limits. From what I checked last week through the mana measurer inside the campus, my total mana capacity was around 8,000. It didn't fall short even when compared to most semi-grade 1 mages, but with just this much, it was hard to manifest the sun for more than 30 seconds. It was because the manifestation of the sun itself cost more than 5,000 mana, and required hundreds of mana each second to maintain. But what if there's an infinite source of mana? It should be fine. This place has a ridiculous concentration of mana. Being a mage, Marie seemed to have noticed that already, and was befuddled by the density of mana inside the paradise. This was the Shadow Paradise. The other side of the world, Tir Na Nog. It was quite literally a perfect paradise that was abundant in everything, including mana. In this place, there is no starvation, illness, nor death. It is a segment of paradise where you can dwell in eternal youth and beauty. Naturally, there is no limit to mana here. Hearing Josephine's explanation, Marie muttered in shock and confusion, wondering how such a place could possibly exist. Master said in response. You can use an unlimited amount of mana, but of course, the consequence of using more mana than your body can handle is something that you must handle yourself. What? Then, Corinne. I replied while still maintaining the manifestation of the sun, which was on the same level as using dozens of grand spells at once. It's fine. I've already used it for more than a few minutes last time. Good on you, Corinne. For now, you need to familiarize yourself with maintaining and making use of the sun. Try to keep it up until everyone else is done with their lesson. Alright. There were 3 stages to the sun, Clam Solace. Concentration, concentrated beam, manifestation, and compression. The monstrous power of sun compression and the casualty it could cause was something I still remember from the last iteration. In order to eventually reach that stage, I had to familiarize myself with manipulating the sun. Shall we start off with you, Huarran? Okay. While I maintained the sun to shed light onto paradise, Josephine summoned Huarran into the visible yet intangible dimension that Aaron was in. In front of everyone to see, Master lowered her spear onto the ground. What are you doing? I will fight you with my bare hands. Huarran seemed slightly irritated by those words as a faint frown appeared on her face. She seemed to have taken her comment in as a provocation that bare hands were enough to deal with her. You'll regret it. Despite saying so, Huarran did not blindly jump in at Aaron. Just a few weeks ago, Huarran had gone against the monster, Tates Valtazer, and had become a lot more prudent through the experience of going against someone who had the ability to make up for the difference in strength with skill. Her eyes weren't at the same level as Lunia's, but nonetheless, she deeply gazed at Aaron and took in every single movement of hers. Her feet were cautious and heavy like MT Tai. She was no longer heavily dependent on her unbreakable Vitra body and had become a lot more cautious. Tack. It was then, the first one to kick off the ground was Aaron. After closing the distance in the blink of an eye, she threw a palm strike as Huarran calmly retaliated with a punch of her own. The moment Huarran's fist came in contact with Master's palm, her fist was wrapped around like a rock losing to paper. Immediately after that, Master used the momentum of her punch against her by pulling Huarran deeper in. That alone was enough to crumble Huarran's balance and make her stumble forward. Don't treat me like a fool. Before Huarran could even finish her sentence, a kick landed on the back of her knee. A kick of that level was probably unable to even inflict 0.01 of damage through the unbreakable Vitra body. However, what Huarran experienced next was a complete loss of balance. That small kick and a subtle movement were all it took for her to crumble onto the ground. Flop. Her eyes turned as her body landed on the ground. Without following suit with more attacks, Master stepped back, allowing Huarran to immediately get back up. Demonic aura. The destructive and explosive aura of Yin gathered in her hands, threatening to destroy the air molecules nearby. Remember the fundamentals. You must always stand firm like MT Tai. Huarran threw her explosive fist, but in response, Master intentionally dodged slowly with leisure, as if teaching her that the seemingly fastest and strongest moves were not always the solution. Pang! All she did was slightly twist her ankle. Huarran's punch, which had crushed the ground beneath with just its aftermath, was unable to harm Aaron in any way. Secondly, do not be provoked into using your full force. It is okay to not win the mental war, but you cannot lose it. After grabbing the fist that went past her, Aaron did a shoulder throw to toss Huarran away. Before anyone could even realize it, she managed to finish writing runes on Huarran's body. Yo, dash? The runes activated, flinging Huarran away in the blink of an eye. Unable to control herself, Huarran rolled across the ground several times before finally standing back up on her feet, but by the time she stood up, Aaron's fist was already right in front of her temples. Pang! The air popped around her temples, and the explosion that occurred right next to her head was enough to shake her body momentarily. UHT. There was still no damage done to her body, but it was a scene straight out of her memory. She forcefully swung her arm in retaliation, but was easily deflected as Aaron then brought her palm to Huarran's forehead. 8 trigrams heavenly palm. Bam! Huarran was flung back one more time, rolling numerous times on the way. The shock itself wasn't that big, but her body wobbled as she stood back up, suggesting that her brain had been jolted just then. Instead of relying on pure power or speed, Master demonstrated how it was possible to retaliate using small movements of the joints and by predicting the opponent's movements. Following that, she repeatedly struck her vitals in an elegant manner. The principles of Fanged Fist is one I have personally taught Tates. No matter how tough you are, your brain will jolt if you allow your vitals to be hit numerous times. I know. It was something she had experienced firsthand from Valtazer. Huaran admitted it as Aaron gave a loud clap for a change of mood. I believe you were learning it from Corinne already, but just a reminder. Huaran, you should practice the principles of 8 trigrams. What you need the most right now isn't an addition to your strength, but getting used to the postures and theories. Okay. Next up, Marie. Why, yes. Marie nervously walked up in response. It wasn't strange for her to be nervous after seeing everyone lose so one-sidedly. Try everything you can without holding yourself back. Is that okay? This is a practice for an actual battle, so it would be better to have no restrictions. We came here to avoid damaging the facilities, so don't worry. Okay. Doggo, come out. First of all, she started off by summoning Doggo. Leaving Doggo as the vanguard, Marie fell back to support with magic. The fighting style of the boss character, Marie, was extremely well-balanced and versatile. You are Corinne's master, so I'll go all out. Blood Realm. Without even a slight bit of hesitation, Marie activated her absolute realm. Now that she was forced into this area, Master had to fight against Doggo and Marie with her agility restricted. Doggo. Fight. Woof. Doggo, who was even less hesitant than Marie, marched towards Master at an explosive speed. It was a blind charge. There was no living being in this world that would be left unscathed after receiving that attack from the front, so Aaron had to do something. In response to the charge, she responded in the exact same way as I had. The spearhead went crashing down at the large claws of the dog. Modifying the trajectory of the attack, the secret arts of Lan Na Jia attempted to break the balance of the attacker. Following that through with a stab was the typical use of scavenging the grass, however. Kaio. Remembering its experience with me, Doggo twisted his body in that slight instant to dodge the spear and continue with the attack. A quick response, but not a smart one. However, Master was prepared for that already. She used the orthodox, barehanded martial art techniques to parry Doggo's frontal assault and instead drove him into the ground. Woof? Due to the sudden shock to his neck and spine, Doggo had trouble moving for a while. Since he was in the shape of an organism, he was unable to escape the aftermath of a powerful strike straight to his vitals. Doggo, come back. Marie shouted as Doggo's body immediately dissipated and scattered away into crimson shards of mana. He quickly returned to her shadows. The fact that she retrieved Doggo the vanguard meant that she had finished preparing a powerful spell that did not need someone to defend her. Crystal Lance Blood Spear Ice Rain. Countless magic circles appeared behind her back. None of them were at the level of grand magic, but the amount of power and mana embedded into each and every one of those spells rivaled that of several grand magic spells. It was because of Marie's specialty, mana amplification, which allowed elementary grade spells to be as powerful as medium grade or even high grade spells. This might sting a little. Saying that, she relentlessly bombarded Aaron with spells, with no end in sight. The falling raindrops of ice and spears of blood destroyed the ground as an enormous crystal lance penetrated deep into the ground. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call it a scene straight out of hell. Bombardment after bombardment. Dust filled everyone's sight as the barren ground showed nothing but signs of destruction. Everyone watched in horror, but without becoming complacent, Marie seriously gazed into the dust to see what was happening behind its veil. Some of us that were a bit more perceptive than others had already noticed it though. Careful. It's the right side of your neck. HAHT? In that short span of time, Marie responded with haste by building a barrier of blood ice. However, the kick shattered through the ice barrier and struck her on the neck. Uck? Her body fell straight to the ground from that direct kick to her neck. Fortunately, she wasn't injured thanks to quickly creating a layer of ice that mitigated the shock of her fall but. Tack. Huh? Marie gasped, sensing the cold blade of the spear resting by her neck. Don't overuse big spells. When fighting against a single individual, all it does is cover your sight. I admit defeat. Both Doggo and Marie couldn't even last more than 5 attacks. Marie admitted defeat, acknowledging the wondrous amount of her opponent's experience. Mana amplification, was it? The one that lets elementary grade spells hold the same amount of power as medium grade spells? Yes. Keep the power, but reduce the size and increase your accuracy. After giving Marie feedback, Master finally turned herself towards me. Last off is Corinne. Pick up your spear while keeping the sun there. I'll try. It was finally my turn. Raising my silver spear, I walked towards her. In her teacher mode, Master was slightly colder than her usual warm and benevolent self and gave constructive feedback whenever possible. Of course, she was still nice due to being born such a kind person, but those who knew her as someone who was always amicable and smiling tended to be surprised by that difference at the start. Being strict when the situation called for it, all the while having a hint of kindness, that was the type of person Master was. I was ready to take in any comment no matter how strict and cold they might seem and slowly fix myself over time, because in the eyes of the creator of 6 Ways of the Spear, I was probably no different from a newbie. Excellent job, Corinne. You are wonderful at calculating distance and spacing yourself. I can tell just how much practice you have put in every day. It's not perfect, but I can see your strenuous hard work. A little bit of work and you'll be even better than me in no time. I said it once, and yet you are so clever and quick at learning. Absolutely amazing. I wonder who you took after. You are doing so well. Shall we try that one more time? Try to make your strides wider this time. Your legs are very long and beautiful, so it won't be hard. Did you hurt yourself? I should have held back a bit more. Look at the graze on your forehead. Should I blow on it for you? What was going on? This is a bit different, isn't it? Amazing. Wonderful. As expected of my Corinne. How can someone be so handsome? Master? Aren't you being way too partial? Let's end it here for the day. Master said, dismissing us once she was done looking over everyone's postures and progress one last time. It's already night. I didn't realize it because the sun was up the whole time. Food. Corinne. Do you want to drop by the city and have a bite to eat? Shall we? It was very likely that we would have to stay behind till late quite often from now on, so it seemed like a good idea to find a place to have dinner together or look for ingredients and cook at home. Fortunately, our office was in a good location and it probably wasn't going to be hard to look for a nice restaurant. Can you stay behind for a bit, Corinne? Master? I gazed at her for a while, before turning to the members of my guild. You guys can go without me. When I sent everyone else back, Master Aaron hopped forward and started caressing my head. You were excellent today. I could see a lot of your expertise in the fine and profound details, let alone your fundamentals. It's still far from being enough. There was something I noticed during the fight against Tatesval Taser when our spears were aligned. He wasn't going all out. He didn't even use everything in his arsenal, and yet I had been absolutely crushed. Don't feel too concerned about what happened with Tates. I am here to help you reduce that gap. Thank you. Standing on her toes, she caressed my hair one more time before retrieving her spear through the rune of return. The reason I told you to stay behind is to help you grasp the dormant power inside you, the one that you can't fully control yet, which right now you are just using as a storage for aura. You mean the aura core of Sabancia Duke. What a nostalgic name. He was an outstanding person. Do you know him? Of course. Because he used to be my disciple 800 years ago. Huh? The great hero, Sabancia Duke, who used to have absolute status 800 years ago, was one of her disciples. That was when I was roaming around the continent. It was only for 3 years, but in his youth, he learned from me before going out into the world. After that, in reminiscence, she added how there used to be a rumor about her being an unaging witch. That young boy became a great hero after 20 years of time. It wasn't so good towards the end, but... I told her about how I met Sabancia Duke's soul in the library. She replied in awe, seemingly unaware of the fact that Sabancia Duke's grimoire had been inside the campus. It must have been put in by one of my disciples from 100 years ago, Aram. Back when we were building the great library, there was a lot from my collection, but there was also the contribution of my disciples. It was things like this that made me think about how human relationships tended to mysteriously link over time. The fact that Sabancia's aura core ended up in your body could perhaps be the work of fate. Master then said while tapping my spear with hers. Try activating that power. I touched the aura core. Inside me, the one that used to belong to Sabancia, and pulled out aura from it. 1st demonic spear, darkness. Sabancia used to embed the power from his aura core into his weapon, but what you are doing right now is not the correct way to use it. She rested her spear on my silver spear, which was now tainted in darkness. When she did, the dark aura that used to dwell in the silver spear started moving over to her spear. Huh? This is evidence that you have yet to master your control over aura. Besides, most importantly, it is because you haven't understood the nature of Sabancia's aura. Her spear, that finished absorbing every bit of aura, was now pitch black. She raised the spear high into the air, before striking down as if drawing a cross. Tuandi demonic spear, heaven falling on 5 dragons. Kwaong. A roar resonated across paradise. The mighty spread of aura sliced apart the distant clouds and injured the earth below. This is one of the skills that he polished time after time to behead the 5 evil dragons that were bringing chaos to the kingdom. As for the result, I'm sure you know that already. Look. This is the heaven-defying power, the one I used in my youth to kill a dragon. I couldn't help but gulp as I looked at the damage done to the world. It was something that would come out in the legends. Well, it might not be anything strange, considering how he was a legendary hero himself. Right now, you have 3 things to work on. Firstly, be used to the manifestation of the sun. Secondly, increase your skill with the spear even further, until you can truly master the void. Lastly, you must perfect this power that Sabancia has left behind for you. You must learn how to embed the aura into the weapon using the first demonic spear, and use the second demonic spear to release it, and also learn its final form. Master said with a smile while holding her white, glistening spear, which regained its luster after releasing every bit of dark aura it had swallowed. It was a perfect and wonderful demonstration of aura manipulation. How much time would it have taken for her to reach that level? And how long did Sabancia take to reach that stage? Will I be able to do it? It was then. Suddenly, her spear started flying at me. I used my spear to block that sharp, piercing attack, and the clash of the 2 spears created a fluctuation in the air around us. Guwang. The air continued to resonate as howling blades of wind surged out in all directions. It was a simple stab, just one stab, and yet, it was followed by all sorts of world-quivering phenomena. Who do you think the one standing before you is? I, myself, am the first guardian of this world, the master of countless heroes. I am the goddess of heroes. Danan of justice. Master of heroes. Guardian of humanity. I can assure you as the one who has raised innumerable geniuses, that you truly have the talent of a hero. Your talents are real. Well, I also do think so myself. Fufu. And I'm not just talking about your talent with the spear. You are talented in something that, believe it or not, is by far the most important thing for anyone looking to fight. And, what would that be? Conviction. An unbending conviction that lets you pronounce your presence to the world. That is the aptitude, talent, and foundation of a hero. Even though it's not like I'm full of myself, there are actually a lot of big shots that spoke positively about me. Lunia and Garand the Sword Emperor were such examples, and even in the last iteration, Master had chosen me instead of Park Sihu. Even in this iteration, you have the right to inherit everything I once had. Sabancia Duke had chosen me as his inheritor. Like what Master said, there might be something about me that made them acknowledge me. I will pass down everything I have to you and perfect you. You will become the hero that will save this world, becoming stronger than anyone else. Saying that it was a gift to the one who volitionally vowed to become a hero, the goddess gave her blessings. After the training was over, Master and I left paradise and walked down the streets together. The restaurants seemed to have changed a lot. Have you not been here as Chairman Ariu? That was a puppet after all. I did pretend to eat sometimes to avoid suspicion, but that was it. It appeared that for her, who had been sealed for 80 years, meals were just a way to avoid suspicion. Ah, but Clara sometimes brought me food. Is it true that people eat raw fish these days? You mean sushi? Yes. Clara was appalled by it. That seems to be one of Hua's favorite dishes though. Let's try it one day. Sure. Anytime. We started walking again. Even though she should have been here a few times as the chairman, she seemed quite excited now that she was walking down the streets with her true body. By the way, how did it feel manifesting the sun? Honestly, it still feels like my inside is churning. It was possible to continue manifesting the sun thanks to the infinite mana supply of Shadow Paradise, but that came at the cost of my body. Making sure that it stayed there on top of swinging the spear was quite a horrendous experience. You have to get used to it. Clayam Solace has already acknowledged you as its owner. If I could compress the power of the sun, I would be able to reenact the ability of the all-powerful king, Eakade Bress, who had pushed Park Sihu and me into a corner in the last iteration. That would literally make me the god of the sun, but there was another prerequisite that had to be met for that to happen. Don't push yourself too much. If you overcome the trial at the treasury, Magmel, you will receive Ergetlam of Nuada, made personally by Dien Sect. Dien Sect and Nuada. When saying those names, there was a flicker of reminiscence and nostalgia in her eyes. Were they your family? Yes. Dien Sect, Nuada, and Luff. We were all part of a family, because we, the Danann, were one big community. Danann. The race that used to reign over this land before humans, the so-called gods. This continent, which was created by the Sky Titans, and enriched by the Danann, was invaded by the Goidels. They absorbed the goodwill and teachings of the Danann and eventually rebelled against the gods, opening up the era of heroes. Buried in greed, they took paradise for themselves, which was recorded in the Book of Invasions of Eren. The Danann thus fell from grace. Everything crumbled down, with the future weighing on the shoulders of a young Danann who had the same name as paradise. Looks like I have gotten old, seeing how I feel nostalgic out of the blue. That has nothing to do with age. Everyone's like that. Fufu. I don't think you should, considering how young you are, but... Master turned towards the sky with a blank gaze. She stared at the dark night sky as if relying on the stars above to reminisce about the past. They have all left. They left after fulfilling their duties. At times, I used to resent my ancestors for leaving preemptively, while leaving everything behind in my hands. 1,000 years. There was most likely no one in the world who could understand what was going through the mind of the final Danann, who had been quietly fulfilling her duties for over 1,000 years. That must be why I was so delighted. Balthazar, Tates, was a child left behind by the ancestors. When I realized that I wasn't the last of my kind like I had originally thought. I must have become too emotional. She blankly lowered her gaze towards me. I made a very big mistake in the past, and I have the duty to rectify it. Do you understand what I mean? Are you really going to involve yourself? I can't leave it to children, can I? This topic had been a constant source of dispute for us. I wanted to hide her in the shadow paradise as much as possible, but, in the end, I couldn't dissuade her. Adults can't hide behind children. Even if something bad were to happen to me, Eren. Huh? When I suddenly called her by her name, Master widened her eyes into circles and looked straight at me while blinking her circular eyes. Looking down into her eyes, I forced her next to the wall and declared. In the future, I lost a lot of my companions. To Firmak, Dunscaith, Dumnorix, and Eakade, my comrades were killed, and there were many people I couldn't save. Rin? That includes you. But this is something I must do. No. This time, it's different. I won't let a single person slip by. No one will be left to die. UHT. This might be a form of obsession and me being stubborn, but if I really was someone worthy of being chosen by the God of the Sun, by the system, and by the Master of Heroes. You are not going to die this time. Because I will save you. But that's... Trust your disciple. You said I have the qualifications of a hero, did you not? Eren. All you have to do is trust me, and stay behind my back. Perhaps I was being arrogant. Maybe I was way too self-centered. I will not disregard the misfortune of the good. Ever since I engraved that vow onto this body, I have never given up on you. So don't act like you have lived enough or like you are ready to leave the world in front of your disciple. Ask anyone here and they'll say you look like my younger sister. That's just because I don't age. It doesn't matter if you have lived a long life or not. Both you and I still have a long way to go. We can continue to live while anticipating what will come tomorrow. Facing her, who still seemed dumbstruck, I floated a wide smile. Everything will turn out just fine. I am sure it will. Fufu. At last, she started to smile again. She appeared dumbfounded, seeing a youngster like me acting like an adult. Right. You are an adult. Of course. I am obviously a very mature adult if you consider my experience from the future. I'm 22. I was actually over 40, but that was beside the point. You are still way too young. Compared to me. Nope. Everyone's a friend above 20. Really? So go out, have some delicious food, make friends, buy nice clothes, and enjoy your life. You have someone who is willing to do all of that together right next to you. Master looked around, before turning back to me with flushed cheeks for some reason. Then can you do that with me, Corinne? Why not? I was actually talking about Lady Josephine, but, well, I guess she wasn't here right now. Let's do everything together. Ah, I'm so lucky. I wasn't expecting such a fortune to arrive near the end of my life. UHT. She was acting like this was the end of her life again, so I chopped her head with my hand. Master Aaron gazed up at me in stupor with blinking eyes after being hit by her disciple all of a sudden, but I brazenly opened my mouth. You look so pretty and young, but that's all for nothing when your mind is so old. Cynicism and pessimism are far from being helpful. Right. The amount of time you have lived until now doesn't mean anything. Stand up. Make your back straight. Bring your chest out. If you have the belief that everything will be fine, you can be considered young no matter how old you really are. Haha. Where did you learn to say these things? They all come from the honesty of my heart, beautiful lady. Holding on to her hand, I kissed the back of her hand and looked at her with a smile. Seriously. I can't beat you with words. A master shouldn't be trying to beat their disciple. The reason I went back in time. The reason I shouldered the destiny of saving the world instead of the player. It was all because I was one hell of a greedy bastard who wanted to save everyone. This was something I could not back down on. The world saved by me needed to have everyone in it. No one was allowed to be out of that picture. That night, I pledged to myself yet again. Germain Luther was a spy dispatched by the Old Faith. His role was to save Captain Laurent, who was arrested while attacking Huaran under the command of Bishop Renaud Lusignan, as well as gathering information from Mercarva and sending it to the headquarters. The original plan was to save Laurent in collaboration with the Tower of Mages, but unfortunately for them, the stupid mages of the tower ended up ruining it. After Elder Morishtan was arrested by Saintess Estelle, they became too hasty and were in too much of a rush. This was why he didn't like the heretics of the tower. And yet despite all that, they still had the guts to tell him to find out the date of Elder Morishtan's relocation to the Grand Chapel of Zion. It was incredibly irritating, but Germain was the only one inside the academy who could gather meaningful information, so there was a lot on his shoulders. Hugh. It was great that he was able to smooth his way into the academy without raising any suspicion, but because of the aggressive actions of the Special Ops of the Old Faith and the rash terrorist attack of the mages of the tower, the academy was currently on full alert mode. He was stopped no matter where he went, and gathering information became a lot harder, meaning that it was going to be an arduous battle. As a single student, who was a mere freshman, it was difficult to find reliable pieces of information. That day was the same as always. Germain was walking across the campus without any success. Ho! Look who it is. It's one of our promising juniors, isn't it? Someone amicably spoke up to him. It was a very familiar voice. Senior? How are you doing these days? Doing all right? A second-year senior threw his arm around his shoulders with his usual wild-looking smile on his face. Germain was quite fond of his open attitude that easily let him befriend anyone. Haha. We just finished our interim exam, so I can finally take a breather now. Oh yeah? It is a lot harder in your first year, because of all the other subjects that you need to take apart from your electives. That was one of the other problems that deterred Germain from gathering information. Although the academy was well known for giving a lot of spare time, that was only for the second years and above. Freshman students had to learn survival skills, map reading skills, and whatnot, so it was incredibly difficult to find time apart from late afternoons. Oh right, Junior. Do you remember my offer? By offer, you mean? I just created a Guardians Guild. It's hard to find someone with good skills like you even from the second-year students after all. So, how does it sound? Thoughts on joining our guild? Be mindful of the help that comes when you need it the most. Germain Luther was still too young to be rational enough to understand that concept. A look into the life of the freshman Germain Luther of Mercarva Academy couldn't be complete without having a look at his early life in the monastery. One day, a baby in a basket was left at the entrance of Michaela Monastery. Picked up by a devout believer and father. Germain was raised under the care of the sisters there, along with other boys and girls who were there for similar reasons. His impressive singing skills allowed him to volunteer for the choir despite being so young, and after showing talents as a knight, he was promoted to youth chargers of the cross. Due to the outdated education system of the Old Faith, their fundamentalistic analysis of the Goidel Bible, their prejudice towards the New Faith, and seeing the Protestants as heretics, the young boy grew up into a marvelous racist. Because of his attitude, it became difficult for him to receive positive reception when he was with atheists and people from the New Faith. Even when he was with other brothers and sisters of the same religion, his extremist mindset made it hard for him to merge into groups. It was even harder because he was an elitist on top of that. Go to the chapel together? I'm already going to a different one. I don't follow any religion. Sorry. Old Faith? I only go to the chapel with Saintess Estelle. Old Faith. I'm okay. As a result, Germain voluntarily became a loner who ostracized everyone else. It is so hard to find a true colleague in faith in a city as corrupt as Merkarva. His attempt to propagate his religion, which was the duty of every believer, was proving to be challenging yet again. Carrying the brass rosary that was given by the order, he was dejectedly carrying his feet when someone spoke to him. "Yo, newcomer. What are you doing by yourself?" said the boy, while amiably throwing his arm around his shoulder from the back. It was a senior of the academy who was a grade above him. Senior Corinne? Are you going to the chapel? Yes. Zion? Or Zeruim? Zion and Zeruim, they were the official names of the New and the Old Faith. The public tended to call them the New and Old Faith to make things easy for themselves, but many believers of the Old Faith were extremely discontent with this name. Old Faith? They weren't old. They were simply sticking to the fundamentals and old principles. Germain's internal evaluation of Corinne went up, just from the fact that he referred to them as Zion and Zeruim. Zeruim. Okay. Oh, I see, you do have a brass rosario. I guess I didn't even need to ask. People from the New Faith did not hide their fanciness and provided their followers with rosaries made of gold and silver. In contrast, the Old Faith provided cheaper brass rosaries to correspond to their public image of being frugal and modest. It seemed that Corinne had enough knowledge of religions to tell the rosaries apart. "I'm heading to Zion right now. Do you have no plans of coming to the chapel of Zeruim?" Germain saw the man in front of him in a good light. He was a rare grade 1 knight, which was a hard find throughout all the grades, and was also the master of a new guardians guild full of strong guardians. Even aside from his competence as a knight, he had wide connections within the academy, and there was no reason not to befriend him. Plus, he was someone who gave off a positive aura. The only bad thing about such an amazing talent was that I can't do that. One of my friends is a sister from the Chapel of Zion, right? Even though I'm not really a devout believer, it doesn't feel right to take her to Zeruim. He made bad friends. The sister from the Chapel of Zion that he just referred to was a living Jiangshi, the end result of an evil research experiment that turned a living human into a Jiangshi. One of the biggest differences between the Old and New Faith was in whether they accepted demi-humans as humans or not. According to the doctrines of the Old Faith, demi-humans were not acceptable existences. Huaran, that Jiangshi wasn't the only one. Vampire Marie, Wolf Beast Menren and Ron. The young man had an intimate relationship with existences that the Old Faith could not accept as humans. It truly was a shame. How about going on a mission when you're back from the chapel? We got a mission for the Guardians, and we might need a hand or two. I know. You can only do part-time. Freshman lessons are jam-packed, aren't they? But did you know, if you provide some good results with a Guardians Guild, you can write off a few of the lessons. Germain had infiltrated Merkarva as a spy. For him, the fact that he could be exempted from some of the lessons and assignments by working as a guardian was like a golden apple that he couldn't resist. More importantly, Corinne's guild was one that was on the cusp of rising to a grade 1 Guardians Guild with its prominent members. Working at a big guild like that would give him more opportunities to gather information. What is it about? Apparently they found a den of demonic beasts next to a village that's around 70 kilometers away from here. They want us to remove it as soon as possible. That's quite far. Doesn't the Alliance usually deal with long-distance missions like that? It's all right. We have a secret weapon. Ka. Walk. The beast let out a thunderous roar as it soared through the sky. Mixed into the roar was the scream of a person. Although Germain was a grade 2 knight himself, he had trouble keeping himself conscious in the face of the violent and merciless flight of the winged beast. Walk. His inexperience with flying on a wyvern almost cost him his life. He almost fell from the seat that was on top of the wyvern. Oopsies. Just before he fell, Corinne grabbed onto his hand and helped him back up. Be careful. Did you fasten your seatbelt properly? Yes. But I can't see what's ahead. A strong gust of wind had been seeping in through his goggles for a while. The cold gust made his eyes tear up and cover his line of sight. Oh, there's a crack on your goggles. It must be from the time when we dropped it. Huaran. NN. The girl wearing nun clothes, who was sitting at the front, replied to Corinne's voice. Germain was quite uncomfortable with the demi-human Huaran, but was conscious of Corinne and didn't bother voicing out his discomfort. Hold on to the reins for a bit. I'm going to grab some spare goggles. After saying that, he quickly ravaged through one of the bags that were being carried by the wyvern and took out another pair of goggles. Put this on. Think. Germain tried to take the goggles that Corinne was giving him, but couldn't see what was ahead because of his tears and threw his arms around in vain. The wind had been too strong, to the point that it affected his sight even after he wiped his tears. Phew. Junior. Stay still for a bit. Grabbing onto his face, Corinne wiped his flowing tears with his sleeves, before gently putting the goggles on for him. At last, after regaining his sense of sight, what Germain first saw was the smile on his senior's face. We are going to continue riding wyverns to travel long distances, so make sure to get used to them. We haven't used them that much either, but there's a flight instructor in the wyvern shed, so learn from them. Oh, okay. Good man. The bangs that he had forced down were in a mess because of the flight, and Corinne contributed to its messiness with a rustle. Fasten your belt, and make sure the goggle straps don't press down on your ears. Like a parent, he helped Germain fasten his seatbelt and pressed a button that was on the goggles. After that, he even gave him a sweet chocolate bar. Flying actually uses up a lot of calories. We need to stay sharp, so have this. Thank you. Something Germain felt while seeing him these past few days was that this boy was very good at taking care of people. It was like his calling. It was no wonder that he was famous even among the freshman students for being a kind and generous big bro. Germain would have wholeheartedly agreed with that notion if not for the fact that he went around with demi-humans. It was a close call. When they were going after a horde of beasts in a cave, a massive worm suddenly popped out of nowhere and tried to kill him. He was confident that he wouldn't lose to it in a fair fight, but the giant worm was unexpectedly a very dangerous demonic beast in a cave as small as this. Are you okay? The sister of a silver rosary reached out to him. Knowing that she was a filthy demi-human, Germain almost instinctively flicked her hand away but hesitated upon seeing the tear in her clothes. It was because the moment the monster appeared, she jumped into the wide teeth of the giant worm after pushing him to the side. If not for Huaran, Germain himself would have been chomped. Thank you. Senior. NN. Germain was way too ethical to slap away the hand of the one who saved his life. I thought it was a cave of goblins. Why is there a giant worm? Seems that it's not just a normal cave of goblins. After seemingly noticing something, Corinne lowered his head and slowly advanced forward. He appeared to be vigilant of something. Senior? Don't let your guard down. There's something in here. What do you mean, something? Predators and prey don't share the same nest. A giant worm living in the same place as goblins? That's very suspicious, isn't it? Certainly, he was right. Usually, demonic beasts did not allow each other to trespass on their territory, even if they were of the same kind in some cases. That was just how things were in the wild. Anyone and anything intruding on your territory was nothing but an enemy. But it's a different story if both the goblins and the giant worm are familiars. Familiars. That was the name given to beasts who had enslaving seals engraved on them by mages. Perfectly obedient familiars were just puppets that stayed faithful to the commands of their owner. You mean, there's a mage here? Exactly. There are in fact, quite a few mages that research wicked sorcery after making a laboratory next to rural villages like this. Those filthy wicked mages. Unlike the noble people of faith, mages who were crazy about their personal benefits and experiments tended to be unafraid of doing horrible things. That was one of the reasons why the religious judges of both the new and old faiths detested mages the most. Germain also started to proceed with care while observing the cave. Suddenly, Corin raised his hand and halted their feet. Huaran. NN. Destroy everything. Capture the mages. Okay. Immediately, Huaran started dashing through the cave. Kwang. Kajik. Bastard. Who do you think I'm? Quunk. As Corin expected, this indeed was the laboratory of a mage who was conducting horrible experiments. What the? It was a horrifying scene. There was a big array of large test tubes full of fluids, and incubating inside them were various beasts that each gave off a dark aura. Even though Germain couldn't tell what it was nonetheless very clear that some evil experiments had been taking place here. Look around. We can't take everything with us, so let's just grab the important documents and hand them over to the Alliance. Corin and Huaran started carrying the neutralized mages and the incubating monsters, while Germain was assigned to finding the experiment logs of the mages here. People conducting such evil experiments had to be punished by the inquisitors of the order. As a devout man of faith, Germain could not leave aside such wicked conduct. HNN? That was when a document entered his eyes. This? It was a secret letter that was sent to the mage conducting the experiment. For Germain to just put it aside, the emblem carved on the letter meant way too much. A brass seal with no emblem. Germain knew what this was. It was the same seal used by the secret ops like Chargers of the Cross that carried out secret missions. When you inject divine power into this emblemless seal, it would reveal a brass-colored reverse cross. Exactly as it was doing now. Why, is this here? Upon opening the letter and reading what was inside, Germain couldn't help but shiver. Dear Mage Jeruim of the Tower. For your experiment. Do not kidnap anyone. We will soon send boys under the age of 13. From R. This emblem, this handwriting, and the signature at the end. They were all things that he knew very well. Is he gone? He hid something. After attacking the secret laboratory of the Black Mage, I intentionally told Germain to search through the lab. Even in heroic legends of Arhen, this was a quest where you could find the secret letter of Bishop Renaud Lusignan of the Old Faith. In the game, it was just a slab of text that explained the background story of the quest, but in the real world, it was conclusive evidence that could be used to open a religious trial. What will he do? Well, there's only one way to find out. Germain Luther was a villain yet different at the same time. During the game, he was a relatively strong mid-boss who would appear with Renaud Lusignan and the Knights of the Old Faith after discovering his identity as a spy, but in truth, he was the prime example of a good-natured person raised with terrible education. Regardless, since he was half a step into the realm of being a religious fanatic, whether he would try to conceal the hideous side of his order or denounce Renaud Lusignan was something that only time could tell. Since the game had now become the real world, everyone moved and thought for themselves, so it was hard to say anything with certainty. Huaran. Stay here and continue bringing out the evidence with Germain. Don't let him go deeper inside. What if he asks where you went? Tell him I'm off to take a dump. Bam. She kicked me on the bum. These days, Huaran, or rather, Hua, didn't seem amused by my jokes anymore. Was she in puberty? Anyway. Stay here. Leaving behind Hua, who was acting cold all of a sudden, I headed deeper into the secret laboratory. You have stopped the wicked experiments of the Black Mage, Jeruim. You will be rewarded as per the precept. Randolph. Difficulty, D+. Reward, even distribution of 10 points. Randolph. That was the name of a soldier guarding the Grand Chapel of Jeruim, and the main character of the side quest, Father and his missing son. Renaud Lusignan had been kidnapping and sending a few children to support the secret experiments of the Black Mage Jeruim, and one of them was Randolph's young boy. The reason I came here was also because I wanted to deal with it before that quest showed up. And plus, beating up some of the mages of the tower was going to clear the precept quite a few times. I recalled the system messages that popped up on the way here. Doron Warsky has defeated the Blue Mage, Firani. You will be rewarded as per the precept. Chrono Lunder has defeated the Golem Engineer, Draven. You will be rewarded as per the precept. Yule has defeated the Twisted Druid, Janna. You will be rewarded as per the precept. That was the proof that the members of the guild were working hard. Using the information I gave them, they were dealing with the side quests that were supposed to be available after the end of the 5th arcade, beforehand. Most of them were related to the mages of the tower, and these evil actions from all around the world were going to be revealed again and again. There's still a big one left. Just you wait. Thanks to that, I was receiving a lot of rewards through my precept, but that wasn't the end. These were originally side quests that were supposed to be cleared by the player. In other words, there was going to be a reward for the player. Black Mage Deruum, who we defeated here, was a part of the group that longed for the advent of paradise and was conducting fairly important research. He himself was on the level of a semi-grade 1 mage, so it was easy to tell how significant of research this would have been for them. What were they experimenting with here? As a player of the game, I knew exactly what the answer to that question was. Deeper inside the cave, echoing from behind a wall that blocked both sight and sound, was the entry. Kicking the wall, I crushed it down. As expected of an intelligent mage, the camouflage was very coarsely done. Breaking through, I could feel a slithery feeling flowing from the inside. This was one of the things I had also seen in the last iteration. It was a trace of paradise that no longer existed on this continent, left behind by the Danann before their fall. Found it. Head of Mata. Then 100-legged and 4-headed monster. Head of Mata. It is the head of the 100-legged 4-dead monster, Mata. It is a strong alchemic ingredient. You may use this to craft using the crafting window upon the acquisition of high alchemy, access denied. You may proceed with the collection quest. Where are the other heads? You can see it on the map, access denied. A trophy of the great Danann, Dagda, who was one of the gods with the most records left behind. His first recorded appearance was when he visited one of the 4 hidden lands of the Druids, Morius. The original beholder of the magic cauldron of Undri, one of the 4 great treasures that was currently in possession of the king's subject, Dun Scaith, was in fact Dagda himself. The 100-legged and 4-headed monster, Mata, was one of the monsters he bashed to death and was one of the giants that later resurrected as a great giant to stand against the fierce Danann, Dagda. Mata was one of the primary causes that contributed to the exponential increase in power towards the latter portions of the game. After all, the resurrection of the giants and the king of giants was something that was brought about by the tower's research into Mata. There were 3 pros for me attacking this laboratory. Putting Mata's head into my pocket, I walked back out and found Huaran and Germain organizing a large pile of evidence we were going to carry back. Senior. What is that? More evidence. By the way, did you find anything? No. Until the end, Germain didn't mention the secret letter sent by Bishop Lusignan. He must be too confused and lost to make a quick decision. However, a crack had appeared, and that was more than enough for the time being. To obtain the qualification to become a Justice of the Peace, you must first contact the Alliance and the Judicial Authority and... It was in the middle of Professor Edgar's boring JP lecture where he was simply filling the blackboard with words. I was about to doze off when a finger poked me from the side. Waking up from my sleep, I turned around and saw Marie looking at me with a wide smile. Corinne. You failed your interim exam. It will be bad if you fail it again, you know? Thanks. Don't worry. Although I was a regressor, there was no way I could remember everything that came out in the tests, so my grades were barely sitting somewhere around the middle. Professor Edgar's Justice of the Peace lecture was one that I had to get an A in, unlike other courses, but... Now, we need a few students to attend the work placement at the end of the semester. Is there anyone interested? Yes, sir. I immediately threw my hand up in the air as Professor Edgar turned towards me in response. He lifted his glasses up, before staring at me with a cold gaze. Student Corinne. I appreciate your passion, but you have been excluded from the list. What? Why? Do you need me to explain? Nope. Sorry. This was bad. Professor Edgar's Justice of the Peace work placement was an external mission, a side quest that the player could clear depending on the subjects they chose. After clearing Professor Edgar's side quest a few times and earning a good reputation, you could receive an honorary JP license along with the first princess, Estelle's recommendation. In the game, it was just an honorary title that raised a few stats, but anyway, I have to attend his work placement to get that license, but I can't go, because of my grades. All the player had to do in the game was read a short text and answer a multiple-choice quiz to get good marks, but things weren't that easy now that this was the real world. Corinne. Do you want to become a JP that badly? Well, there's a need to get one. One of my relatives is a judge at a local court. Should I get them to give you one? What I needed was a grade 1 license or an honorary JP title. Since Ran and Ron were with me, all I needed was to lay my hands on one of those licenses to deal with the demi-human village incident that will be happening sometime soon. For now, can you do that for me? Of course. I'll contact them today. Marie whispered with a clenched fist, seemingly eager to meet my expectations. Feeling grateful, I caressed her head and she returned a wide smile in response. Hee hee. While we're at it, should we make the JP badge out of pure gold? It'll be super awesome if you decorate it with diamonds. No, that's a bit. Marie was already paying for the wyverns and the stationing fees of the Warsky mercenaries and the Ardent Sword Squad. Even though I had already decided to unhesitatingly rely on Marie's financial power, I was afraid that I would become a good-for-nothing if I became overly dependent on it. Honestly, Marie's financial power was so overpowered that I even wondered if this was okay at times. Corinne. I was focusing on the lesson while playing with Marie's hair when she carefully held my fingers. Oh, sorry. I didn't mean to. No, that's okay. Corinne. You want to become a grade 1 Justice of the Peace, right? Yeah. There is a way to become a grade 1 JP without taking the official test. What is it? Special promotion. If a grade 2 or a grade 3 JP does something incredible to earn a special promotion, they could get promoted or become an official judge straight away. It seemed to be a policy set to motivate the JPs who were working hard in the country. So special promotion was also a thing in this world, huh? Back then. I should have questioned why she had suddenly brought that up. Meanwhile, at the local court of the large city in the south, Duff. Oh wow. I see. That's amazing. One of the collateral relatives of the Dinaref family, the Schacht family, was a renowned household that produced several ministers of public order and law in the great cities of the south, and the family head, Walp Schacht, was a politician working in the capital to best represent the people in the southern region of the kingdom. The first daughter of that household, Charlie Ann Schacht, was a senior judge of the great city of Duff, but despite her status, she still had to enthusiastically involve herself in the conversation. It was because the person she was talking to was even more of a big shot than herself. I'm telling you. You have no idea of all the compliments that my daughter was giving him. Alencia Dinaref. She was well known for previously being a grade 2 knight but was even more widely known as the Duchess of the Dinaref Dukedom. What a phenomenal young man. I can't believe there could be such a righteous and good-hearted person. Fufu, I have seen him with my very eyes, and I can tell you he had a wonderfully bright and good pair of eyes. And what is even more incredible, is that he even wants to be a part of the role of protecting the law. I see. Then we better quickly invite him into the court as an official and let him become a judge. Oh, looks like you have misunderstood me. That boy seemed eager to experience the hardships of the outer field. By the outer field, you mean? He says he wants to start from a justice of the peace. HAHT. What a wonderful sense of justice. Does he want to experience the world and slowly work his way up? That is right. A very passionate young man. It's hard to find someone that passionate amongst the youngsters these days. Senior Judge Charlie Ann had to give her best compliments to a young man whose face she did not even know. But it is concerning, said Alencia. Marie cherishes and adores him so much, and he's such a righteous young man, but what if others look down on him for having a low status or being too young? I see. We can't let that happen. Justice of the peace. That is already a very tough journey to embark on, so I can't possibly sit back and do nothing. If we make him a grade 2 Justice of the Peace, no one should be able to look down on. Oh, by the way, your son recently took office at the royal administration, right? I should have been more mindful. Please don't worry about it. We have already received too much favor. The only reason we are doing great as a family is all thanks to the generous support of the dukedom. Let me send a letter to the Minister of Administration sometime this week. Ego. You don't have to. The week after that, the oldest son of Senior Judge Charlie Ann, Rusalka, was promoted immediately from a grade 5 official to the minister's secretary. A secretary of a minister was seen as a grade 4 official and marked the beginning of an elite course that connected all the way to the position of a deputy minister and a minister, but was technically still a personal secretary of the minister, so no one voiced any complaints, although they were fairly skeptical about it. The same day, a grade 2 Justice of the Peace badge was delivered to Corinne Lorque's dormitory. There were criminals all around the continent, and there was no shortage of wanted criminals who tried to run away from the verdicts of law. Fuck this shit. Jonathan Martin was one of such wanted criminals. Starting as a small pickpocket and thief, he discovered his potential, formed a crew, and eventually became wanted due to a reckless act of bravado of trying to raid the mansion of a baron. Due to his recklessness, the comment at the bottom of his wanted poster was "dead or alive," meaning that it was possible to get the bounty even after killing him. His combat prowess was nothing worth noting, but thanks to his immaculate escape skills and numerous bunkers placed around the continent, even in the game, Heroic Legends of Arhen, he was considered a 4-star wanted criminal and a hard one to catch. Although Jonathan Martin boasted of incredible escaping skills, it was still hard for him to run away from dozens of Wyvern riders who immediately started chasing after him once his identity was revealed by the guards, who suddenly went around questioning everyone in broad daylight. And now, he was chained upside down in a secluded village house. Bring him down. Captain of the Dinaref Wyvern Riders, the so-called Uncle Verg. The middle-aged man, who appeared so benevolent that he would always show a kind smile to everyone, gave a cruel command that would immediately put someone to the bottom of hell. Creak. The chains went up as Jonathan was plopped down into a large container of water that could hold an entire person inside. Hup. Pua. Grhhh. How long has it been? Around 2 minutes, boss. Bring him back up. We can't have him dying on us. Creak. Pua. Puwak. Please don't kill me. Please. Ego, he still sounds very energetic. Let him down one more time. Yes. Captain. No. Nuupuak. After a long conversation between the two. So, good sir. Do you want to stay here? Or would you like some jail food instead? Jail food. Please let me have jail food. Remind me one last time. What were you doing, and where were you again? Merkarva. I was planning for a heinous heist. And who were you caught by? Corinne Dork. I was caught by the new Justice of the Peace, Corinne Dork. Ego, you forgot the name of our dupe consort. This is no good. Not good enough. Let him down one more time. Help him wake up a bit. Sorry. I'm sorry, Ibrarak. Numerous heinous criminals all around the southern region of the kingdom started being caught near Merkarva. All of them were caught by none other than the newly appointed JP, Corinne Lorque. Yes. Hello, Sir Bolton. This is Deputy Minister of Public Order, Ronan, speaking. Hey, Deputy Ronan. I'm hearing that all sorts of wanted criminals are being caught these days, is that correct? Yes. The continent is regaining its peace and public order thanks to the cooperation of the Dinaref. Ehem. Of course. It's all thanks to Justice of the Peace Corinne Lorque. Is that so? As expected of the future dupe consort of Lady Marie. Naturally. Of course. Then, as previously discussed, young master is going to receive a special promotion this year, yes? Oh, of course. The minister has already confirmed it. He would love to see you and thank you for all your hard work. Certainly. When will this be decided by? Time and potatoes are gold, after all. May I ask if there is an issue? My apologies. There is a bit of an unresolved problem that's taking some time. There's a public order officer who loves to push his nose into other people's business, and he seems to be looking into the Duke consort these days. Silence. A long silence. The vassal baron of the Dinaref family and manager of Merkarva Dinaref Produce, Baron Paul Bolton, did not utter a single word or sound into the communication device for a long time. The long silence heavily pressured Deputy Minister Ronan. After the long period of silence, what allowed him to breathe again was one short word from the Baron. Name. Why, you do not have to directly involve yourself in this matter. We will. I'm telling you to tell me their name. Morgan. His name is Morgan Routes. Morgan Routes. He was a squad chief of the Ministry of Public Order, which was in charge of the internal peace of the kingdom. Born with a righteous and stubborn personality, he was a passionate officer who personally rode horses to catch criminals, whether they be distant or close. Recently, he became doubtful of a name that was being repeated again and again, and the unusual and sudden increase of wanted criminal arrests. Corinne Lorque. He was a Grade 1 knight, who became a Grade 2 JP just last week due to the proactive recommendations of the judges in the southern courts. Well, there was nothing suspicious with that, considering how it was normal for guardians to be recommended to the position of a JP. However, the problem was with the frequency of his arrests. Logically speaking, how could these heinous wanted criminals, whom even the Ministry of Public Order couldn't catch due to their lack of manpower, be arrested day after day? By one person, and in one city at that? It stunk. It definitely reeked of something fishy. This was no good. After judging that it called for an investigation, he started looking into the man named Corinne Lorque with his men and... Hey! How are you doing? His direct superior, Londen, Deputy Minister of Public Order Ronan, Senior Superintendent Barrack, and the Minister of Public Order Dorman. High-ranking executives who were way above him suddenly visited his house all at once. Why were these big shots, who were hard enough to see individually, visiting the house of a single officer? And most importantly, nice to meet you. Lady Marie Dinaref. The oldest daughter of the Southern Emperor, Mard Dinaref, and future Duchess. The super big shot, who could make all the executives lose their posts, set her foot into his miserable house. Officer Morgan, right? Do you mind a handshake? Pardon? Ehem. Officer Morgan. What are you doing? Hurry up and get up. Are you going to keep the lady waiting? Hearing the sudden outburst of the minister, Morgan quickly stood up and responded to the handshake with both of his hands as politely as possible. They were the uninvited guests who suddenly intruded into his house, but Morgan couldn't voice any complaints. I heard you are investigating a justice of the peace recently, is that correct? Ah, yes. Grade 2 JP Corinne Lorque. But it's confidential information, and I cannot reveal it even to you, Lady Marie. What? Have you gone mad? That was the most reasonable statement as an officer of the Public Order Department, but unlike his expectations, his words earned the criticism of the high executives. Unrelenting, he continued his argument. I can't stop the investigation at any cost. No matter how I see it, J.P. Lorque's accomplishments do not make sense. It's already strange enough that he got recommended to the position of a Justice of the Peace as a student. How can he possibly catch so many criminals in that short period of time? Officer? It was a soft and gentle voice, but that one word forced him to shut his mouth. You see, Corinne already has the right qualifications. He couldn't say a single word. The glaring eyes of the executives of the Ministry of Public Order and the small girl who gave off an even greater presence than them did not permit him to open his mouth. Do you think it's really that bad to acknowledge someone with qualifications just a tiny bit earlier than usual? As soon as the young lady of the dukedom said that, Baron Paul, who was standing behind her, walked up with a box in hand. It was a fancy and well-ornamented box that did not suit the shabby background of the house, but was rather small and thin for a box of bribery. This year was your third time having your promotion put off, yes? The box opened with a click. Inside the box weren't any treasures nor gold, instead, there was a single piece of paper, one that he was so close to yet so far from. People who are overly righteous and stubborn tend to be hated for irrational reasons. It's regrettable, I know. The paper outlined the repositioning of his post, but that was clearly a promotion. We, in the South, appreciate talents like you. The head of public order post in Duff City had been empty for a while, you see. Morgan's eyes widened in shock as he froze stiff on the spot. Head of public order of a large city like Duff. That was a key post that was only given to the pure-blooded nobles or graduates of the academy, that people from a lowly upbringing like him could never reach. The young lady of the dukedom tapped his shoulder with the world's most innocent smile on her face. Think carefully. Chief. Oh wait. You're not one yet. She left after giving him a wide smile as the executives of the ministry followed after her like servants. When the big shots, who had been pressuring him the whole time, finally left, Morgan felt powerless and collapsed on the spot. Dunaref. The untouchables, that no one could mess around with except for the royal family and the religious orders. They were too big of a foe for him to go against. For your great contributions in arresting those vicious wanted criminals on repeat, you have been nominated as one worthy of a special promotion. As of this moment today, Knight Corinne will be promoted from Grade 2 Justice of the Peace to Grade 1 Justice of the Peace and will be granted the emergency judging rights and investigation authority of a Grade 1 incident. The big shots of the Ministry of Law and Public Order, which I had never seen both in the game and the last iteration, were all gathered in one place. And at the center of their attention was me with a dumb look on my face, receiving the applause of countless visitors who had been invited through dinner of fresh produce. Congratulations, Grade 1 Justice of the Peace, Knight Corinne Lorque. Congratulations. Congratulations. Something ain't right here. Around 2 weeks ago, was it? I was shocked by Marie's work efficiency when I received the certificate of appointment for Grade 2 Justice of the Peace by post. But what I certainly wasn't expecting was that today, I would be called to the City Hall for a promotion and a word of gratitude for all my contribution to society. What did I even do to earn a promotion? What? I arrested a bunch of criminals? To make things worse, the criminals that were supposedly arrested by me were put on display like trophies for everyone to see. Were there no human rights in this country? Walk. Corinne Lorque. You damned personification of a hero of justice. Can't believe you foresaw my evil plan and prevented it. Impressive. The justice of this country will surely last forever with you around. Why the heck are these guys here? The wanted criminals that could be arrested in heroic legends of Arhen when completing a quest line as a bounty hunter were there, screaming their guts out. All of them were saying that they were caught by me. Me? When did I do this? Congratulations, Corinne. You'll be a Grade 1 Justice of the Peace from today. I turned to the Princess of the Potato Empire, who was probably the cause of all this. Looking at her giving me a steamed potato with a wide smile on her face after casting sugar on it, it was very difficult, or rather impossible to imagine all the things she must have done behind the curtains, but... Huh. Hee hee. Do you want some potatoes? Maybe if you feed me. Whatever. I'll just gratefully receive it. Kuhum. In any case, the reason I wanted to be a Justice of the Peace was because they had an undeniable authority. With just one license card that granted the emergency judging rights and the investigation authority, it was possible to temporarily have the power of the central government, which was impossible for normal guardians. Even though guardians might be incredibly strong, they were closer to mercenaries if anything. Because they were considered wandering mercenaries under the mercenary group called the Alliance, they were separate from the central government and didn't have much say, but that wasn't the case for JPs. Although it was common for guardians to become a Justice of the Peace, it was a status granted by the government with actual rights and authority. For example, Lunia was in charge of maintaining the peace of the eastern border and was also an invited instructor of the Royal Knights. She had a proper status and role, meaning her authority far exceeded that of a normal mercenary. Things would be different now that I was a JP. For example, Count Cassius, who possessed the castle that previously belonged to Sabancia Duke, would have told the player to capture the sea serpent and complete chores like dealing with the problems of the town before progressing with the quest, but if I was there as the Justice of the Peace, I could simply command him to cooperate with the public affair. Eheu. Huh? Corinne? What's wrong? No, I was just thinking, that Senior Marie, you're like a big bucket of good fortune. Really? I can give you more though. Are you interested in being a lord? Stop. Senior. You need to control your pace. If you're like that all the time, you could be thrown away after you give away everything you have. Will you though? No, I won't, but... Whatever the case, this lady needed a break. Next time, please talk to me first, before you do something like this. No. Ing? It was a very firm refusal. I was shocked for a bit, because of how rare it was for Marie to be so resolute with saying no. I want to give before I think. But why? Hee hee. It feels good to receive surprise gifts, right? Marie said with a bright smile on her face, but she seemed unwilling to back down. Let's have some fun with just us two, and sleep together, okay? Fine. Whatever. Inside the chairman's office were Huaran, Alicia, Marie, and I. From today, you will be entering Mag Mell. The treasury of the Danann, Mag Mell. It was the place that contained the dormant treasures of the Danann, which the players could enter with their party members to continue Arandanua's legacy after her death. But this time around, Arandanua was still alive, meaning Baltazar's subjects wouldn't be able to enter Mag Mell. I have a question. What kind of place is Mag Mell? Alicia shot her hand up to ask a question. Because of all the preparations we needed to make after founding our Guardians Guild, we didn't have much time to discuss Mag Mell, hence her question. Mag Mell contains the treasures of the distant mythical gods. In there are the remnant thoughts and minds of the ones that used to be referred to as gods. Even though Master had inherited everything as the Queen of Paradise, it wasn't like she directly owned all the treasures and items. There were some like the 4 great treasures of the Danann, which were hidden in various secret lands. Master didn't bother going around gathering all those treasures in order to respect the elders of the past. Mag Mell, the treasury of the Danann, was one such example. There, you are to find the items left behind by the gods, or receive their gifts. Not all of you might obtain one though. Can't we just grab it? You will see once you get there. It's not something I can help you with either. After saying that, she started writing our names on the board. The first ones to enter will be you 4, Corinne, Marie, Alicia, and Huaran. The other guardians will enter eventually, but you will be going first. Are you ready? Whoa, so I'm going with Mr. Corinne? It shouldn't be too difficult with Corinne around. The 3 of them turned their eyes to me with trust. That's not how it works though. Now. Let's get moving. Clara? Yes, Chairman. Lady Josephine took us yet again to another dimension. We were familiar with the process because we had been training in this shadow paradise for the past few weeks, but this time, our destination was different. The place we arrived in wasn't the flat and barren wasteland of gloom that we were used to. Huh? Light? Ugh, this is too bright. As always, there was no sun in this world. There were dark clouds in the sky, but the surroundings were bright, a seemingly paradoxical sight at a glance. The ocean waves were in turmoil, while the treasures and gems scattered around were giving off light to brighten up the world around them. It really is an island of treasures. To think there was a place like this. Island of Treasures, Mag Mell, a complete paradise and one of the fragments of Tir na Nog. The master of this place wasn't Aaron. I will wait for you guys here. You need to proceed deeper into the island, and they will come out to greet you. In the last iteration, it was Lady Josephine doing the explanation, but this time, it was from Master. Just like what Lady Josephine said in the last iteration, Master gave the same warning as she sent us off on the sandy shore with churning waves in the background. You must never be intoxicated with happiness. As we went deeper into Mag Mell, the island of treasures, the layer of fog that seeped out from the center of the island turned thicker and thicker. Ugh. Mr. Corinne. This place gives me goosebumps. Me too. Unlike me, who had seen this place in the game and the last iteration, Alicia and Marie seemed frightened as they each wrapped their arms around mine. Weren't they a lot stronger than me without my precept activated though? Frankly speaking, I was the weakest one here without Clam Solace, and yet here they were, relying on me instead of themselves. Huaran, who had been marching forward with large strides with no fear, thanks to her overwhelming defense, suddenly turned around and threw me a glance. When forming a party with Huaran, she tended to be the vanguard, and that was the same this time around. It's scary. Huh? Scary. You have the most indifferent look in the world on your face. What do you even mean? SCA. Rand says she's scared. Ah, I see. That made sense, their feelings might be different despite sharing the same body. But both of my arms were occupied already because of Alicia and Marie. NN? In that case, Miss Huaran, you can hold Senior Marie's hand. What? Huh? Alicia grabbed Huaran, who had a befuddled look on her face, and placed her hand on top of Marie's. If we all hold hands like this, I'm sure it won't be scary. We were walking forward hand in hand in groups of 2 when Alicia grumbled a complaint while shivering from the cold mist. Ugh. I hate this spooky feeling. I've never seen you have a problem with demonic spirits though. Cutting demonic spirits is one thing. I just don't like this kind of atmosphere. Well. Anyway, you can't treat the spirits here like demonic spirits. Mr. Corin, do you know something about this place? Alicia asked. This is the resting abode of the gods. Technically, it's closer to an assembly of the remnant minds of gods, but you get the point. Rather than ghosts and demonic spirits, it was most accurate to see this as the place that contained the history of gods. Just like how humans went to heaven or hell after death, gods remained behind at Mag Mell upon death. They did exist here, but it was more correct to say that their existence had been recorded down here, instead of saying that they were alive. At least that was the impression I received when I saw the Danann and Mag Mell in the last iteration. At the start, we have to work together as a team, but each and every one of us needs to work hard as well. The method of obtaining a treasure from Mag Mell was simple. Roam around the island with 3 party members and meet one of the Danann of this place. They would give trials or ask questions in stages, and the number of people that could take the next trial depended on how many were able to survive the previous one. For example, if one person failed at stage 1, only 3 people were allowed to attend stage 2 onwards. It's important to pass the first trial. Not only does it have the lowest difficulty, but it also affects the difficulty of the next stage. It gets harder if more people fail stage 1. Really? Because of that, the old-timers of the game tended to immediately load the previous game data and start over if the other characters apart from the player failed their trials. If the player failed the trial, they would be immediately kicked out of Mag Mell, but if the non-playable characters failed the trial, then that increased the overall difficulty of the next trials. That was why the players aimed for 100% perfection with stage 1, and looked to start over if 2 or more failed stage 2. Corin. Can I ask something? Turning around, I saw Huaran and Marie looking our way after letting go of each other's hands. Weren't you guys scared? What's that thing you've been carrying the whole time? You mean this? With a grin, I showed off the basket on my back. Hoo-hoo. This is what will let us meet the gods we want. This place was where you received trials from gods, and each of these trials were different and it depended on the characteristics, personality, and mythology of the random god you encountered. That was why the items that were related to the gods were important. It was because the gods showed more intrigue at the ones that carried around items that were related to themselves. The thing I was carrying behind me was none other than the head of the 100-legged 4-headed monster, Mata, which was beaten to death by the great king of gods, Dagda. By the way, the trials given by Dagda were along the lines of, go catch some of this, and cook some delicious food, so he was very well known among the forums for being the easiest god. Hoo-hoo-hoo. Marie, Huaran, and Alicia. All of them were superhumans with exceptional combat power. They would easily be able to pass Dagda's first trial. After advancing through the island for who knows how long, the mist suddenly turned incomparably thick as it covered our sight. The 3 girls were confused, but I had been expecting this to happen the whole time. What came next would be a one-on-one encounter with Dagda. Even though that old man had a fiery temperament, he was a generous one, so this was going to be great. Ding. From within the thick layer of fog that concealed the 3 girls, the melody of a beautiful instrument started to flow into my ears. An instrument? Dagda, that old man, did own a harp. After all, his 3rd trial was about retrieving the harp that was stolen by the giants. Lulu Lulala. The clear and beautiful voice that followed the instrument was so sweet and wonderful that it could bewitch any living being, and yet it also contained the saddest melody. Huh? Wait, this wasn't the voice of old man Dagda, was it? I walked forward under the guidance of the melody as the voice and the instrument became clearer over time. Soon, the fog dissipated, revealing a golden harp with a beautiful luster. Fuck. Welcome, visitor. A hero who has come for a trial. I am Mac Indog. The son of youth and the god of love, Iengus. It wasn't Dagda. The beautiful youth with fancy blonde hair looked at me with a smile. Why? That monster head you have with you. It's actually a trophy of my father and a present which he had given us siblings. It brought back good memories, you see. Why would you give something like that as a gift to your son? Was he a psychopath? I guess he had too many children because of his adulterous personality. How can a man leave aside his lifelong partner and have affairs left and right? In any case, I had taken the Mata's head in order to meet Dagda, but if Dagda had given the heads to his children as a gift, it wasn't strange for the children to also show interest in these heads, but… Hugh, it's all right. It's a little different from what I had planned, but things have never gone well for me anyway. Plans are there to be broken, right? Regardless, it was true that I was a bit concerned. A trial of the god of love, what kind of trial was this god called Aengus going to give out? I had no idea, because there was no such god called Aengus that appeared in the game in the first place. There were only 5 gods, including Dagda, that came out in the game, but that was clearly no longer the case. Anyway, the fact that you have come here means that young Danann of Justice, the goddess of heroes, has sent you here, yes? I'm sure you are aware, but we do not readily give treasures that could turn normal people into heroes. Huh. I am aware. What trial are you going to give us? Simply put, it's a contest between you and the 3 beautiful ladies. Sorry? It was hard to tell what exactly the content of the trial was going to be, but all the mythological gods were like this. Dagda was the only exception that did not beat around the bush, and the other gods that came out in the game all spoke of gibberish that confused the player. Huh, but if it's those 3. Objectively speaking, those girls were a lot better than me. It might be difficult for all 3 of them to pass, but maybe 2 of them could pass at least. Honestly, I had a feeling that all of them would succeed except for Alicia. Looks like my explanation wasn't enough. The main figure of this trial is not me, but you. Huh? You would lose your memories for a bit, but… Well, I wish you all the best. HNN? Diring. The harp played once as my vision started to fade. The main figure of the trial is me? What did that even mean? Time flew by. After who knows how long, my vision turned clear again, revealing Aengus and the dumbstruck look on his face. Young man. You are quite the man. Ugh. What do you mean by that? You have passed the first trial. I certainly wasn't expecting such overwhelming results. You have truly enlightened me, the Danann of love. Passed? What have I even done to? By the way, the 3 girls have failed. That was a complete defeat on their part. What? Hello, vampire lady. I am the son of youth and the god of love, Aengus. The beautiful-looking blonde-haired youth who appeared from the thick layer of fog that separated everyone introduced himself while playing his harp. Marie knew that this man was a god who would be giving her a trial. Hello. Mr. Aengus? Lovely lady, there's no need to be so formal. His voice was so sweet that it reeked of honey, but Marie remained indifferent to it. A girl in love was always like this. While thinking that to himself, Aengus looked at her and said with a smile. This certainly is a rare occurrence. 3 girls in love with 1 hero. This must be why they say heroes are debaucherous. UHT. It was nothing new, but hearing that come out from a god that she was seeing for the first time forced Marie to shut her mouth. How did you? The moment you entered the Island of Treasures already marked the start of your trials. We have the right and duty to observe the boys and girls that visit us, wanting to be a hero. Don't tell me. Clenching her teeth, she resentfully glared at Aengus. Don't worry. We are not inconsiderate enough to delve deeply into private matters. Things, however, might be slightly different for Corinne Lorque, who will be the main figure behind the trial. Huh? What are you going to do to Corinne? It is because this trial has been formed based on his childhood, youth, and adulthood. Corinne Lorque from those times may be different, but is still none other than Corinne Lorque himself. Now, it will be a fight between you all. Wait. What do you mean? That is for you to see. Now, young girl. I am the Danann of love, Aengus of youth. I shall give you the trial of love. Dididing. Aengus the Danann said while playing his harp. He then started speaking in a more formal manner. Trial of love? Indeed. Thou must not be enticed, instead, thou shalt be the one enticing. Find thy love. Why, you mean? Didding. This will be a fair battle in a state of oblivion. Attain thy love, young maiden. Hot? The trial may tempt thee, but I wish thou will overcome it. Wahahaha. The one who falls in love first will be the loser. Like a marriage broker, he finished it off with an exaggerated laugh, before disappearing into thin air. What? Marie blankly looked at the place where Iangus had been standing, but the trial had already begun. NN? Senior Marie? HAHT? Corinne Lorque. A freshman junior from the academy, whom she hadn't talked to very often, was standing in front of her. Hello, junior? As if it was her first time seeing him, Marie greeted the junior before her eyes. Lately, the Arden household was thriving day after day. Ever since Alicia's older sister became the family head, the number of their dojos only continued to increase. Nowadays, the Arden style of swordsmanship had spread all across the continent and had become the standard swordsmanship of every knight, thus infinitely increasing their influence. The one at the center of that abrupt prosperity was her husband and Alicia's brother-in-law. Him. Corinne Lorque. The husband of her sister, Lunia Arden. He was a warrior who was no weaker than Lunia herself and, unlike Lunia, who tended to be rather brusque and cold, he was acquainted and close to everyone ranging from the influential people in the east to people from the royal court. Although his background wasn't incredible or anything, his ability and competence were widely seen as the blessing given to the Arden family. On top of that, he seemed to be in a very good relationship with Lunia. They were 9 years into the marriage and already had 12 children. The triplets at the end made her wonder how mysterious life was. I need to visit the royal court. This might take a while. Be safe on your journey. Yes. And Alicia? Ah, yes. Take good care of the children while I am away. Oh, okay. Come on, dear wife. You have me here, why are you asking sister-in-law for that? It is to both of you. After hearing that, Corinne began staring at Lunia with a smile. In response, Lunia scratched her cheek, looking embarrassed and wondering if she had to do that. You're leaving on a long journey. Where's the farewell kiss to your husband? Do I have to? Of course. One of his legs slithered into the gap between Lunia's legs. The man who dug in with a sly smile wrapped his arms around her waist to lock her in. You're making me sad. Uh-huh. In the end, the one to give up first was Lunia. She, who was like a strong maiden of steel in front of the disciples of the dojo, easily opened her soft lips for her husband. Gulp. Wha? Corinne came back after a deep and breathtakingly intense farewell. What's wrong, sister-in-law? Why are you still outside? Mr. Co. I mean, brother-in-law? Why, was she about to call him Mr. Corinne just then? Even though she stopped calling him that after he got married to her sister. Oh right. Sister-in-law? Do you have any news? News? On their way back to the main building, Alicia tilted her head after hearing that abrupt question. Do you have no plans of going out with someone? UHT. That's. I married my dear wife straight after graduation, so I'm surprised there's nothing happening for you. Don't you have a lot of guys around? Well. That was true. There were quite a lot of guys around her. There were her peers from the academy, and there were also plenty of young men among the disciples of the Arden Dojo. Have you never had a boyfriend till now? That's weird. What do you mean? Like, are all the guys around you homosexual? I wonder why they are leaving someone like you alone. Ugh. Alicia felt her heart jolt with pain and her body turned warm as if she had a fever. The reason she never had a boyfriend until now was probably seduce. Attain thy love, girl. Wahahahaha. Suddenly, she remembered hearing those words somewhere. That's right. This person. Sister-in-law? Aunt, yes? I need to feed the kids now. Do you mind helping? Yes. Yes. One yes is enough. Right. Feeling nervous and uneasy, Alicia followed her brother-in-law while, for some reason, wondering if he might have heard the same voice as her. Kids had a clear distinction between the ones they liked and disliked. In that sense, the adult that Alicia's 12 cousins liked the most was probably not Lunia nor their nannies, but their father, Corinne. Let's go. Kaya. One of the kids soared into the sky. It was way too high for a 7-year-old girl, but Alicia was the only one frightened by it. Hoit. Corinne easily and softly received the girl who started descending after soaring into the sky. Seeing that, Alicia immediately rushed up to him. Brother-in-law. That's too dangerous. It's okay, I'm telling you. Right, little princess? Yesh. Seriously. I wonder who you took after to be so brave. Daddy. Chuckle. The kids loved Corinne. Corinne, the ideal father who always played around with the kids, also enjoyed spending time with his children. As a result, the children liked Corinne more than the brusque Lunia. For a long time, they continued playing with the kids. Looking after children was a lot more exhausting than she initially thought, and Alicia was drained in no time. Hugh. Energyless, Alicia laid herself down on the sofa while wiping her sweat off. That was when Corinne gave a long stretch and walked over from the other room. Finally, they're all sleeping. Great work, sister-in-law. Why, you too. Corinne flopped down on the sofa next to her. Alicia stealthily stole a glance. Her brother-in-law was drenched in sweat due to him actively playing with the kids. He fluttered the collar of his shirt to cool himself down as a thick scent of sweat tickled her nose. Kuhum. She didn't know why, but her instincts were telling her. It was telling her to make this man fall for her, to make his heart beat fast. B. Brother-in-law. HNN? W. Would you like to drink? In the end, she fed him alcohol. Actually, it was more correct to say that she fed herself alcohol if anything. It wasn't something she could say with a sane and rational mind, so Alicia built up courage with the power of alcohol. She knew how this was immoral and unethical. Craving the man of her sister. How could someone possibly do that to their sister? But it's not that bad, is it? Monogamy? How outdated of an ideology is that? She did feel sorry for her sister, but decided it should be all right. It wasn't like she would be chased out. Well, she might be, but Alicia decided to leave that for later. Alicia Arden. She was a frighteningly optimistic lady. After being forced to chug a bunch of alcohol, her brother-in-law, Corinne, was so drunk that he continued swaying left and right. Now was her chance. It was time to go for a fait accompli. Brother-in-law. Sister is not. Alicia. Yesh? A deep voice reached her ears. Seeing the faint smile on the face of her brother-in-law as he looked into her eyes, Alicia felt her heart skip a beat. Drinking like this reminds me of the old days. The young man said, reminiscing the memories of the past. He was a lot more mature compared to how he was at the academy and was a father of 12 children, but he was still young and. Thank you. Thanks to you, I got to meet Lunia and. I'm very happy now. Corinne spoke of the old times. Each and every one of his words stirred the conscience of Alicia, who was still a young maiden at heart. Ugh. Intoxicated by the drink, Corinne started to fall sideways and rested his head on her shoulder. Surprised by the sudden weight on her shoulders, Alicia jolted, which made Corinne's head slip even further down to her lap. Mr. Corinne? Frozen stiff, Alicia couldn't do anything while her brother-in-law stayed there rubbing his cheek on her bare thigh. Someone was bound to misunderstand them if they happened to come in at this time. Gulp. However, rather than being conscious of the possible eyes of others, Alicia had her mind focused on her brother-in-law, who was resting his head on her thighs. Slowly but surely, her lips approached his. They shivered, as her heart beat rapidly the closer she was to his lips. Those lips that must have been craving her older sister's every night, those lips that left innumerable traces on her sister's skin, was at last. Sister-in-law. Cute? What? I haven't done anything yet. Startled, Alicia quickly distanced herself by straightening up her back. Sweating profusely, she rolled her eyes, hoping that he didn't notice it. Sister-in-law. Fortunately, her brother-in-law did not notice her wicked actions. If he had found out about it. Simply thinking about that gave her the creeps. A cold yet pleasant chill rose up her spine while her lower belly shivered and jolted. Brother-in-law. Hoo-hoo. Sister-in-law. You're my cute little sister-in-law. Oblivious to what was just about to be done to him, Corinne reached his hand out and played with Alicia's cheeks with those thick arms and hands. You cute little girl. How sad that you've never had a date before. Are you teasing me? Having a date is a good thing. Look at me. Everything I did with Lunia was fun. Corinne and Lunia were very famous among the people of the Arden household for being extremely lovey-dovey. Considering how normal couples of renowned households were forged by political marriages, their relationship was certainly a rare one. Both of them were diligent and loyal to their family, they cherished each other and showered one another with endless love. Alicia was extremely jealous of that. As an illegitimate child born from an affair and one who couldn't receive her due love ever since a young age, the girl with nothing but the family name of Arden had been yearning for love. That was why she had been dreaming of a normal family. Sister-in-law. Alicia. Yes. Brother-in-law. Isn't it about time for you to be happy as well? Hearing that, she suddenly realized something. Throughout her time at the academy, her eyes had always been on him. Even when he ended up with her sister, she couldn't say anything due to her inferiority complex. I liked Mr. Corin the whole time. It was nothing new, but she realized that all the more. Thump. Alicia Arden. Fail. Hua. What are we having for lunch today? I want to have a grilled Pacific sori in the city. As always, Hua responded to the chatterbox called Ran with silence. However, this time it was not from the usual indifference, but because she was deeply pondering about something. Hua. Something strange. Are you talking about that again? She quietly closed her eyes to her sister's question. There was something that she was forgetting. When thinking deeply to herself, she could faintly remember the fact that she had forgotten something, but as if surrounded by a thick layer of fog, she simply couldn't see through it. Did we forget something? I don't know. Despite feeling strange, Hua Ran nonetheless headed to the grilled fish restaurant in the city. It was her second year at the academy, and Hua Ran was well versed enough in the city to visit most of her favorite restaurants by herself. The girl who loved fish always looked for a fish restaurant whenever she visited the city, whether it be the famous restaurant owned by the old man who had been making sushi for dozens of years, or the place that sold grilled fish and set meals. What should I have today? What kind of fish would be a good pick today? Roaming around the streets, the girl was looking around when her sister whispered into her ears. Hua. That one there. The store her sister pointed out was a shabby yet familiar restaurant. It had cheap prices and used fresh fish. It was a store that was recommended to her. Who was it by? Scavenging through her faint memories, Hua Ran subconsciously started heading to that restaurant. She was looking at the menu, thinking of getting a grilled fish as always, when her sister suddenly raised an opinion. Braised? Can we have braised fish? There was no reason behind it. Ran was simply saying that she felt like it, but Hua had the same idea. What would you like for today? Braised mackerel. Before long, a dish of braised mackerel was served to her table. It was a bit too much for her to have by herself and, it reminded her of a dinner menu that was made for her and others to enjoy together. How do you, Deb, want a fish again? The braised mackerel that she was having for the first time in a while tasted different from the one in her distant memories. They were incomparably different. Hua and Ran tended to spend a lot of time thinking by themselves. Both of them were born with a calm personality and often had the tendency of blankly staring into the sky. Put nicely, it was thinking by themselves. Frankly, it was just wasting time. They were spending time like that yet again at the plaza. In the plaza with a soaring fountain and a clock tower gazing down from above, people threw glances at the indifferent-looking girl wearing none clothes as they walked by. It couldn't be helped because Hua Ran was, objectively speaking, someone who grabbed people's attention. Whoa. What a pretty sister. But it was rare for someone to approach her openly like this one boy. Hua Ran, who had been blankly staring at the sky, slowly turned her gaze back down. At the end of her gaze was a boy with bluish-black hair, holding a fairy floss in his hands. His eyes were red but reminded one more of the sunset than a ruby, and he was a small boy who didn't even look 7. Miss Sister. Would you like some fairy floss? Because she was wearing a religious outfit by default, she was received well at the start by people from the same religion. This was probably an extension of that. Since she didn't hate sweet stuff, Hua Ran gladly took a bite of the boy's fairy floss. Leaving behind a long string, the cluster of sweet strings that tasted fluffy like the clouds entered her mouth. Some of the stickiness of sugar was left behind on her hands, but Hua Ran wasn't the type to worry about such things. Tasty, right? By the time she realized it, the boy had sat next to her on the edge of the fountain basin and was licking the fairy floss. Oh right. He took out a handkerchief and wetted it with water before handing it over to her. You need to wipe your hands. Seeing that, even the indifferent Hua Ran unconsciously thought to herself how he was a very considerate boy. He's so cute. The sister inside her body said with a giggle, after seemingly having a good impression of the boy. Miss Sister. What were you doing here? Thinking. About what? For a while, she had been feeling strange. It felt like she had forgotten something, or rather, someone. A normal person would have glossed over it, thinking that they must be overthinking things, but it was different for her. Hua Ran wasn't just one person. She was made up of two people, Hua and Ran. The strange inkling that Hua felt was shared by Ran, and as a result, the two of them reached the conclusion that they were forgetting something important. I forgot someone. Even though I shouldn't have. She forgot, a person that should have been unforgettable. She didn't know why but wanted to retrieve that person. Sister? Hua. Don't cry. I'm not. Tears flowed down her eyes. The drops of water that flowed out of her crimson eyes wetted her cheeks and dripped down her chin. Don't cry. HKK. I'm not crying. Something got into my eyes. Surprised by her sister who was crying after her, Hua tried her best to give an excuse but her unending tears continued, showing no signs of coming to a stop. Sister. She was wiping her falling tears with the back of her hands when the boy handed her another handkerchief. Pretty sister. Stop dropping beautiful gems on the ground. HTT? Wipe. The boy said while gently wiping her eyes. He then gave her a bright smile, as if trying to change her tears into a smile similar to his own. Sister Yonghee in our neighborhood is also a crybaby, you know? So I always tell her to smile, because her smiles are very pretty. Flustered, her mind momentarily stopped functioning, and so did her tears. Using his own fingers, the boy lifted the ends of her lips, before saying with another smile. Look. I knew it. Sister, you are a lot prettier when you smile. So please smile. I want you to smile all the time and not cry. Did you forget someone? Should we look for them together? Hua Ran. Fail. A good person. That was the impression Marie got from her junior as she spent more and more time with him. Corinne Lorque. There was something about this boy who was a grade below her in the academy that put people at ease. Corinne Lorque? He is very famous. Is he? Even her best friend and classmate, Isabel, was highly appreciative of him. He is quite good-looking and kind. Why, you're right. Does he have a lot of girls around him? Yeah. I'm pretty sure there are a few in our grade that are after him. I know someone went out and had lunch with him in the city yesterday. HAHT. Is he that popular? Why are you asking that? Are you going after him as well, Marie? No. Isabel chuckled and gave a knowing smile to her exaggerated reaction. It was an obvious smile of mockery, so Marie punched her on the arm, but that did not remove the smile on her face. It won't be easy though. Because Junior Corinne has a guardian deity. Huh? A guardian deity? Well. You'll see soon enough. You can give it a shot. I feel sorry for him though. Even though she didn't know what Isabel meant by that, Marie decided to muster her courage. Until then, the only interaction she had with Corinne was one or two conversations with him during the mixed lectures and when she was one-sidedly looking at him training in the training rooms. For some reason, she couldn't stop her eyes from trying to find him. That day, when she took courage, the boy was training in the training rooms as always. Throwing away his shirt that was drenched in sweat, the boy was swinging his spear. Each and every one of his intense swings fluttered drops of sweat into the air, but the boy remained firm and tranquil. It was because of that her eyes were always on him. She found him to be very cool. Junior Corinne. Senior Marie? That was when someone stood in the way and talked to her. Stopping her feet, Marie turned blankly to the boy who stopped her in her tracks. His hair and eyes were dark like obsidian. He had a tall nose and delicate facial features, as well as a slick jawline and charming lips. He looked so beautiful that one had to wonder how there could be such a good-looking boy, but he gave her the impression of a sly fox that preyed on people. Junior Park Sihu, right? Yes, and? For some unknown reason, he had a hostile tone of voice as he glared at her. Feeling wronged, Marie raised her voice. Can you move aside please? In response to her clear request, Siha gave a deep frown and closed his eyes after a sigh. There's no end to these fucking bitches. It was a soft lament that did not even reach the person standing directly in front of him. Can you move aside please? There's no end to these fucking bitches. HNN? What did you just? Nothing. What's your business with BR Corinne? Marie had a feeling that she heard something incredibly disrespectful just then, but decided not to say anything because it was such a soft whisper that she couldn't make out anything with certainty. On the other hand, he made her feel rather uncomfortable. It was hard to tell why, especially considering that he was a man, but she had a feeling that he was her rival in love. What's going on? What's up? Drenched in sweat, Corinne walked up to the boy who was blocking the road like a guardian deity and grabbed him by the shoulder. Please. I told you not to touch me with your sweat. Don't worry about it. We're all dudes. As beads of sweat flowed down his cheeks, Corinne ran his fingers through Siha's hair. By the way, Senior Marie? What brings you here? Junior Corinne. Not knowing where to look, Marie rolled her eyes, but furtively stole several glances at his bare upper body. What are you looking at? That was when Park Siha stood in the way to block her sight. He was being a nuisance. Why was this boy constantly in the way? Actually, Marie already knew the answer to that question. Sihu. Move aside a bit. That's disrespectful when she bothered to come all the way here. I'm sure it's nothing important. Huh? Little guy, why are you so aggressive today? Anyway, Senior? Did you have something to talk about? HNN? You see. No. Let's talk about it later. A sharp glare pointing at Marie stopped her from saying anything. Naturally, it was Park Sihu who was glaring at her. He's not even planning to hide it. For now, she decided to postpone the plan and left the training rooms. Yo, Sihu. Should we let off some sweat as fellow brothers? Stop that shit. I told you it's disgusting, didn't I? Apparently there's a new sauna in the city as well. We can drop by and clean ourselves there. Sure. Even after that, Marie tried to approach Corinne several times. However, most of those attempts ended in failure before she could even talk to him, because of an intruder who always prevented the two of them from being by themselves. That guy's weird. He's so annoying. Yes. Calm down and have some of your steamed potatoes. Isabel recommended a potato in an attempt to soothe her down. As if pouring out all of her stress on the salted potatoes, she munched through them at an unstoppable speed. What is wrong with him? That Park Siha guy. Looking at how much you hate him, Marie, I can already tell he must be one interesting fellow. Marie's best friend gave deep compliments to the boy called Park Sihu, who must be something else to earn the open hatred of a girl like Marie, who was like a friendly capybara to everyone. Listen to me, Isabel. Park Sihu, that guy made a plan with Corinne to go to Holy Panda. Holy Panda? You mean that fine dining restaurant that costs at least a gold coin per meal? Holy, it was by far one of the best and most famous restaurants for a dating couple, that even appeared in the monthly Michelin Guide. So you're saying two guys are going there by themselves? Yes. That guy called Sihu was making it fairly obvious though. At this point, weren't they a half-established couple already? I haven't heard about Corinne dating Sihu though? Dating? HAHT. What kind of horrifying thing are you talking about? Boys can't date other boys. Southerners these days. Marie's home was in the south and was a land of farmers who were responsible for feeding the entire continent. By nature, farmers tended to be conservative and masculine. Homosexuality was difficult for them to understand. And Marie was the princess of the south. Even though she wasn't the type to say bad things about anything, her deep-rooted preconception as a person from the south was revealed by her speech. Anyway, the fact of the matter is that Park Sihu is thoroughly defensive of Corinne. Going to Holy Huh? Maybe he's going to give him a ring there? HAHT. Why do you keep saying something like that? Even if humans allow it, the gods won't allow it. Unable to hold herself back anymore, Marie shot out of her seat. This won't do. I will go there myself. NN? To Holy Panda? It's based on reservations though. It will be hard to make a booking at the same time as them. I can just book for a whole day and pay in advance. If that doesn't work, I'll just buy that restaurant. Marie. Isabel was slightly frightened by the lengths her best friend was willing to go in terms of overusing money. Isabel. You're coming with me, right? Huh? They only take reservations for 2 people or above. So please come with me. Just keep in mind that others will see us in the same light as Park Sihu. Her criticism was buried by Marie's enthusiastic shout. The Three Michelin Star, a super exquisite fine dining restaurant located at the center of the city, wholly was a high-class restaurant with no equal in Merkava. They provided the best service, the store was well ornamented straight from the entrance, and had the best chefs from around the world. Naturally, the staff members had elegance and class that suited their pride in their job. Wow. It's my first time coming to a restaurant like this. Isabel was baffled by the fancy status of the store, but on the other hand, Marie simply handed her mini bag to one of the staff without looking too impressed. Not bad. Despite saying that, she thought otherwise. It was way too extravagant. The needlessly fancy and expensive decorations all around the store were proof of the self-conceit of the owner who must have suddenly become rich. Marie wasn't interested enough to be irritated by the materialistic appearance of this restaurant. It was simply out of her interest. For her, this restaurant just appeared like it was around a few meters ahead of the hundreds of other restaurants in this city. But, her unit of measurement was in kilometers, and that was why she couldn't be bothered to remark about this place. The only thing in this place that could garner her irritation was the 2 boys that just entered this restaurant. Marie was sitting on the 2nd floor, which she had booked out for the whole day, where she could gaze down at all the tables on the 1st floor, including where the boys were. Look. Marie. I heard this place was famous for roasted beef. NN. Order whatever you want. Leaving aside her best friend who was excited by the menu of the super exquisite restaurant, Marie's eyes were fixated on Corinne and Sihu. Wow. This is crazy expensive. And this place looks amazing. Stop being a kid and just look at the menu. Corinne was looking around with an agape mouth, while Sihu opened the menu, looking indifferent as always. How much does this one cost? Don't worry about the individual prices. We have money. That's not my money though, it's yours. You helped out a lot bro, so some of it is yours. Foo-foo. You little guy. Did you put honey on your mouth? That was very sweet of you to say that. Stop saying nonsense. If you don't feel like anything, I'll just get a full course. Yeah, sure. Before long, the staff started bringing out a bunch of dishes to place on their table. This looks amazing. You sound just like a kid. Despite saying that, Sihu watched over Corinne's exaggerated reaction with a faint smile. Wow. Look at this wine. Centuries old? 30 silver coins a glass? Oh, my word. There is no way I'm not trying out this $300 wine. You're embarrassing me. Can you just eat quietly? Corinne created a fuss as he took a sip from his wine. It was an expensive wine that cost 30 silver coins for a single glass, and that seemed enough to put a wide smile on his lips. You should give it a shot too. After taking a sip, he handed the wine over. Sihu, who usually did not drink alcohol, said in a fluster with a straight look on his face. That's dirty. You just touched it with your mouth. We are all dudes. Don't worry about it and just try. It's absolutely incredible. The boy received the glass from Corinne after a gulp. Sihu rotated the wine glass a bit and laid his lips on the rim of the glass that Corinne drank from. Indeed, it was incredible. In a lot of ways. Look at that. Look at his eyes. Look at that I'm in love face that he's making. Hup. Isabel and Marie, who were watching over their meal from the 2nd floor, showed contrasting reactions. This won't do. Marie? Clenching her fists, Marie glared at the immoral scene downstairs that the gods wouldn't allow. I will ask him out tomorrow. They arranged a date. Technically it wasn't a date but Corinne helping her run some errands in the city, but the contents were clearly that of a date no matter how you saw it, that consisted of plans to have dinner together and watch a circus that recently visited the town. Hugh. Clothes are fine, both my shoes and the necklace are new. Because of the apparent and aggressive contender, Marie was burning with fighting spirit. Good. The place they were going to meet at was one of the restaurants in the city, Cherry Black, an exquisite fine dining restaurant that Marie had recently bought for herself. Everything was fully prepared. Now, all she had to do was enjoy the traditional southern dishes that would be served there, which were incomparably better than holy pandas, and have a fun time watching the circus that she invited to the city in. The moment she left the campus, a strange feeling started to cover her body. Soon, the world around her started to change along with a surge of mana that directly attacked her skin. Huh? Everyone, ranging from the old guard who was bidding her farewell at the main gates of the campus to the peers who were talking to her, wondering where she was going, they all started to disappear from her sight. It was as if she was being transferred to a different dimension. She immediately realized that this was some type of a large-scale magic barrier after instinctively readying herself for combat. TCH. You have good senses. There was another person in that gloomy world. Park Sihu was staring at her with a robe cast over him. Junior. Park Sihu? Marie was shocked and confused, but she quickly analyzed the barrier nonetheless. Dimensional detachment, alternate dimensionification, and declaration of unsurpassable triangle. All three of those spells had been cast at once, putting it at the level of a grand spell. Park Sihu had combined multiple spells to form a semi-grand spell, which should only be possible by the Lord of the Magic Tower. He was clearly not at the level of a mere student. Why, have you done this? Because you're a bit annoying. Hearing that, Marie pulled up more mana from within in preparation for a battle. It was extremely rare for students from the academy to try to kill each other, but this time her instincts were telling her that this would be a fight for life and death. How am I annoying? You know, senior. I can somehow stop the other bitches, but you get on my nerves a bit too much. Marie readied herself for battle as Park Sihu similarly pulled up mana from his endless source in response. The abundant supply of mana from the two of them filled the dimension as they both prepared themselves to dash in towards their foe. There was no need for a conversation as the two of them unhesitatingly poured their explosive attacks toward their love rival. Strong. Marie was a grade 1 mage and a pride of the academy. She was a prodigy of magic, who was believed to be able to become a unique grade mage in the future. However, even Marie was unable to reach the inexplicable talent, Park Sihu. He should have used, and should be using a tremendous amount of mana to create and maintain the alternate dimension, and yet he was pouring out an incredible number of spells like a storm. She could not perceive the depth of his magic. There was no end to his mana, and no pause to his grand spells. Kwang. A gushing torrent of flames erupted, breaking through her defense and sending her flying. Kuhuk. The girl with watercolored hair rolled across the ground. Her dress that she had painstakingly put on was in tatters, but now wasn't the time to worry about that. Snowflake Spear. She pointed at Park Sihu the grand spell, which she prepared even at the cost of allowing an attack from him. Shadow Restraint. However, black hands emerged immediately after her spell. Tens and hundreds of those ominous-looking hands shot out of every corner of the dimension and restrained the spear. It's futile. I am invincible in this place. The beautiful-looking boy walked forward while showing off the overwhelming difference in power. He gazed down at Marie with a cold expression that contradicted his amiable appearance. Give up. He's mine. He's the only real one in this world. Do you think I'll let NPCs like you have him? Trampling on the back of her hand, Park Sihu started showering her with contempt and incomprehensible words. Do you know what the problem is with this shit-fucking world? There are too many bitches like you. You are all fake. You are all nothing but NPCs, and yet all of you try to steal him from me. Marie couldn't understand what he was talking about, but what she did understand was that this man wasn't in his right mind. Power. She needed more power, power that could let her escape from this predicament. And she had something up her sleeve. There should be something that she hadn't used yet. Go. What? Dogu. Bite. KO. Suddenly, a large silhouette emerged out of her shadows. It soon formed the shape of a crimson-red demonic dog that let out a high-pitched roar. What? It was the sudden appearance of another foe. Park Sihu certainly wasn't expecting a familiar to abruptly shoot out of her shadow, and ended up allowing its sharp teeth to bite into his neck. The situation turned on its toe in the blink of an eye. Marie's red eyes that were now glaring down at Park Sihu, who was being pressed down by the large dog, gleamed ominously in red. I don't know who you are. I have no idea why you are doing this to me, nor am I interested. Cook. Why, you fucking. But Corinne is mine. I'm having him for myself. It was a massive reversal. Marie then declared at her junior, who kept glaring at her with hatred in his eyes. Besides, a guy liking a guy. That's disgusting. You. The dress that she had prepared with great effort was torn apart and the expensive pearl necklace was snapped in the heat of the battle. The heels that she wore to make herself look prettier were already thrown away. Marie continued running. In tatters and bare feet, she raced across the night. She had no idea why she was like this. Besides, she couldn't even properly remember the dog called Doggo that had suddenly emerged out of her shadows. Several lines of thought were confusing her mind, so she threw all of them away. Replacing all those concerns was a simple logic and a certain future. Running forward like this, she was bound to meet that boy. That was the sole reason she continued to run. Her legs were in pain, but regardless, she continued running on bare feet. It was too late to regret it, so she ran as fast as she could. UHT. She saw the starry night sky above. Was she okay on time? Wasn't she late? What if Corinne already went back because she was too late? Everything was going horrible. Her clothes were in a mess and she wasn't punctual either. So, why was it that there was still a smile on her face? I want Marie Dinnereff to be happy. There was an unknown comment that floated up her mind whenever she thought of him. A fragment of her memories that she no longer remembered. HAHT. Hot. Ha. Gasping for breath, she took a deep breath in, and floated a smile of certainty. If it's Corinne. The Corinne she knows. Will definitely still be there waiting for her. Haha. I feel so dumb. How was I so sure of that? Based on what and how? Marie smiled after asking that to herself. It was simple. There was no logic behind it, no proof nor reason. If it's Corinne. That's what he would be doing. Because that was the type of person my Corinne was. Senior? Ha, hack. Ha. Seeing Corinne widen his eyes into large circles in doubt, Marie heaved a sigh of relief. She couldn't feel her legs, they were shivering so hard that they threatened to snap, and in the end. Senior? Unable to keep herself standing, she landed on her date standing before her. Like, what is with all this? How did you hurt yourself so bad? Hee hee. She couldn't reply, or rather, she didn't. Instead, she simply smiled and buried her face in his warm embrace, which she had forgotten for a long time. On that starry night, the girl laid her hands on the sun. Although sparkling above them was the moon, marking the end of her dream, she was sure that this was going to be a night marking the start of a bunch of things. The youthful story of the boy and the girl. Well, the trial was over a long time ago, but it was so interesting that I watched it for far too long. Watching all that unfold, the Danette of love and youth stayed there enjoying the sentiments that he received from their dream of oblivion. Seeing what would come after this wouldn't be nice of him, the story that would unravel from there onwards was going to be a legendary epic, or a romantic epic. Now, dash to the ending of love, young children. This world will surely last even after the ending. Marie Dinnereff's trial came to an end alongside the blessing of the god. It was a perfect and undeniable defeat for Marie. So. You're saying all three of them have failed? That is certainly the case. It is all thanks to your immaculate skill. Why? Why was it you of all people? Because there is an abundance of love around you. It was natural that I took interest in you. What have I done to deserve this? Wahahaha. So what if you fail? I am already desperately looking forward to your future. The boy who completely defeated the girls let out a wild scream, while the Danette of love gave a hearty laughter and commanded the beginning of the next trial. This is your next trial, young man. Suddenly, the surroundings started to change. The gloomy foggy island started to morph into a bright and sunny lake. But what caught Corinne's eyes the most weren't the plants, the forests, or the lake that was so clear that you could see the bottom of it, but the countless swans that were chained up at the center of the lake. Now. Here we have 150 swans. O young man embracing countless love. Thy lovely girls are hidden among these swans. 150 swans, and it appeared that Marie, Alicia, and Huaran had been transformed into similar swans. Thy job is to find thy lovely girls from this group. How? With the power of love. You freaking bastard. Nuada Erjitlam, 1. Let me, the Danan of love, talk a little bit about my old memories. One day, I fell in love with a lady whom I saw in my dreams. That love was so strong and fierce that I fell sick and had to stay in bed. I searched everywhere across paradise to find that lady, and my family was with me throughout that journey for love. It's something I am still grateful to them for. Like that, my brother and I found the lady. Her name was Caer. Caer Ibormaith, the daughter of Ethel. I led countless treasures and animals and asked mother-in-law for her daughter's hand in marriage, but she did not give her permission. Therefore, I gladly fought her and asked her once again after defeating her but. Wait, what? Defeating her? Did you fight against your mother-in-law? Yes. What's with those eyes? They seem like the eyes of someone looking at a piece of trash. It might be difficult to understand the culture from several thousand years ago from a modern viewpoint, and in the first place, how would mortals possibly understand the ideas of gods? Ehem. How dare you? You goidals are worse, don't your heroes kidnap women for their hand in marriage? There was even a hero who raped a lady on the spot after defeating her and gave her away for their child to look for him. Trash. How dare you? Ignoring Corinne's gaze of contempt, Iengus the Danan of love finished his love story. However, this was what my mother-in-law told me. She could not force Caer, who was stronger than herself, to get married. How much respect did the Danan have for the strong? Because that sounds like a lot. The Ardri that inherited the position of the king of gods had always been the strongest Danan of that generation. Do I need any further explanation? In any case, Caer lived in the form of a swan once every year and lived while hiding herself in a lake with 150 swans. From the 150 swans there, I found Caer, sang the magical song for 3 days and 3 nights, and finally shared love with her. That finally marked the end of his long and rather barbaric story of love. The Danan of love, Iengus who achieved his love, declared to Corinne. Corinne. Oh Corinne Lorque. Thou young hero and the loved one of many girls, who must overcome the trials of the Danan of love. Can thee find thy loved ones from these countless swans over here? From now, I shall explain the rules of the dash. Orb of the Grim Reaper. Boom. Squeak. Squeak. Quang. Brutally the swans were massacred. Meanwhile, Corinne hugged the 3 leftover swans that were looking at him with large blinking eyes and put them before Iengus. Hurry up and return the girls. What? What's wrong? You told me to find them and I did. Right? Find Marie, Alicia, and Huaran from the group of 150 swans. I was a bit flustered when I first heard the nonsense of, find them with the power of love, but after thinking it through, I realized that it wasn't that difficult of a quest. In my possession was the Orb of the Grim Reaper, which I had acquired from the Grim Reaper. It was a hidden piece that could carry out a large-scale attack on the soul when combined with a specific item. This orb, which had the power to immediately kill any animal with a weak connection between the body and the soul, was bound to kill all the other swans except for the 3 humans. Quack. As expected, most of the swans were massacred, and left behind were 3 swans that were looking at me with clear, sparkling eyes. These swans are the 3 of them, right? KNNG. Iengus turned to the swans in my arms. Soon, he clicked his tongue and shook his head. TCH. Relying on petty tricks like that isn't the true path of a hero. We are no longer barbarians that kidnap and rape women. We need to use our brains. Ehem. Like I said, that's not what happened. In any case, unlike Stage 1 which was way too hard, Stage 2 was relatively easy, but the variable called the Danan of love was enough to make me nervous in a lot of ways. The next stage should be the final one, right? You're not going to give me another strange trial, are you? This time, it will truly be a trial of love dash. It was then. The area around the lake where Iengus and I were standing in started to crack and deform. The bodies of the massacred swans vanished as if they hadn't been there from the start, and the peaceful lake transformed into a barren wasteland. Moitura. It was the land where the Danan fought against the warriors of darkness and a ruin from the past which was also accessible in the game. That was when Clayam Solace woke up inside me. The soaring heat was so fierce that it threatened to scorch everything in existence, but thanks to the blessing of the sun, I was safe from all sorts of heat and flames. seeing that Clayam Solace was activated without me doing anything. Nuada Ergetlam. That is so, inheritor of the sun. Standing in front of me was a man with an extraordinary countenance and atmosphere. His blonde hair shone brightly like the sun. One of the strongest Ard-Ri from the race of Danann was standing there with a crimson coat cast over his shoulders. He was one of the 5 Danann that could be encountered at Mag Mell in the game. You don't seem so surprised. As if you've been expecting it. Nuada looked directly into my eyes with his fierce crimson gaze, while stroking his beard. He had the dignity of a king who could suppress normal people with nothing but his gaze, but I was also a veteran who had gone through countless battles. I was expecting either you or Dagda from the start. I really wasn't expecting that romanticist to show up. Ho, romanticist? How dare you? Iangus tried to add something else, but shut his mouth when Nuada stopped him. Iangus was just a normal god, whereas Nuada was the Ard-Ri, the king of gods. It was obvious who had more say between the two of them here. I will grant him the 3rd trial. Don't feel offended by it, Iangus. He has come here with Clayam Solace. Naturally, he must be after my Ergetlam. Saying that, Nuada revealed his arm, which had been hidden beneath his crimson cape. That arm of his wasn't a normal one, but a synthetic one, gleaming in silver. Eakade Bress, one of the king's subjects who used to use Clayam Solace in heroic legends of Arhen, had another item with him, the epic item, Ergetlam, silver arm. It was an item that was necessary for someone to gain perfect control over the sun, Clayam Solace. Originally, it was supposed to go to Eakade Bress, but was left behind in this iteration, which was nothing strange. Well, I've had my fill, so I will leave the last trial to Ard-Ri. However, King Nuada. What is it, Danann of love? Once the trial is over, I hope you return everything back to normal. Ho. Have you become fond of that young man? May I ask why? In response to his question, Iangus replied after turning around with a beautiful smile on his face. He's someone being loved by several ladies. We cannot have those girls cry in sorrow. I will. Only if he passes the trial. After saying that, Nuada turned his gaze towards me. Nuada Ergetlam. He was one of the 3rd kings of gods that represented the race of Danann and was the 2nd strongest god out of the 5 strongest Danann. At the same time, he was the owner of one of the 4 great treasures except for Liaf Fael, which was always given to the Ard-Ri as the Stone of Destiny. Spear of Light Ariadbear of Luf. Magic Cauldron Undri of Dagda. And Nuada was the owner of the Sword of the Sun, Clayam Solace. When I brought the head of Mata, the 100-legged 4-headed monster, I was anticipating that the one showing up would likely be Dagda, the one who defeated that monster, but at the same time, it was possible for Nuada to come due to the Clayam Solace inside my body. It seemed that my guess wasn't too far off the mark. Corinne Lorque. Young hero who chose justice from the 2 descendants we have left behind. 2 descendants? Indeed. During our fall, we left behind 2 possibilities, with one of them being your master and the current Ari-Ri, Aaron Danua. As for the other one, the usurper, Tates Valtazer. Looks like you are somewhat aware of what is going on. Somewhat, yes. Valtazer was a descendant left behind by the Danann. He was left behind in the world in a state of cold sleep, and his existence had been kept a secret from Master Aaron. There was only one thing that this could suggest. It meant that there were different opinions even among the Danann. Revenge. That was the hope we had left behind in Valtazer. To wipe out the filthy Goidels. That dare betray the gods. Without hiding his burning fury, Nuada expressed it instead. Even though the Danann had received the Goidels with goodwill as the predecessor of the land, they responded with a betrayal and tried to take the world for themselves. While leaving behind Aaron Danua, the Danann of justice, they also left behind a Danann that would avenge their fate. And letting you know, I am an advocate of revenge. What does that sound like to you? That you are not that happy with me? Right. According to the original storyline, the one laying their hands on Ergetlam wasn't me nor the player, but Eakade Bress, an antagonistic villain. Nuada was probably the one who personally handed Ergetlam down to him. Out of the 5 Danann that could be encountered in the game, Dagda, Luf, Nuada, Dien Sect and Manannan, Luf and Nuada were on the side of enacting revenge. That was why their trials were a lot more difficult than that of Dien Sect and Dagda. However, I am the one that came here with the sun in hand, and you must reward me through a proper trial. Of course. But. I don't like the use of that conjunction there. Originally, the third trial of Nuada was to last 1 minute against a fragment of Balor, the king of giants. I had made enough preparations against that, but a normal trial won't suffice for someone who has brought the sun here. For your third trial, you must defeat the great warrior, Shrang. Damn it. At this point, was my existence itself like a bug for the storyline? In heroic legends of Arhen, there were 3 previous inhabitants of the continent that were mentioned. First of them were the giants that took after the legacy of the Sky Titans. Second were the Danann. Previously referred to as gods, they were like the teachers of the current Goidels. Third and last of them were the Korka, the children of darkness and night that eventually lost to the Danann after a long fight for supremacy. They were close to the so-called demons. After losing to the gods, the descendants of their warriors degenerated into being spirits, but, as expected of those that contended against the gods, they were incredibly powerful. Sheik. An enormous warrior walked out from a dimensional crack while giving off an incredibly ominous aura. The gloomy atmosphere around him and his blood-craving eyes revealed a portion of his hatred towards the Danann. Yo. Hello there. It seemed that I had to defeat this guy for my last trial. Shrang, the great warrior, huh? He was a character mentioned briefly in the game as the warrior who cut off one of the arms of the all-powerful king of gods, Nuada, and it seemed that I had to beat that monster. Tightly, I held onto my spear and waited patiently for him to move first, but the armorless great warrior continued glaring daggers at me with blood-stained eyes. At last, the moment he raised his greatsword. Ominous snake. A serpent slithered forth. At a speed much faster than the slow giant, the silver spear penetrated through his chest. Khajiit. It was a simple stab and I definitely wasn't expecting him to allow this easily. Feeling a bit spooked, I looked up at the giant, who nonchalantly moved one of his hands to grab the spear that was digging into his chest. Kook. Immediately I tried to retrieve the spear, but he was much stronger than me. After tying me down on the spot, he slashed down with his greatsword. In the end, I had to give up on the spear and fall back. Kenas. Hagalaz, Soilo, Burkena. I quickly activated the rune combination which I had practiced hundreds of times until this point. Using a set combination that created flames and amplified it, I formed it into a sentence that rapidly devoured the giant. Warwick. Now, my rune spells were no longer at the level of normal rune magic. Thanks to rune amplification, I was able to use rune magic, which was usually at the level of elementary grade spells that barely reached the level of a middle grade spell when arranged into a sentence, that rivaled high grade spells. Most high grade spells were enough to obliterate grade 2 demonic beasts in one shot. Naturally, I wasn't expecting that one spell to be enough to kill the ancient monster, but isn't he looking way too healthy? Despite being enveloped in blazing flames, Shrang roared as he pounced at me yet again. Vung. His mighty charge brought with it a fierce tempest. Even a slight scratch from that destructive greatsword was sure to be detrimental. I was anticipating him to retaliate and was able to barely dodge in time, but Qua. The land beneath me that was struck by the greatsword paved in deeply, as the entire ground got crushed apart. What kind of? As if struck by the high-grade spell, earthquake, the ground crushed apart. There were barely any footholds, but that didn't stop the monster from pouncing forward one more time. Quang. Fiercely kicking off the ground, Shrang charged forward. He bashed his way through the flying fragments of the ground until he was right before my eyes, but it was still somewhat within my expectations. You are being too clingy with someone else's belongings. Click. Clicking my finger, I activated the rune of Raidho, the rune of acceleration that was engraved on the silver spear that was still buried in his chest. Raidho. Shrang, who was holding onto the spear to make sure I couldn't retrieve it, accelerated along with the silver spear and flew off like a cannonball. Quang. Kong. Quagong. To complete the command of acceleration given to itself, the spear continued flying with Shrang. His body got smashed into the ground every time he twisted his body in an attempt to stop the acceleration of the spear. KRRH. In the end, he gave up and released his grip on the spear. He must have judged that it wouldn't be a bad idea to let the spear fly off and fight with me barehanded, but come. One of the powerful runes engraved onto the silver spear, the rune of return, allowed the spear to return to my hand before the monster could reach me with his feet. And the moment it landed in my hands, I started dashing towards the giant and jumped into the air. Halting his feet, Shreng looked up at me. He must have been looking to attack me the moment I landed back down on the ground, but that was a grave mistake on his part. Secret arts of crumbling mountain. Like the quiver of a bow, my body twisted back. And hanging on the string of that bow was the silver spear. Thunderous strike. Guang! The javelin shot out of my hand at an explosive speed. It was the fifth style of 6 ways of the spear and was the strongest skill in my arsenal in terms of brute force aside from Clayam Solace. Shreng swung his greatsword at the spear, but it was far too late. The silver spear that erupted out of my hand had already finished penetrating his heart. Hew! Heaving out a deep breath, I observed the opponent. There was a massive open hole in his chest and no possibility of revival. A strong yet mindless berserker was in fact the easiest type of foe to fight against. His actions were simple, so clearing it without taking any damage wasn't that hard as long as... Wait. How did someone like this cut off Nuada's arm? I was wondering why, but that was when Shreng, who was supposed to have turned into a corpse already, was showing some ominous signs. Goo! What the? New flesh was being formed around the agape hole on his chest. Regeneration? Did he have a unique grade regeneration ability or something? Even Senior Marie had to replenish tons of blood to survive a wound that big, and yet. That warrior is a contender of the Danan. Nuada's voice echoed across the dimension. What did that have to do with me though? The great warrior of the king and son of Eric was given one destiny. He was already almost finished with his regeneration. I had to retrieve the spear before he could attack me again. Come. The silver spear started flying back to me, but on the way. Grip. Shreng gripped the flying spear and immediately pounced at me. The great warrior Shreng will certainly cut off one of the king's arms. Like a divider, the greatsword flying straight down in his hands separated my left arm from my body. Great warrior Shreng. He was the mighty hero of the Korka, who managed to cut off one of the arms of the king of gods, Nuada, during their decisive battle against the Danan. Although he was later defeated in that battle and Shreng lost his life at the hands of Nuada, he was one of the few people who left a great flaw on the king's body. As a result, due to the traditions of the Danan that only those with a perfect body can inherit the throne, Nuada stepped down from his position and succeeded the throne to someone else. Cook. Losing my left arm, I had to fall back for a bit. Then, I carved a rune letter onto the injury. My plan was to sear the wound with Kenas, the rune of flames, but the soaring flames were extinguished before long. Due to the blessing of the sun, the absolute immunity to flames even ended up absorbing the flames that I had created in order to stop the bleeding. TCH. Clicking my tongue, I held on to my spear with my remaining arm, because sulking over a lost arm wasn't going to do anything. Firstly, I had to overcome this trial and keep my life intact. My fury and sorrow could be left for after I finished off the enemy in front of me. My regeneration speed is too slow. It's not closing the wound. Is it a cursed sword? Or perhaps an enforcement of destiny like Liafael? Whatever the case, there was no denying that I couldn't attend to the bleeding wound on my left arm. Even though regeneration of the tenacious warrior was supplementing the loss of blood by pumping new blood into the system, a similar amount of blood was still flowing out of my left arm. I wasn't expecting there to be such a demerit to obtaining the sun. Qua. Along with a deafening roar, Shreng swung the greatsword in his arms. Then suddenly, as I was trying to somehow block the attack with my spear, the surroundings changed. It reeked of water as people screamed from every direction. Traumatic memories of the past. It was an essential part of the trial that made the player remember certain failures of the past. Right. Now this is more like a trial. The trials given by the gods weren't there to crush and ridicule its challengers. They were beings that welcomed, taught, and guided the new heroes, including the player in the game. However, it was still surprising to see that they would treat me, a half-assed player, like a proper one. Help. Somebody. Please. Help. It was like a pandemonium on earth, that stunk of water and blood mixed together. Houses were flowing down, people were screaming for help on top of the roofs, but what they invited weren't rescuers, but water demons. I still remember this tragedy like it was yesterday. Tragedy of Radion River. It was a massacre that happened during the process of annihilating the water demons. The dam burst forth and a whole village got swept away along with the water demons. Bro. The dam broke. And the main culprit behind that massacre, Park Sihu. It was an evil plan forged by that wicked villain who created a kill log of 100,000 people, but I couldn't figure it out until the end. Thousands of people were killed in that tragedy, but Rodion River wasn't the only one. When Adeline, the Lord of the Tower of Mages, activated the Hell of Steel. When Dumnorix, after synchronizing himself with the World Tree, reduced the western region of the kingdom to a mere wasteland. And when I lost my comrades to Fermac Daemon and watched Dunscaith devour a whole city. I was there in the midst of countless sacrifices and tragedies, and yet I failed to notice the comrade right next to me, who was rejoicing all by himself from all that wicked profit. Night. Corinne. The surroundings changed yet again. It was a shivering cold mountain. The storm and blizzard that froze the land nearby were threatening to freeze a woman on top of that. Bro, we have to hurry up. The frost giants are on their way. Just throw that thing away. Resting in my arms was a foolish lady whom I couldn't protect, whom I ended up having to kill with my own hands. You were too late, in realizing my fate, but... A villainess who until the end couldn't change her fate, the poor lady who diverged onto the crooked path from hatred and couldn't come back, was slowly turning colder and colder. Why are you showing me this? Ho. You knew already. The golden god caressed his beard while watching me from behind, as I held the dying corpse of the crimson venomous serpent. Even though I knew this was fake and that this was just a replay of my memories, I still couldn't let go of her cold corpse. You seem remorseful of what happened. There are a lot of things I have lost, but for some reason, there are a few that I just can't seem to forget. Master and Princess Miru were such examples. Maybe it was because I was a guy that was no different from everyone else. It is natural for the memories of lost women to remain behind as remorseful memories in the minds of heroes. That's quite sexist. The standard of your era has nothing to do with me. After staring at the bitter cold wasteland for a while, Nuada waved his hands and changed the surroundings. It was a dark city. A boy was carefully walking down the streets away from the eyes of everyone else, and following behind him was me. This was the memory from the night before the regression happened. I could still vividly remember that day. Well, although disgusting, there is no denying that the ways of that evil boy had been efficient. But in the end, he lost. Yes, in the end. However, can you say with certainty that you are stronger than that boy? Park Sihu's growth was exponential. In this iteration, I started off much quicker than him at the beginning and was stronger, but it was nothing compared to the exponential growth of Park Sihu's power later down the line. It was because he possessed a mana pool that was at the level of the gods. Would I ever be able to become stronger than Park Sihu in terms of stats? Of course not. That was simply impossible. Goo-woo. The dimension that had been created by the god to provide a leeway disappeared, as Shreng reappeared before my eyes. He was marching at me with a roar. You want to defeat our Avenger? Do you believe you can replace justice and the hero? How pathetic. How about you defeat this warrior in front of you before all that talk? As if representing Nuada's will, Shreng choked me by the throat. His arms were so thick and muscular that choking me to death wouldn't even begin to serve as an issue. I probably won't be as powerful as Valtazer or Park Sihu for the rest of my life. If so, why do you wish to replace him? Even though you are fully aware that you will be weaker than him? My neck was being crushed. Theoretically, it should be nigh impossible to let out a voice, but surprisingly, I could speak without that big of an issue. But if we fight, I will win. My definition of power and strength is different from what you and Park Sihu think of it. In retaliation, I grabbed onto Shreng's neck. He faltered for a bit, but upon seeing that I couldn't even wrap my hands around his thick neck, he floated a smirk. Let's see how long that smile can stay on your damn face. Sun concentration. The mana of the sun swirled above. Swallowing the mana inside my body, sunlight emerged in the sky above. It wasn't enough. Sun manifestation. The accumulation of mana manifested itself in the form of a large sun. The sun, Clayum Solace. It was one of the strongest abilities in this world, one that was far too extravagant for someone like me, who couldn't even maintain it for over 10 seconds without the backup of the system. The sun, huh? But what will you do with that? Do you believe you'll be able to stay alive until you manage to drop that sun? Sun compression. What? Nuada's flustered voice reached my ears from afar. That was only natural, because the enormous sun in the sky was being compressed down into my arm. I don't even need 10 seconds. 1 second is more than enough. Right now, even though I was being weighed down by someone much stronger than me, my arm was around his neck due to his self-conceit. The power of the compressed sun resting in my hand had the ability to scorch everything I touched into ash. Kook? It was just 1 second. The compressed heat of the sun touched Shreng by the neck. Instinctively, he tried to throw me away, but that short period of 1 second was detrimental for both of us. Jiik. His neck was scorched and melted, and so was my arm. Compressing the sun meant an absurd density of mana had to reside in my bare arm. This was why sun compression was a suicide move without Ergetlam, an item that could hold an infinite amount of power. Krrh. His skin was scorched, revealing the bones of his neck, but Shreng was still alive and breathing. Krrh, Kara. Karagia. Despite having trouble enunciating words, Shreng nonetheless raised his sword. Right, the fight wasn't over just yet. Are you still going to fight? Of course. I lost both my arms, but so what? I still have my legs. Each and every one of them didn't have the guts these days. If I was going to give up just by losing my arms, I wouldn't have even gotten started on the fight to save the world. Hugh. Once again, I settled the aura core in my body and embedded the aura from Sabancia's aura core into my right leg. I couldn't even balance myself properly after losing my arms, and the severe loss of blood that couldn't be supplemented, even with my regeneration ability, made my head turn dizzy. However, it was still okay. One attack was going to be enough. There was no need to keep my balance, nor be afraid of falling down after my attack. My hazy eyes and the jolt in my brain did not matter in the slightest, all I needed to do was focus on just one more attack. Unfazed by the absence of flesh around his neck, the great warrior unhesitatingly kicked off the ground. Along with a deafening roar, he jumped in, trying to cut me down into pieces. Sabancia Duke's second demonic move Corin style, falling heaven on 5 dragons. If this power, which had even killed the mighty dragons was real, then a monster like this was nothing. Whatever it is, things will work out somehow if a man puts his life on the line. Shreng slashed his greatsword down, but I didn't even bother registering that in my brain. The only thing that was at the end of my gaze was, from beginning to end, his wobbly neck and nothing else. I twisted my body. Every single bit of power was embedded into the kick. A slight step forward from the center of balance, followed by the acceleration with the left leg acting as the pivot, and a simple spinning kick. Spinning hook. This simple and straightforward kick that anyone who spent their childhood days in Korea would learn was my finishing blow. Qua. The greatsword was falling down at a rapid speed, so fast that it could shatter my body into pieces. Naturally, my legs couldn't physically reach the neck of the enormous giant and therefore, it couldn't be just a normal kick. Kook? Shreng paused in confusion. By the time he noticed it, his eyes were rolling across, taking turns viewing the sky and the ground. Soon, he closed his eyes upon accepting the situation. The second stage of using Sabancia Duke's aura. Aura release. The movement of a greatsword was physically directed by the hands, compared to my attack, which emitted aura like an arrow. It was pointless to question which of them would have landed on the enemy first. Flop. Due to having no arms and thus no way to balance myself, I fell on the ground after the kick but still gazed at the upside-down golden Danan with a smile. You never know what the outcome of a battle will be until you end it. Just like that, I had passed the third trial. By the time I realized it, the barren wasteland where I had fought against Shreng had turned into an evergreen land of grass. Magmel. It was a wide plain of grass in paradise, Tir na Nog. It was one of the locations composing the paradise. This was the land of the deceased, and a paradise among paradise for the select few. Hoo-ha-ha-ha. You're one incredible youth. Aaron seems to have chosen the right man. Dagda Moore, the father of Iangus and the owner of Undri. You should be more mindful of your body. I will stay faithful to the promise Nuada has made with you and heal you back. The Danan of healing, Dien Sect, restored my arms and the leg that got lost during the battle. That was remarkable, young hero. This man Anan MacLiar heavily appreciated your fighting spirit. And after them was the owner of this island of treasures. Although he wasn't an Ardri, he was the son of the ocean and one who ruled over the seas, Man Anan MacLiar. Humph. Lastly, there were two more Danan that were gazing at me from a slight distance. One of them enveloped in gold was Nuada Ergetlam and the other was one of the characters that came out in the game, the master of the Spear of Light, Luflam Fada. The Danan of Light and the strongest of them all. All the powerful Danan that could be encountered by the player in Heroic Legends of Arhen were gathered in one spot with their eyes focused on me. This is something I've never seen both in the game and the last iteration. The god you met changed depending on the item you possessed, but there wasn't an event where you could meet all the gods. Whosever trial it was that you took, it was possible for the player to choose their reward anyway so. Corinne Lork. This Manannan shall represent the gods that have entered a deep slumber in Magmal and give you our blessing. Especially, Manannan Mac Liar was incredibly amiable and friendly, but it was hard to tell why he was this way. Not sure if you are aware, but I am the master of this island of treasures. Besides, I am also the wealthiest of all the Danan and possess the greatest amount of treasures. I am aware. And I praise thee for thy bravery and courage. This Manannan Mac Liar will gladly present you, brave hero, with my greatest treasure. Sorry? Wait, I would like to receive Ergetlam. You seem to have misunderstood my words. Pardon? My gift has nothing to do with the presents that you will be receiving from the other gods. And this is a common sentiment that we have all come to accept for Luf. What? So you mean 4 of the 5 Danan here will be giving me a treasure, right? 1 each? Jackpot. I unconsciously let out that forbidden word. The treasury of the Danan, Magmal. Originally, it was a hidden location that was only accessible after Aaron Danua's death in the latter portion of the game. Upon clearing the trials of this place, the player was guaranteed access to either a legendary or an epic item. The item you obtain here depended on the skill route the player chose for themselves, and being a mage, Park Sihu had received Inbar, the horse with a fluttering mane. The magic horse Inbar was a mount that could race atop the ocean and who always protected its rider. Park Sihu rode this horse and sprinted around while pouring magic everywhere. It was a treasure that perfectly covered the greatest weakness of a mage, their mobility, with the added benefit of keeping its rider safe. Were they going to give me 4 of such overpowered treasures? I, the son of the ocean, Manannan Mac Liar present Corinne Lork, the first spear of the current Ard-Ri, Aaron Danua, with the demon-slicing red spear, Gi-Durg. This spear nullifies magic barriers and always leads to a critical injury once thrown at a beast. Gi-Durg. Grade, Legendary. Completely nullifies the magic effects on one specific target. When fighting against a beast-type enemy, you inflict 350% additional damage. Any beast wounded by the spear is inflicted with the curse, Bestial Hunt of the Red Spear. Access denied due to insufficient qualification. I couldn't see the item description like a normal player, but I was already fully aware of what Gi-Durg did. In the last iteration, the weapon I received was Gi-Bid, the yellow spear. This was mainly due to the fact that my job back then was to be the vanguard for Park Sihu. But in this iteration, the red spear was probably going to be more useful for me. I, Dagda Mor, and the Danan of the earth and the king of gods who killed the giants. I shall give you the harp made of the divine tree and cats. Youthn. Grade, Legendary. The string instrument of the king of gods, Dagda. Playing the string made with the liver of the king of cats will result in special magical effects. It is the legendary bane of giants that smacked 9 giants to death. Believe in yourself and bash them down. A magical effect is applied to every location affected by the sound. It will fly into the master's hand from anywhere. Bashing a giant with the harp inflicts 1,200% additional damage. Access denied due to insufficient qualification. Hugh. I couldn't read the message on the system window, but I could see it. Think back, my brain cells. Remember the harp that Saintess Estelle used to use? Despite looking and sounding like a joke, I knew how powerful and overpowered this thing really was. In this iteration, can I do it? A revolution. I, the Danan of Healing, Dien Sect, will grant you the magic eyes of a cat. Wait. What? The magic eyes of a cat are a bit. Putting aside the design, you have to actually dig out the eyes and transplant it, right? That's a bit. In the game, people did it to make their characters look unique, but in the real world, it came at the cost of actually digging your eyes out. It was a lot riskier than Ergetlam, which was in the form of a gauntlet. Besides, the ability itself wasn't that good either. The Eyes of Curse was good, but there was also the Eyesight of a Beast that was activated passively at night, thus it was an item that had an advantage and a disadvantage. TCH, young people these days don't even appreciate what they're given. Sorry. Dian Sect, who was known to be quite temperamental, grumbled before throwing me a flask that contained an ominous green liquid bubbling inside it. This looked familiar. That is the venom of serpents that was obtained after opening the heart of a baby and killing the snakes inside it. The poison is very potent, and pouring the content of that flask into a river will surely kill every organism in it. Open the heart of, what? A baby. What the? What? I almost swore without realizing it. Am I in the presence of a fucking baby killer? That baby had serpents that would lead the world to destruction inside it. It was only thanks to my foresight that we were able to prevent it. Ugh. So anyways, was this the poison gathered from serpents that came out of a baby's heart? Where did I see this from? Boiling venom. Grade, legendary. The venom of serpents that were inside the heart of the baby, cursed with apocalypse. You may only use this once. It kills all the organisms of the basin. Access denied due to insufficient qualification. I remembered where this was from. This was the poison that was poured onto the south. It was the poison that was used in the game when the entire continent was under attack. Although it could only be used once, it was a potent poison that killed everyone nearby. This wasn't a simple venom, it was a mythical poison that even had the potential to destroy the world of gods. I was wondering where Dunscaith got this from, but it seemed to have been from Magmel. In fact, I was wondering how to stop that disaster in the future, but it appeared that I had coincidentally prevented it. You can only use it once, so be mindful of how you use it. Thank you. Manannan, Dagda, and Dian Sect. After them, it was now Nuada's turn. Even though he said he wasn't that fond of me, he didn't seem to have that much of an opinion now that I had passed the trial. Take this. It's yours from now on. Nuada said while reaching out with his arm. Then, his lustrous silver arm slowly peeled itself, before moving over to my left. Ergetlam. Grade, Epic. A weapon created in collaboration with the Danan of Healing, Dian Sect, and the blacksmith, Goidmiu, completed by the son of Dian Sect, Mayak. It is the only device that can endure an infinite amount of power and is an impenetrable armor that never breaks. You can store infinite power inside. When equipped as a set with the sun, Clayam Solace, your mana increases by 200%. Access denied due to insufficient qualification. I couldn't tell the exact amount, but I could feel an incredible surge in energy the moment this silver arm was laid on top of my own. It was a hidden piece in the game that was in the possession of Valtazer's strongest subject, Eakade Bress. Actually, it couldn't even be considered a hidden piece, because there was no way for the player to obtain Ergetlam in the first place. Considering the absurd ability of Clayam Solace, it was safe to assume that this silver arm was also overpowered. Last of them all was the Danan of Light, Luff. The master of the Spear of Light, Ariadbear, and the strongest Danan in the annals of history. As well as, the supporter of Tate's Valtazer. Even back in the game, Luff Lamfada's treasures were simply unobtainable. I am sure you know already. I have no plans of helping nor supporting you. Nuada has given me his treasure though? That is because you are the inheritor of the sun. The moment Clayam Solace acknowledged you as its master, you have already technically inherited Nuada's divinity. That was how significant the 4 great treasures of the Danan were. Each and every one of them was an incredible treasure that represented an Ardri, Dagda's Undri, Nuada's Clayam Solace, and Luff's Ariadbear. Those were, after all, the greatest treasures that represented their might as the kings of gods. Tate's Valtazer inherited my divinity of light. I have already given him everything and have nothing left for you. Luff Lamfada. He was the Danan who wished for the fall of the Goidels the most. That must be why he left the inheritor, Tate's, and gave him everything from the get-go. However, if you defeat my successor, then I will leave the rest to you. What? Is that okay? Even in the game, it was impossible to retrieve Valtazer's treasures after defeating him. It was because the treasures had an incredibly strong ego that did not acknowledge the player as their new master. Brat. This is not the fight between Goidels and the Danan. It is an honorable battle between a Danan and a Danan. You are the successor decided by Arandanua, the Danan of justice. Whether you win or lose, everything that happens henceforth will depend solely on you. Why do you think the Danan here have given you a generous amount of treasures? It's because, in one way or another, we have acknowledged you as an inheritor of our own. I was momentarily lost for words. This was different from the time the player visited Magmel. This was a different battle altogether. Well, you will realize when the time comes. No matter who wins, our long wish will come to fruition regardless. His suggestive words marked the end to the trials of the gods. What a fierce presence he had for himself. The rest of the Danan in the place genuinely agreed to Manannan's words. They had been longing for the appearance of a hero. They had been waiting for a hero who was not afraid to burn everything they had in a short period of life. Corin Lork was an ideal hero for them. A passionate and brave young man who could throw himself away with more passion than anyone else in the world. Even the futile actions of a mediocre man tended to bloom with beauty at times, so how beautiful and blinding would the flames of a hero with the world on the line truly be? I like him. Although he was not born with the body of a hero, he was born with the characteristics of one. Dagda saw him in a good light. By nature, heroes were special and different from birth. In a lot of ways, Corin Lork was a normal person, whose birth, body, mana, and aura were all subpar compared to a hero. However, there was one heroic quality that he was born with. The soul of a hero. Now that isn't something anyone can get. Dagda saw the people that gathered next to him. Unlike Park Sihu, those talents had gathered next to him upon being genuinely and sincerely moved by his will. Although their gender was heavily leaning towards one side, earning the admiration of women was also one of the characteristics of a hero. Humph. Despite whatever you say, he is nothing but a fool who couldn't see through the true nature of his comrade until he was eventually betrayed. Nuada spoke harshly of his successor. It was from slight discontent and out of a stubborn thought that someone had to raise an opposing view. Although Nuada himself did not look down on Corin's hard work, he had been hoping that the successor of the sun would be a perfect genius, just like the Danan of light and the murderer of giants, who had succeeded his throne as the king of gods. Laflamfada. The king of gods who supported a hero who stood on the other side of the spectrum of Corin. The other Danan were interested in what evaluation he would give Corin, as one who already had a perfect hero, Tates Valtazer, as his successor. He's weak. The only talent he excels in compared to Valtazer would be his demonic charm that bewitches both male and female. Kukuk. No wonder Iengus likes him so much. However, Liafael chose him as the destined contender and even rewound the loop of time. Time regression. That was a power that even the gods couldn't enforce. The only reason they knew it happened was because they had seen through the memories of Corin Lork of the timeline before the regression of the world. There is no denying that he, shouldering the great aspiration of saving the world, is the only possible contender against the hero who wishes to destroy it. The reason Park Sihu and other countless powerhouses of the world hadn't been acknowledged by Liafael was simple. They lacked the qualification of a hero that ought to save the world. Liafael was looking for someone who could sincerely work hard for the salvation of the world, and not for personal reasons or benefit. And Corin Lork was the one whom Liafael decided on. He was the only one deemed worthy of shouldering that destiny. We have no choice but to watch on. Old ones like us have no right to meddle with the world. Luff ended his evaluation with that. Nuada was unhappy with his successor, while Luff's successor was one destined to fight against him. Whoever came out on top, their story would result in a mythical epic of the contemporary heroes. By the way, was that enough gift for celebrating Aaron's marriage? Ehem. Like I said, that's not it. That's why I gave mine though. I think we should have at least given him a few pigs that regenerate day after day, no matter how much you eat. We can do that when they bring a few grandchildren for us to see. A few? I think it'll be a lot more than that. Let's stop there. Unless you want to hear a mouthful from her later. Meanwhile, the Danan of love, Iengus, explained the situation to the three girls in their separate dimensions. HAHD. Did I fail the trial? I don't remember anything though. Ing? W, when did I take a trial? Sir? Do it again. The girls each showed different reactions, but fundamentally, they were of the same mindset. They were concerned about the boy who had to advance through the trials on his lonesome and felt guilty for being unable to help him throughout his journey. Ah. What a beautiful sight to behold. 3 girls who were in love with the same hero. Of course, there were more than just 3, but wasn't this like the 3 goddesses of war, giving their blessings to the hero? And he's the successor of the king of gods, Nuada, of all Danann. I suppose this is also a part of the fate if anything. Before the girls who couldn't accept the outcome of their trial, Iengus widened his arms, and said to them with a sweet voice. This too must be a destined encounter. I have already received permission from the 3 goddesses. Let me give each of you a small gift. Iengus wanted to personally watch all the interesting events his gifts would bring about, but that was for those of the present world to enjoy. Simply imagining the future was already good enough of an entertainment for the Danann of love. Bishop Renaud Lusignan of the Zeruim Order was recently able to tell firsthand just how much his status had fallen. It was because all of his plans, the ascension of Hua Ran the heavenly Yiksha, her massacre and the resulting negative impression of the demons, as well as their plan to support the Tower of Mages for their attack had all failed miserably. The stupid sorcerer of the East who was supposed to ascend Hua Ran into a true monster was neutralized like a fool, and the chargers of the cross that he forced into the academy were all missing. That much was big enough for him to lose a great amount of say within the order. Fortunately, the terrorist attack of the mages from the tower, which almost failed, turned on its toe thanks to Tate's Valtazer moving personally to assassinate the chairman but. In the first place, if Zeruim supported us properly with accurate information, this would have never happened. The worthless and hasty sorcerers of the Tower of Mages were busy shifting the blame to them. Elder Admalek, the leader of the Red Cult, and dozens of mages went completely missing, whereas the leader of the Black Cult, Elder Morishtan, was imprisoned by the Templars of Xion after having his secret laboratory discovered. 2 of the 7 cults of the Tower of Mages were pretty much eradicated, so it wasn't a surprise that they were creating a fuss. Adeline speaking. In the end, due to the seriousness of the matter at hand, Adeline of Gold, the Lord of the Tower, even attended the Divine Conference of Zeruim to ask for proper assistance. There was only one piece of information that he wanted, and it was Bishop Renaud's job to obtain that. Sir Bishop. Oh, Germain. Our esteemed brother of faith. He therefore spoke to the spy Germain Luther, the freshman at Mercarva Academy, to gather the information required. I heard you have recently joined a promising Guardians Guild. So, have you found it? Yes. Thanks to that, it was very helpful in finding the information you have commanded for. Germain, who had been struggling to find meaningful pieces of information, started bringing more and more significant news after entering Corinne Guardians. It was slightly irritating that it just happened to be the same guild as those demon women, but that mattered not as long as he could gather helpful clues. Because there was no way that they could possibly tell that Germain was a spy from Zeruim, thanks to him going through several processes to disguise his identity. After hearing the report from Germain, Renaud's countenance turned a lot brighter. Germain had perfectly brought the exact pieces of information that he was after. Truly magnificent, brother. I believe with this we can enforce divine punishment to those wicked Protestants and the servants of evil. One of the requirements to reach a high status at the order was proficiency at reading the mood and people's expressions. Therefore, Renaud was immediately able to tell that there was something wrong from the look on Germain's face. Did something happen? Bishop. Have you, by any chance, laid your hands on the taboo? What do you mean by that? A faint crack appeared on Renaud's tranquil expression. Taboo? There were too many of them that he had no idea what he was referring to. Of course, the taboo was only from the general perception of the world, and Renaud himself considered all his actions to be just, for he considered the requirements of his plans as tools rather than people. During a mission, I found a laboratory of a black mage, and inside was a letter from you, Sir Bishop. How annoying, thought Renaud, but after concealing his wicked mind, he maintained a gentle look on his face. When following the path given to us by the god, there are times when we must walk through puddles of mud. But. This. Didn't you sacrifice those innocent children? Renaud did not wait for Germain to finish his words. Remember the times when we were hunting the witches? Innocent sacrifices? Of course, there were some, but thanks to that, we were able to cleanse hundreds of witches, right? Those sacrifices were unfortunate yet necessary. The path to justice is, as you see, extremely perilous and painful. Our enemies are enormous and ignorant. Those who seek the true faith are only a few compared to them. The hardest choices require the strongest wills. My brother. Please take pity on them. However, that does not change the fact that it was something that had to be done. The god will know their sacrifices. The bishop persuaded Germain through a long speech. There was no need to fully persuade him, all he needed to do was pull the rope slightly back towards the order, where he had spent his entire life, from his conscience. Understood. In the end, Germain gave up on reporting about Renaud. Renaud indirectly implied that the higher-ups were related to this incident, so he decided to let it slip for now. A single event was unable to shatter the faith that he had been brainwashed into believing ever since a young age. TCH. However, Renaud did not miss the faint waver of emotion that appeared on Germain's expression. That slight falter was bound to eventually come back as a large tidal wave. After finishing the call, while summarizing everything he heard from him, Renaud let out a ruthless remark to himself with a cold look on his face. Insolent brat. I must deal with him once this is over. He couldn't put aside even the tiniest of concerns, because the advent of paradise and the regression to the era of the gods was directly related to his future. For now, let's focus on these. Escorting plans of Elder Morishtan. Sealing the Saintess. Those were two big plans. According to the information provided by Germain, it wouldn't be impossible to carry out those two plans at the same time. Membership is now available. There were a lot of people in the world living impoverished lives. It could be due to lack of money, background, or perhaps a reflection of their innate talent. In every sector, there was always a gap between the rich and the poor, but all of them tended to desire a better and abundant future. However, there were a few rare exceptions to this rule. There were those who lived in excessively superfluous lives, people who were blessed with a bunch of things from birth. Estelle Hadassah El Rath was one of such people. The first princess of the El Rath kingdom. The one and only saintess of the new faith, the Grand Chapel of Zion. She was born a noble birth and was the saintess whose very existence was accompanied by the evident miracles of the gods. Being the one and only saintess and someone connected directly to the gods, even the Pope, the head of the order, had to treat her with a considerable amount of respect. Estelle was one of the two princesses of the continent and a successor to the throne while also being the unique saintess of the new faith. Born with everything, she was like a celestial angel who reached levels far too high for a normal person. Because of that, she became quite, or rather, significantly carefree. Saintess. How is your life at the academy? Same as always. The guys still drool when they see me, and the juniors are cute. Of course, little Huaran is adorable as always. On the other side of the communication device, the head of the order who was about to reach 80 years of age, Pope Zachariah Iscariot, seemed troubled by her carefreeness. If you wish to escape the eyes of the guys, Saintess, first off, you ought to do something about that indecent outfit of yours. Pope Zachariah stated while glancing at her clothing through the communication device. Crafted with the best silk among the best from the south and a generous amount of golden strings and ornaments, it was a pure white outfit representing the purity of the order. Even though the Zion order was unafraid of demonstrating their fanciness, it had to be subtle instead of being open. For example, the ambient emerald on the rosary being the best the world could offer, or the belt around the sacred outfit being the order-made masterpiece of a master craftsman. Like that, furtively showing off their wealth in a way that only the sophisticated could perceive was the elegant virtue of the High Templars and nobles, and yet the Saintess, with the showy outfit of a nouveau riche that highlighted the perfect lines of her body, was closer to being strange in the eyes of others, let alone carefree. Why? It's cute, isn't it? Back in the chapel the guys would only steal glances, but in the academy, there are a few people that try to boast about themselves, saying they are the kids of a count or the successor of a big merchant family. That was only natural. Her pinkish hair, which was slightly different from the crimson-red hair color that represented the royal family, was incredibly adorable. Not to mention, her eyes that were as clear as the sky shone brightly like the greatest emerald in the world. On top of that, the order-made costume that had a rather high level of exposure and openness was something people couldn't readily wear without having full confidence in their body image. All things considered, it was quite natural for young teenage boys, and even girls, to be enticed by her charm. Monkeys see, monkeys do. You need to show yourself as an example. In the first place, the clothing for Sister Huaran that you designed was. It's cute, isn't it? It looks so cute. Huh. Estelle floated a smile, despite the sigh from the 80-year-old man from the other side of the device. It had already been a while since Pope Zachariah gave up on her. More importantly, how is the relocation plan of the convicts? We will be moving them with the holy knights that were urgently dispatched to the city. Big Heretic, Morishtan of the Tower, formation expert Kong Ryan who was being locked up in Merkarva and the Chargers of the Cross from the Old Faith, there is a whole load to transfer. What an utterly unbelievable bunch. We must definitely punish them in the chapel of Xion. Like what Pope Zachariah said, the heinous criminals that had been imprisoned at Merkarva were evil villains that Estelle could not forgive, in spite of her relaxed personality. Elder Morishtan had carried out experiments of black magic that insulted the gods, and Kong Ryan had formed an evil plan against the probationary sister of the new faith, Huaran. There were more. Recently, the mages of the tower and other criminals were being imprisoned left and right, all thanks to the amazing contributions of a certain promising junior. Your Holiness. I really think there is a need for us to pressure the Tower of Mages as a group. In regards to that, we will discuss it after you arrive. Is your departure date still the 5th of June? Yes. There are a lot of criminals, so we have to travel on foot, meaning it will take quite some time to get there. I see. Be careful on your way. With that, the Pope ended the communication. Giving a long stretch, Estelle basked in the warm sunlight. The Merkarva Academy campus was as relaxed as always. There were fewer subject requirements compared to modern universities, and even those few subjects were replaceable with missions given by the Guardian Alliance, so it was commonplace for the proactive second-year students to prefer external missions than lectures. And that was the same for us, Corinne Guardians. Boss. I'm done on this end. Doron Warsky reported back after finishing his side of things. Behind his back, a dozen or so magic swords were floating in the air, dripping with blood. Already? Looks like you're getting even better at flying your swords around. Due to cutting through the bones and flesh of the demonic beasts, his swords were covered with blood and fat. That was the very proof that his swords had cut deeply into the flesh of the beasts. It was a mission to defend a village from a monster outbreak, but the horde of monsters crumbled down like autumn leaves before the overwhelming might of Doron and Chronal. Well. It's all because of this sword that I got thanks to you. He said while grabbing onto a large golden magic sword out of the swords that were floating around him. Great Fury, Moraltak. It was one of the legendary hidden pieces of heroic legends of Arhen and a magic sword of destruction that had impressive AoE attacks. This sword that I got from Manannan is something else. Doron exclaimed as he glanced at a corner of the village that we defended. There was a huge crevice left behind on the ground that proved the might of Moraltak. Like how I received treasures from the Island of Treasures, Magmel, Doron and a few of the other members of the guild also managed to obtain a treasure. It was very unexpected that Marie, Alicia, and Huaran were unable to obtain anything but, there was only one chance to obtain a treasure in Magmel so there was no way around it. Anyway, with this over, we should have more than enough achievements for a promotion. You mean for a guild promotion? I don't think there has been any other guild that became grade 1, 2 months after establishment. Ever since we created our guild, we completed every single mission we could from the missions given out by the Guardian Alliance. It was an octopus tentacle tactic, which was only possible thanks to the impressive combat prowess of our Guardians Guild. Thanks to that, we were able to quickly accumulate all the necessary achievement points for a promotion. We had to do it though, because it's about time we needed a public voice and authority. I feel even this isn't enough if we think about your plans and goals, boss. After we were done with the mission, we quickly returned on a wyvern. We were only able to carry out external missions without feeling burdened by them thanks to these wyverns. The wyverns Marie bought for us were energetic despite several intense flights in a row and they were an extremely fast transportation method. Besides, thanks to Marie's status as the Lady of a Dukedom, we weren't subjected to the law of no flights inside the city and didn't have to stop by the wyvern landing platforms in the nearby villages, which helped us save around 2 days of time every mission. Hugh. Corinne, you're back. Marie welcomed me when we returned from the mission. She seemed to have just come back from a mission herself, and was wearing an outfit that was catered to activities. Yoon? What's wrong? No. Nothing. But still, what was with those vulgar clothes that were exposing her belly and her thighs? The female clothing in this world is way too revolutionary. Where are you looking? Aha. After seemingly noticing my line of sight, Marie closed the hems of her robe with a sensuous gaze, sat down on the bed and tapped her lap. She was inviting me and telling me to hurry up. Kuhum. I need to write a report for clearing the mission to the Alliance. You can do that later. Right. In the end, I couldn't overcome her seduction. A fluffy and voluptuous pillow. There was probably no one in this world that could resist such a thing. Come on. Good boy. Rest assured and feel free to take a nap, okay? My consciousness was starting to fade. Burying my head on the large cushion, my mind slowly started to fade from the pleasant scent of her. Meow woo. Walk. It was right when I was about to fall into deep sleep, a sudden and loud growl woke me up from the bed. Looking around, I saw on the other side of the window of the Guardian's dormitory, a cat with red eyes. Aigu. Navi, you're back. That black cat was a cat that recently started roaming around our dormitory building. As someone from Korea, I naturally gave it the most common Korean cat name and fed it from time to time. Come here. Navi immediately jumped into my arms the moment I opened the window. It became very attached to me after I fed it a few times. Senior, do we have some leftover fish in the fridge? This guy loves fish. Actually, for some reason, it especially loves braised mackerel. I'll go bring it. Marie didn't seem too keen. I thought she was the type of person that would love cats and dogs, but... Meow. When she left, Navi started to adorably rub her head on my chest. Hoo-hoo. Little Navi. Are you making sure you're healthy? It was my first time having an animal be this attached to me, so that made me all the more pleased by Navi's adorable actions. Eheu. Navi. Do you love Daddy that much? Even when I tickled her on the chin and caressed her on the head, the cat didn't seem displeased in the slightest. How could there be such a cute organism in this world? Corinne. I brought the fish. Hack. Ha. Before long, Marie came back panting as if she had been in a huge rush and began putting down several frozen fish on the shelf. Why were you in a rush? You could have taken your time. NNN? No, I wasn't in a rush or anything. There's no way. I can see you panting. No? I wasn't though? For some reason, she appeared strange, and although that made me curious, I decided to let it go for now. By the way, Corinne, do you remember how we received a gift from the Danan of Love back when we went to Magmel? Meow. Strangely enough, Navi responded to Marie's words. I returned a nod, because that was something I had heard from them already. Alicia received the Red Horse of Nebun and you got the Curse of Matcha, right? The horse Alicia received was a really excellent horse. Although it wasn't at the level of Anbar, the horse that Park Siha got in the last iteration, it was still a superb magic horse. It was the warhorse of a goddess that instilled fear in living beings and chased evil spirits away just with its presence. Even though it fell short compared to the numerous legendary and epic items that you could obtain at Magmel, it was definitely in the realm of a treasure. NN. And as for mine, even though I can only use it on men, it is a powerful curse that can be used on a large scale as long as I make enough preparations. From what I heard, it sounded pretty spooky. The Curse of Matcha that Marie received from Iengus was a curse that could only be inflicted on men. An AoE skill that making them feel the pain of childbirth for 9 days. Isn't that too evil? Definitely not something to be used lightly. Although it certainly was a powerful curse, there were a lot of conditions that had to be met, and there was the downside that it didn't work on people with a high enough magic resistance. I was thinking about where we could possibly make use of that curse when Marie slightly changed the topic. Corinne. Did you hear about the present that Huaran got? No? She refused to tell me about it. HNN, I see, huh. Meow. It was highly likely that I was thinking things, but I had a feeling that Navi was acting strange for a while. She appeared hostile to Marie. You should ask her one day. More importantly, Navi? Shall we go outside and play together? Meow. Navi gave a sharp growl in return but didn't run away from her hands. It was my first time seeing her being taken away by someone else. For some reason, it felt a bit sad to see that. Anyway, what in the world did Huaran get? I was feeling more and more curious when the sound of a noisy alarm rang from the headquarters of the Guardian's office. Beep. Echoing across the office was a sharp noise that was solely used for gathering the attention of those listening. Besides, it wasn't just a normal warning alarm, it was a sound that alerted of something a lot more dangerous and urgent. Corinne. What is this? What's going on? Meow? Letting go of Navi, we quickly headed to the office. After creating a guild, there was no need to bother heading to the mission board to accept a quest. It was because you could construct a magic mission board inside the office that updated the missions in real time, after leveling up the guild building. Real-time update meant that it could also serve as a device that allowed the Alliance to send notifications to various guilds. Those could include notices of conferences regarding guild promotions, training modules and a notice from the Central Guardian Alliance to 15 cities near and including Mercarva. Following Section 39 Clause 4 of the Kingdom Military Service Act, this is a notification in case of an emergency. Every registered Guardians Guild must collaborate with the administrations of each city, halt every other operation and wait for further orders. This is not a training exercise. I repeat. This is not a training exercise. Heading to the chapel? Someone outside her expectation spoke up to her. Miru? Call me Miriam. Miriam Elizabeth L. Raff, her stepsister, limped her way across with a fancy walking stick in hand. Unlike the Saintess Estelle, who was of a beautiful and pure white color, Miriam had a countenance and an appearance that could easily give her the title of the villainess of the century. A venomous serpent. Her hair and eyes were ominously red, and each of her gestures, both her arms and her legs, gave off an evil yet alluring charm. Facing her younger sister who was completely different from her own self, Estelle remarked with a nonchalant grin. My cute little sister. Did you miss me? Your tongue is as light as always, Estelle. It was Miriam who opened her mouth first after a short silence. You are still poking your nose into the Tower of Mages, aren't you? For quite some time now. Oh? Are you worried about someone? Tell me if you have an acquaintance. I will make sure that person gets special treatment. Humph. The Tower of Mages was one of Miriam's key supporting factions. Even though someone else was capturing them, it was Estelle's job to punish the mages as heretics. Despite what she said, Estelle was fully aware that Miriam wasn't concerned in the slightest about her supporters to the throne. It was simply inevitable for the two of them to try to hunt each other down. As long as Estelle stayed as the saintess of the new faith, and as long as Miriam stayed Miriam, there was no other option apart from the two of them colliding with one another. That was already past the realm of forgiveness and concession, it was simply intolerable. Even the succession to the throne was but a trivial matter for them. After all, the throne was just a part of the procedure and not their final goal. What brought you here? Asked Estelle. I assume you wouldn't have come all the way here just to say hi. What do you want in return? You know me, don't you? I can do whatever it takes, no matter the cost. It was a sudden offer and an abrupt statement about her wish, but Estelle immediately understood what she meant. That was natural, because for a very long time, Miriam had only been aspiring for one goal and one goal alone. It seemed that she had found out already, a lot earlier than Estelle had been hoping her to. I wonder what you mean. Estelle. She glared at her with a crimson gaze full of insatiable madness. Ever since 12 years ago, the eyes of her stepsister had been ever so fiery and ominous. You shouldn't have done that. You shouldn't have forgiven them. You don't have the right to. You know, if you changed your mind today, I would have been more than glad to scrape out one of my arms for you. What do you? Miriam cold-heartedly turned her back to her sister as if that was the last chance she had. Miru. Hearing that, Miriam halted her feet for a while. Facing her younger sister who at least heeded to her call and stopped for a bit, Estelle gave the most considerate statement she could give. On the way of the escort, is the grave of the late queen. If you don't mind, I would be glad to give a prayer there. Huh. Along with a cold sneer, Miriam turned her head back and said with a chilling gaze. I don't need your god. Accompanying her words was a cold scoff full of certainty. The escort convoy of the convicts prepared and ready to leave. Normally, it wouldn't make sense for the saintess to personally leave with the convoy for the relocation of convicts, but that in turn proved the seriousness of the matter at hand. The convicts included the elder of one of the 7 cults of the Tower of Mages, Elder Morishtan of the Black Cult, along with Kong Ryan who attacked the probationary nun Hua Ren who was under the protection of the new faith. Even aside from them, there was also the Chargers of the Cross, the secret ops of the old faith, and those who were captured due to their human experiments. All in all, there were too many monstrous criminals that they couldn't afford to lose. Saintess, we are ready to depart. A holy knight who was dispatched from the headquarters of the New Faith, the Grand Chapel of Zion, said to her while wearing a silver full-plated armor that had received a divine blessing. 15 holy knights from the Grand Chapel of Zion, 50 war priests and sisters, 30 Grade 2 guardians employed through the Alliance as well as knights and soldiers of the kingdom. Isn't this way too excessive? There were far too many people for it to be called an escort convoy of criminals. In fact, even though it was partially in preparation for the attack that could happen to save the big shots that were being escorted, it was more correct to say that most of them were here to protect Estelle, the Saintess, and the first princess, to make sure no injuries were to be made on the noble body of the lady with the most significant status in the entire kingdom. Apologies. It's all to protect the Saintess. Ah, yes. Right. Let's just say that. Judging from his words, the knight seemed to be a newbie. Despite her noble status as the Saintess and the princess, Estelle was like a carefree delinquent that did not care about rules. However, it was nothing new for her to be so carefree and relaxed, so no one was surprised by her conduct. Instead, the holy knight that was tasked with guarding her, continued staring at her with an expectant gaze. What are you looking at? I was just hoping that Saintess could give a prayer for the departure. Finding it extremely tedious, Estelle was about to let it slip, but there were a lot of eyes on her, including those from the holy knights. Sisters, priests, knights, mages, and even the horsemen leading the horses. The prayers of Saintess Estelle create miracles. It was a famous story known throughout the continent, which was actually proven to be true. With this many numbers, the effect won't be so strong, but the child of miracles. The Saintess who can communicate with the God. Although she had a carefree and unrestrained personality, she still wasn't the type to turn down the expectations and hopes of everyone. At the center of their gazes, she locked her fingers and raised a prayer. I pray that warm sunlight will always be shining on you from above. As soon as she started her prayer, a brilliant curtain of light started to rise around her. Those that were enveloped by that light felt like their faces were being buried by something incredibly warm. Oh, the prayer. The Saintess is praying for us. A prayer leading to the miracle of the prayer being fulfilled. Praying for a safe journey unto a traveler would grant them a safe trip, peace and curation for those suffering from illness, small fortune to those hoping for wealth and protection, and courage unto those setting off for a fight. Saintess Estelle Hadassah El Raf. The prayers of the Saintess blessed by the stars was almighty. Oh God! God! A miracle was giving them a warm embrace. Like a baby embraced by the arms of a mother for the first time, they were granted with the warm miracle of a God that was full of love and benevolence. The people naturally believed in their safe future before the almighty blessing of that light. This trip will end without a problem. No disease could ever harm them throughout this journey. The Lord will watch over this path. Faced with her miracle, even the mercenaries that lived and died by the sword couldn't help but believe in the existence of a God. The heavenly God praised by the order, the King of gods written down in the scriptures, and the one ruling over all the gods of this land. The Saintess was the very person who proved the existence of that God in this world, whom they didn't know much of apart from the fact that he had to be referred to as the Lord. However, although it seemed extremely sacred and holy, the Saintess was indifferently continuing the prayer as her mind wandered off to somewhere else. How should I combine the next few words? Maybe I should ask for good weather. Her prayers were carried by the wind, with each of her phrases having different implications, depending on how they were combined. After giving thousands and tens of thousands of prayers, praying became a tedious job where she had to combine appropriate words following her imagination. Saintess Estelle believed in the existence of the God. Princess Hadassah, however, doubted the sincerity of the God. It was because she herself was extremely blasphemous and unfaithful. The perfect representative of faith according to the order had less faith than that of a mercenary living in the streets, but who would ever believe it even if she were to say that out loud? Why was it that she had been chosen by the God and not someone else? I still have no clue why. Before long, they were attacked. Spells were flying in from everywhere. Magic golems and chimeras were marching in along with the spells, as well as several employed mercenaries. I somewhat knew this would happen, but in the midst of the battlefield of clashing weapons, explosions, and flames, Estelle heaved a sigh and continued talking to herself. Was that prayer not enough? There were a lot of people, including Elder Morishtan, that were from the Tower of Mages. Considering how there were so many heretics that were captured by that one junior from the academy, it wasn't strange for the Tower of Mages to attack them in an attempt to rescue their members. However, Estelle was expecting it to be in the form of an indirect assault by hiring several mercenaries with a falsified mission. That was why they had dispatched holy knights and dozens of guardians to be a part of the convoy group, but what she definitely wasn't expecting was that the mages of the tower would blatantly carry out an attack like this. I did think they were crazy when they tried to kidnap Lady Dinneref, but really? Do they not care about their future consequences? The Tower of Mages had already turned the Dinneref and the entire south against them. It was strange that the Dinneref was still staying quiet, but in the long run, it was inevitable for the two groups to enter a conflict. Despite that, the Tower of Mages decided to attack the Saintess of the Order and the first princess of the kingdom, making the Xeon Order and the royal court their enemy. This was far beyond the level of what Miriam and the nobles with connections to the tower could do to protect them. Saintess, please wait inside the carriage. It's dangerous. Don't worry about me. I'll head to where the important criminals are. Saintess. Without paying regard to the dissuasion of the Holy Knight, Estelle jumped out of the carriage and headed to the large magic prison that was located at the center of the convoy. Inside the magic prison were the key criminals of this trip, Senior Professor Kong Ryan of the Purple Hawk Academy in the Eastern Continent and the head of the Black Cult, Elder Morishtan. They were the most important criminals here, so Estelle had made sure that the prison was locked firmly, but, when she got there, a familiar that had sneaked in the heat of the battle was in the middle of opening the gates of the prison. Ho! Look who it is? Saintess. Hello? You guys seem to have a lot of fans, seeing how there's so many to come see you. Humph. It's not too late for you. Why don't you run away by yourself when you can? Me? Estelle scoffed in response to Kong Ryan's jest. Indeed, it was true that there were more enemies than what she expected. The escort convoy was definitely not weak by any means, but the Tower of Mages had gathered even more mages and mercenaries for the attack. There were at least 3 elder-ranked mages as well as 10 mercenary groups. They must have used up a lot of human resources and materials for this attack. The tower is strong. Saintess. All of you will die. Probably. Except for me, that is. What? Morishtan was dumbfounded by her honest agreement, but that was when the Saintess pretended to be shocked after seeing them walk out of the prison. You just escaped the prison, didn't you? HNN? What? Covering her mouth with both hands, Estelle had a shocked look on her face as if she couldn't believe what she was seeing. Brothers. How could you possibly commit the serious sin of escaping the prison without following the right procedures? Let me pray for you. Let's repent for our sins. Dropping down on her knees, Estelle locked her fingers. What kind of lunatic is? Foolish nonsense. Morishtan waved his hand once as a black torrent of mana pounced at the Saintess. The sudden ball of mana from his mana heart turned into flames of curse that appeared to be moments away from scorching the feeble Saintess to ashes. However, that was not what happened next. The Lord is with me, the weapons of my foes cannot dare harm me. What? The black flames dissipated after surrounding the Saintess, but she elegantly stood back up and dusted her clothes. Impossible. Morishtan looked at her with astonishment in his eyes. She wasn't hurt in the slightest. In fact, that wasn't all there was to it. That spell just then was the flames of curse that scorched the opponent to ashes after sticking onto their flesh without leaving a single bone behind. It should have burned Estelle down unless she were to immediately cut off the part of her flesh that was struck by the flames. However, there was not a single sign of damage even on her clothes. Absolute defense at the level of an unbreakable Vajra body? Was that what she had? That didn't make sense either, because that applied only to the skin. At the very least, there should have been some changes made to her golden ornaments and her white outfit. So this is the prayer. I will never be injured. The Lord will protect me from illness, flames, and steel chariots. The prayers of the Saintess created divine miracles. At last, Morishtan witnessed the truth of that famous story. Right. I knew you wouldn't repent for your sins. Estelle said with a smile on her face. A sinful soul is neither asking for forgiveness nor being regretful of their actions. O Lord, please forgive this poor soul. The God of benevolence, forgiveness, and mercy pities even the sinners. So brothers. The Lord will definitely forgive you all. Tuck. That was when a heavy mace of steel appeared from underneath the sleeves of her sacred outfit. But even if God forgives you for your sins, this guy won't. Huh? A mace that looked so hideous that they couldn't even fathom how it was hiding in her sleeves. Oh Lord. I will now do as I see fit. It struck through the air at the two of them. Kong Ryan. Cook. Kong Ryan hurriedly created a formation to defend themselves from the flying mace. Although it wasn't at the level of the Eight Gates formation, it was still decent thanks to the preparations he had made beforehand after hearing about the attack. His defensive formation created a stone wall that was reinforced by mana to stop the flying mace. Kung. A deafening thud echoed from the collision. He was the strongest formation expert of the East. His stone wall was truly marvelous and was at the level of a thick steel wall, but Lord is watching over us, so carry your metal stick and strike them down. Do so, and your enemies will be crushed like the failed artifacts of a potter. Kwang. Suddenly, the mace broke through all lines of defense as it pounced on them with a radiant curtain of light behind it. Feel fear as you praise the Lord. Tremble and rejoice. The Lord will release his fury and lay you to waste. Unlike the vicious words of her prayer, there was a bright and adorable smile on her face. The situation was slowly turning for the worse. One by one, the sinners were being rescued from the magic prisons, and the holy knights and guardians, who were forming a defensive circle, were slowly being pushed back with Estelle in the middle. Well, it was fine though, because two of the most dangerous ones had already been dealt with. Saintess. It's getting harder for us to hold the line of defense. You should run away at the very least. Hup. The holy knight who had come looking for her with a horse in hand gasped for breath upon seeing the two headless corpses. How is it going? Despite her pure white outfit and her beautiful face being drenched with blood, she nonchalantly raised her head for the question. The new holy knight looked at her with disbelief, but he seemed to be the only one that was lost for words. One of the other holy knights gave a report. The damage isn't that big so far, thanks to your blessing, but at this rate, it is certain that everyone will be killed except for you, Saintess. Thanks to the Saintess blessing their journey and her prayer for the safety of everyone accompanying the trip, most of the holy knights and guardians were able to stay alive despite the sudden ambush. However, there was a limit to her blessings. It was impossible for her blessings to keep 100 people alive from the attack of thousands of enemies. It can't be helped. We will now give up on the criminals and fall back. Saintess. We can't. Human lives are the most important. It's my fault for not expecting the Tower of Mages to be this aggressive. It's all due to our incompetence. That's right, Saintess. Let us stay behind and fight till our last men. Facing the holy knights and priests that were tearing up from humiliation, Estelle slowly looked through their faces, one by one. Jerry, Jackson, Rudy, and Arissa. Estelle knew the priests around her very well. Because of that, one of them, who was looking straight into her eyes with utmost sorrow in his gaze, looked extremely odd. How strange. I know everyone around me, but... She raised her mace. When she lifted it all the way to the sky, Rudy, the young priest, turned pale. Who are you? Slam. The mace crushed apart the head of the young priest called Rudy. Blood splattered and pieces of the broken bones scattered everywhere, or at least that was what everyone was expecting. Huh? However, what scattered from the head weren't warm pieces of flesh nor blood but cold chunks of steel. The large chunk of metal that used to be Rudy started to melt down as if it was in a pit of lava and soon turned into the figure of a strange person. How did you find out? It was most definitely not the voice of a human, and Estelle immediately had an idea of who it was that she was talking to. Great Mage Adeline of Gold, the Lord of the Tower of Mages. It appeared that he had personally joined in for this attack. Rudy is a shy boy. He couldn't even look straight into my eyes. I don't need to explain why, do I? Do I need to say it myself? Of course it's because he likes me. Objectively speaking, I'm unrealistically pretty, aren't I? She sounded like and was very much a narcissist. It was hard to believe that the Saintess, who loved herself more than the god, had destroyed the head of another person just because of an intuition. However, what most were unaware of was that the intuition of the Saintess and even her seemingly reckless actions were supported by something more powerful than the likes of luck. Saintess of the Heretics. I am the Great Mage, Lord of the Tower of Mages, Adeline of Gold. Adeline's voice echoed across the area as the surroundings started to wobble and shake. The ground caved in, metals soared into the air as the bodies of the golems and chimeras crumbled down before combining into one large chunk. Great Mage of Gold. In other words, he was the one sitting at the peak of alchemy. The result of his magic engineering gazed down at the world in the shape of an enormous giant. That's not at the level of a golem anymore, is it? Saintess. You must escape. Looking back, she belatedly noticed that all the black mages that were caught experimenting in their secret laboratories were researching topics related to giants. It seemed that the Tower of Mages had been conducting experiments that were far more dangerous than what she had initially thought. All of you, run away. Saintess. We can't do that. Ah, seriously. I'm sure I won't die, so you all should just take care of your own lives. At last, the infuriated shout from the Saintess caused all the holy knights to shut their mouths. They knew very well why the Saintess had no bodyguards, and why she allocated all the funds she received to intelligence instead. She did not need to be protected. If she were to use all of her prayers to protect herself, she would be able to escape unscathed even if the world were to divide into two. It was a different concept and power to the unbreakable Vajra body. The Saintess could never be injured. She would never bleed in her life. That unbelievable concept was like a divine rule etched into the world thanks to her prayers. Kook. We will definitely come back with reinforcements. Blaming themselves for their incompetence, the holy knights started to escape along with the survivors. Not happening. The giant started to move, and by the time anyone could realize it, there was already a large stone in its hand. It was already far too late for Estelle to stop it, and the large stone was flung towards the group that was escaping from the battle. That stone wasn't a normal piece of stone. It was one that was compressed and reinforced by the Mage of Gold. As soon as it landed on the target, the stone imploded on them. Kwaong! A storm and a deafening roar was created from the explosion. It was only obvious that no one could survive from that colossal explosion, but... The soldiers and holy knights were on the ground after being shocked by the sound of the explosion, but none of them were hurt. It was a miracle. Seeing that unfathomable sight, Lord Adeline turned the gaze of the giant towards the Sinus and spoke to her. Impressive that you can fully protect a group that big. Estelle raised her mace and let out a prayer of self-sacrifice. Greater love has no one than this, to lay down one's life for one's friends. You will be the Lord's friends if you do what he commands. O Lord, please crush the enemy before us. With your blessings, I can smash 1,000 heretics to death even with the jawbones of a donkey. In the name of the Holy Father, Son and the Spirit. Amen. Delinquent Saintess, 3. The standby command of the Guardians Alliance was only issued when something urgent happened, and everyone living in the kingdom had the responsibility to immediately respond to the call. Although the Guardians weren't related to the military and the central government, they still had to follow the standby command. Apparently we have to participate as well. Looks very serious. However, that only applied to the official guardians of the Alliance. Strictly speaking, we were still students that were supposed to be exempt from the standby command. Corinne. They processed our promotion just then. We are a Grade 1 Guardians Guild from now on. That was unbelievably fast, probably because of the thing that's going on. The guild I created. Corinne Guardians was on a whole new level when it came to combat potential. Including me, a young Grade 1 knight, there was also the captain of a sword squad, Alicia, the oldest daughter of Dinaref, the dukedom in the south, and a semi-unique grade vampire mage, Marie, as well as Heavenly Yiksha Huaran, who was still under the strict surveillance of Merkarva and the New Faith due to her mighty strength. Two of them had the label of unique, and both Alicia and I were also roughly at the level of semi-unique grade. On top of that, looking at all the achievements we had made, the Alliance probably had no choice but to summon us, despite us being students. And during that process, they quickly promoted us to be a Grade 1 Guardians Guild, because there was a law stating that Grade 1 guilds always had to be a part of the standby command. I wonder what's going on. There have been several wyverns flying around, and it looks like something serious is going on. Alicia said while anxiously looking up at the sky. A few of the wyverns flying in the air were in fact from our side. Flap. Flap. Along with a strong flutter of their wings, a group of wyverns landed on the landing zone inside our office. Stepping down from them were Cronel Laden, Yule, and Lunia, and the 5 swords who had accompanied them as bodyguards. We walked up to greet them when Lunia took out 2 large heads from the back of the wyvern and tossed them to me. They were the heads of ogres. Phew. I guess you dealt with them yourself? The plan was to keep them alive for educational purposes, but I killed them with haste to return as quickly as possible. The clean cuts on the necks of the ogres were an impressive sight. If Cronel and Yule had been the ones killing them, the cuts wouldn't have been this clean. Corinne. We came back as fast as we could, after you called us. What is going on? Cronel and Yule asked while awkwardly glancing at the heads of the 2 ogres. Initially, the purpose of the mission was for them to practice working in collaboration to defeat the ogres, but things had become slightly different. We don't know yet either, but I'm sure we will be getting some news soon. In any case, with their return, most of the members of our guild had been gathered to one spot. As for the reason for the emergency summon, we heard that from Lady Josephine and Master Aaron, who soon teleported to our office. Student Estelle seems to have been captured by the mages of the tower. The Saintess? That's horrible. Alicia was the first to react. After that, the look on Huarant's face changed, albeit slightly. That sounds pretty bad. What's the royal court doing in response? They might issue a command to the east as well. Lunia, as well as the 5 sword ladies, all seemed concerned in one way or another. It was safe to assume that the east would have to mobilize as well because after all, the eastern side of the kingdom was the sharpest blade that the kingdom had in store. Alicia Arden and Lunia Arden. Just with the help of those 2 people, the kingdom could gain access to 2 squads composed solely of knights, so there was no reason why the kingdom wouldn't reach out to them while they were here at Mercarva. Corinne. Were you expecting this to happen? To some extent. I wasn't expecting it to be this early though. The Tower of Mages was being way too reckless, even more so than how they were in the original game. Well, they were of the mindset that the world and the opinions of the people did not matter because everything will be reset with the advent of paradise, so it was nothing new but. But you do not seem too surprised either. Well, I did know they would do something similar in the first place. The news hadn't officially reached us yet, but we already knew who the culprit was. Nonetheless, I said it out one more time to drive it in. As we heard and as you know already, the Tower of Mages is the one behind all this. Although it was slightly earlier than scheduled, that did not mean anything. We had made enough preparations, and all that needed to be done was light up the fuse of the bomb. Let me give a brief explanation of our plan. Our goal now is to conquer the country of mages where the tower is in, the Steel Archipelago. The prayers of the Saintess reach the heavens above. Once it reaches the god, they will grant her what she wished for, and thus, the Saintess's prayers were always met with an answer. But right now, her voice was unable to reach the sky. A piercing cold breeze woke her up. Estelle slowly opened her eyes to check what was around her. Haystack. And a building built with grey bricks. It took her 3 seconds to recognize that this was a prison, and the piercing wind that did not match the current weather gave away the location. Steel Archipelago. The headquarters of the tower. Being closer to the northern kingdom than the Elrath kingdom, it was a land owned by neither country that was famous for the shivering cold. It was a safe haven of mages. How clever. The owner of the voice was an old mage with long dirty blondied hair. There were still remnant traces of his intelligence and beautiful appearance from his youth, and his eyes were still glistening in gold. The great mage of gold, Adeline, he was the one who neutralized and kidnapped her all the way here. It was hard to tell what it was that interrupted the activation of her divine prayers, but his actions were even harder to understand. Why exactly are you doing this? Are you asking for the reason? Isn't it too risky to go to such lengths just to save a few mages? You seem to be misunderstanding something. Adeline had an indifferent expression on his face. He didn't seem concerned about the future in the slightest, despite what he had done already. Rather than asking why I did this, you should have asked what we were going to do now. I see. From his words, Estelle immediately realized that their goal had been to capture her from the start, instead of saving the mages. After figuring that out, Lord, please grant me the power to destroy the enemy's chariots. In the blink of an eye, she empowered her hands and threw a bare fist at Adeline. Reinforced by a prayer, her fist could destroy anything in existence, and the body of the old mage in front of her was bound to explode like a watermelon. Grip. However, someone blocked her fist before that could happen. Hi, little friend. Very healthy and lively, aren't you? It was a thin man. Even though he was wearing a duster coat over his body, she could tell with a glance that he was a tall yet slender person. At the same time, he gave off an ominous presence like the mixture of madness and chaos. You blocked my— No, wait. This? She couldn't activate her divine energy. Hyatt. Estelle wasn't a knight. She was nothing but a normal girl without the power of the prayers, and the fist of a normal girl was unable to defeat the king of beasts. Hello? Dunscaith? After carefully scrutinizing the face of the man, she remembered seeing him from a wanted poster. He was the wanted criminal who brought around beastmen and carried out terrorist attacks throughout the continent, King of Beasts, Dunscaith. But why was he here? Magician friend. Isn't our new friend too energetic? Maybe it's about time it wore off. New friend? We do have to hurry with the experiment, because soon, the military and the guardians will come storming in. Hi. Then. Dunscaith suddenly took out something from his thin belly, like a magician. Estelle found it to be a disgusting magic but widened her eyes in shock upon seeing the thing that he took out from his stomach. Holy Grail? It was one of the 4 sacred artifacts left behind in the records. Why was such a thing coming out of the body of a terrorist? Holy Grail? Ah, I see. So that's how you call it, huh? Rather than a Holy Grail, it was closer to a large cauldron. After a giggle, Dunscaith placed down the so-called Holy Grail, magic cauldron of Undri, in front of her. It will sting a little, okay? My friend Saintus. He took out a dagger before slashing down at her wrist. Ugh. Estelle frowned from the unfamiliar feeling of pain. It spooked her to see blood dripping down her wrist. Her body was supposed to be under a blessing, and yet it was cut open by a mere dagger. She pursed her lips as she witnessed the impossible. What are you going to do with it? There are many uses for the holy blood. For example, when bringing back the long-dead giants of the past. What do you? You asked for the reason, did you not? The great mage of gold looked down at the stupefied look on her face and said with a voice of certainty. Gaining something is not what's important. It's about not losing it. Siding with the winners. The reason behind the Tower Lord's decision was ever so simple yet calculative. Guardians were groups of mages and knights. The Alliance, which stood for the rights of the Guardians and gave out missions, was technically like a union of mercenaries. However, Guardians weren't normal occupations. They could slice down villages with a sword and burn down towns with magic, and the Alliance was the one managing those superhuman monsters. Therefore, they were at the top of the continent in terms of both financial power and political status. The main building of the Guardian Alliance that we arrived at was magnificently polished as if to prove their might. Corinne. It's my first time coming to the Alliance. You're in your 3rd year though. Didn't you have work placements, Anne? Ah. Ever since she turned into a vampire in her 2nd year at Mercarva Academy, she became one of the few people that needed constant supervision. Because of that, Marie had to refrain from most of the official activities. And that was why she didn't have any records left behind under her name throughout her 2nd year, which she would have otherwise used to build up a portfolio and a career as a promising guardian. Well, let's try to move around a bit more from now on. With me included, of course. Hee. Sounds great to me. I headed down the lobby with Marie to the reception desk, and one of the staff there politely said after recognizing me. Welcome, Master Corinne. Please follow me in. Thanks to that, we were able to enter the conference without having to go through some boring procedures. The conference room of the Guardian Alliance was closer to an auditorium if anything. Even apart from Marie and I, there were around 70 people each sitting in their seats. Corinne. These people. Alliance had commanded only for the guild masters and deputy masters to come, which meant that everyone here was either a master or a deputy master of a guardian's guild. There were roughly 70 here, and a simple calculation showed that there were more than 30 guilds gathered in this one place. What's with those kids? Are they involving kids in this important matter? However, none of them were students. All of them were aged veteran guardians, so it was natural for us to gather a great amount of attention. It seemed that all the nearby guilds had been summoned to this auditorium. After a while, a new group of people entered the room. All of them were wearing suits except for one, who was wearing some comfortable casual clothing. Is everyone here? The middle-aged man with a vicious countenance and a bushy beard was the chairman of the alliance and a former knight, who could most certainly still be fighting at the front lines. He was one of the people chosen personally by Master Aaron, who still had quite the influence over the alliance. Let's go straight to the point without beating around the bush. The chairman personally explained everything in a simple and straightforward manner. The escort convoy of the New Faith, which had been escorting the convicts, was attacked by mages from the tower and groups of mercenaries, and had no choice but to fall back. During that process, the Saints volunteered to stand at the back of the retreat to hold the enemy, but according to news gathered by the scouts after the event, it became evident that the Saints had been captured. A giant? A man who was listening to the chairman's story with a cup of tea in hand stopped and raised a question. Isn't that something that only comes out in fairy tales? You idiot. Giants existed for real. In the north, there are still half-giants roaming around. I know that, but there aren't any giants that are still alive anymore. The man audibly placed the cup down and gave a realistic assumption. It must have been a type of golem. It appeared after absorbing the flesh of chimeras and the cores of golems, right? It's surprising that they managed to create a golem of that size, but I guess it's not impossible if we are talking about the leader of the gold cult. Do you know a thing or two about golems? I've been in a long contract with the Ledin family, which is well known for being great with golems. They are buying the rare metals we collect at a pretty good price. Ah, I finally remembered where I saw his face from. That man was the collaborator, Mr. Rendell, who appeared in the character scenario quest of Golem Mage, Chronal Ledin. He was the one who provided the golem core for the combination grand spell Chronal could use with Yule after she awakened as the Sage of the Forest, Master Form Junk Wooden Golem, Ledin Warrior. Anyway, it's surprising that they created a golem that big, but it's even more surprising that the tower seems to have gone absolutely nuts. The nearby guardians agreed with the words of Mr. Rendell. Even another incident at the level of the Academy chairman's assassination wouldn't have led to such dramatic reactions from them. The Saintess of the New Faith and the first princess of El Raf, the dominant country of this continent. This person was even more of an untouchable than Marie. She was like an atomic bomb where messing with her meant immediately making the two giant factions, the New Faith and the El Rath Kingdom, into an enemy. Unlike the chairman assassination incident, it wasn't something that could be covered up and postponed by saying it was the rampage assault of a small portion of the tower. It will be certain at this point that there will be an attack on the tower, right? What about the military? And are the Holy Knights from the New Faith coming as well? Even the tower will have a hard time against the royal military. The question is how many guardians they're going to mobilize, but although they didn't spell it out loud, all the guild masters and deputy masters didn't seem too keen with the idea of participating in the war. That was natural because now that the continent entered a state of relative peace, demons were the only ones deemed an enemy, and a large-scale battle wasn't going to be helpful for any of them. However, it was impossible for the kingdom to mobilize all of them. In fact, forcing all the guilds to move was something that was only possible for fights like the final battle which had the fate of humanity on the line. Don't worry. Only 7 elite guilds will have to leave from our branch. The guardians let out a sigh of relief after hearing the words of the chairman. There were 30 guilds gathered here, and it was highly likely that they would be exempt from the war. But the chairman wasn't done with his words. By the way, for the guilds that participate in this subjugation mission of the Tower of Mages, you will receive the permission for unrestricted plunder. Whether it be materials, or people. What? Some of them even shot out of their seats from sheer astonishment. Unrestricted plunder meant they would be permitted to steal and pillage everything without any restrictions. There were centuries' worth of treasures and magic artifacts in the tower, and the mages themselves were also precious slave material. That was an indirect permission to slavery. Now that slavery was illegal, with only the evil and wicked people becoming slaves these days, it was most certainly a shocking offer. It was a big declaration that proved how infuriated the kingdom was about this incident. We, the Red Hammer Knights, will gladly step up to save the Saintess. Bullcrap and nonsense. Our modern magic research group will obviously be more helpful. Chairman. The Excalibur squad will naturally be a part of the war, right? Due to the greedy reactions from the Guardians, the auditorium immediately turned into a pandemonium. In a war with destined victory, they were allowed to plunder without any restrictions. At this point, it wasn't even a question that they could sweep up a fortune from this one battle. Seemingly having expected such a response from the start, the chairman leisurely watched the chaotic display. After calmly waiting for them to settle back down, the chairman opened up a scroll. The 7 Elite Guardians guilds have already been nominated. The guilds that are not listed here can only assign up to 4 guardians. The list presented by the chairman read as follows. 1. Red Brotherhood. 2. Rounds. 3. Knights of Fianna. 4. Modern Magic Research Group. 5. Iron Warhammer. 6. Northern Militia. 7. Corin Guardians. The guardians that were a part of the main assault group heaved out sighs of relief, whereas those that could not each showed their discontentment. One of them shot out of their seats, while fluttering their honey blonde hair behind them. This is not fair, Chairman. What is it? Master Allen of Invisible Hand of Gold? I can understand the other guilds to some extent. But Corin Guardians is a totally different story. It was someone I knew. He was the second son of a relatively big merchant group located in the capital that gave out decent missions. Corin Guardians? Who are they? A guild made by a group of brats that haven't even graduated yet. You mean little kids are a part of the group while we're not? That makes zero sense. Even though I was quite a famous new knight in the industry, it had only been 2 months since we created our guild, and it seemed that the others didn't know much about the members of our guild. Well, that was understandable because our focus had been on the laboratories of the guys from the Tower of Mages and not the big missions that required the collaboration of multiple guilds. Student Corin. Think this through. This is not something you guys can handle. Guildmaster Allen came up to me and tried to coax me into giving up on attacking the Tower of Mages. Considering his background, he was probably going to give an offer. However, I understand that letting go of this opportunity would seem like a great waste. We, the Invisible Hand of Gold, is a guild under one of the 10 big merchant groups of the capital, Gold Hand. Student Corin, if you yield the position to us, then I promise you that there would be a generous reward. What? Allen, you bastard. You sneaky little bitch. He's trying to buy his way in? Is this allowed, Chairman? Chairman remained silent, without bothering to stop Allen. That was a sign that he was silently giving permission. Feeling even more confident after seeing that the chairman wasn't going to intervene, Allen even offered a specific amount of gold. If you decide to yield it to us, we will pay you 2,000 gold coins at once. How does that sound? Of course, even if you do hand over the position, we will make sure to kindly look after the 4 guardians you will be dispatching with the group. 2,000 gold coins. Roughly $2 million in dollars. It was definitely an offer that could intrigue some people to give away the spot, because of the uncertainty of the rewards from the battle. However. Interesting. Go on. Our lovely deputy master said with a bright smile on her face. Interesting. Go on. Seeing Marie open her mouth despite quietly standing behind Corin the whole time, Allen couldn't help but reply with a frown. Are you the deputy master? I guess you're not experienced enough to understand how much that is, but I have made an extremely generous offer. In fact, you could even call it a gift. HAHD. Sorry, I wasn't trying to make fun of you or anything. There was no hint of spite in her harmless voice. With the pure intent of a girl trying to find an answer to her question, Marie raised a comment. But you can't even buy a small building with 2,000 gold coins. What? Don't you need at least 20,000 coins to buy a potato field? Haha. Young students these days are quite ambitious, I suppose. Or perhaps I should say you have a limited understanding of finance. You have no idea how many things you can do with 2,000 gold coins. Doggo said that wasn't enough though. What? 2,000 gold coins? That's Doggo's monthly allowance. 20,000 gold coins? The Hresvolger is more expensive than that. For the oldest daughter of the Dinaref family, who possessed an immeasurable amount of wealth that normal people couldn't even comprehend, money was probably like a set of numbers on the scoreboard of a game. Is that how much I earned this month? I see, was probably her impression every month. Anyway, we have no plans of giving away our position. You damn brats. Do you even know who my father is? He's the boss of the Gold Hand merchants. Why are you angry? Marie let out a clueless comment that irritated Allen even more. There was a look of bright and pure innocence on her face as she innocently crushed the other person's hopes. Humph. I see how it is. The bravado of young kids, huh? Alan was used to such people. Young brats who pretended to keep their cool because of their overwhelming passion and zeal. They were the type of people who would immediately tuck their tails in and lower themselves upon seeing a larger and more overwhelming amount of money. Hoo-hoo. All right. I love your passion, so I will double the price just for you. 4,000 gold coins. 4,000 gold coins? As expected of the second son of the gold hand merchants. He's on a whole other level. 4,000 gold coins. $4 million. With that much money, it was possible to build a decently tall building at the center of the capital. However, Alan did not consider it a loss, because he considered the potential profit from the Tower of Mages raid to be over 10,000 gold coins at the very least. But that would only be attainable in the hands of someone like Alan, who could mobilize his whole guild plus several hundreds of mercenaries. It was natural that most guilds would find it hard to even reach half of that amount in terms of profit. 4,000 gold coins? Right, I knew it. Alan smirked as he watched the dumbfounded look on the girl's face. It was an obvious result. As expected of a young kid, she probably wasn't expecting the price to rise by thousands. From 2,000 to 4,000, all you changed was the number at the front. Isn't it? Huh? He couldn't understand what she meant for a solid second. All that changed was the number at the front? Did she not even know how to do calculations? What was up with that look on her face, as if she couldn't tell if jumping from 2,000 to 4,000 was a big leap or not? 6,000 gold coins. 7,000 gold coins. Whom. 8,000. How about you talk to someone else? Yeah. We at the Modern Magic Research Group are willing to sell you the position for 8,000 gold coins. Don't listen to them. Buy it from us instead. Shut up. The second son of the Gold Hand Merchant Group, Alan Goldhand, never had his pride trampled on in his life. Ever since a young age, he had been receiving hundreds of gold coins every month, lived in an enormous mansion by himself with servants and maids, and hired a famous knight to be his instructor after finding out that he had the talent to be a knight. There was no way that he could allow a mere academy student to trample on his pride. With the stubborn intent of trying to take the position of these little brats, Alan called for a number that was well above the allocated budget. 100 white gold coins. What? That can't be. 100 white gold coins? That's the yearly budget of most small cities, isn't it? After calling out that outrageous amount of money that equaled 10,000 gold coins, Alan looked at Corinne and Marie with a proud look on his face. Now that it reached 10,000 gold coins, it was obvious that they would immediately get on their knees and shout, "Thank you very much, Sir Alan," and But what he noticed was that there was still a calm look on the face of the young student. Even though the veteran guardians inside the auditorium were all creating a fuss and shock, there was not a single ripple on the tranquil expression of the girl. Why, you. Who was she? How could she be so calm in the face of 10,000 gold coins? How? What did I miss? After glaring daggers at Marie, Alan caught sight of a necklace that was hanging on her neck. Hanging in front of her white skin and the deep crevice of her chest was a necklace of red diamonds. Even the lace had dozens of small red diamonds, and at the center of that necklace was an enormous 69-carat diamond. That necklace, where have I? Wait. Isn't that the king of jewels that came out at the royal auction? It was an incredible treasure that was printed on the first page of the kingdom's daily newspapers and the weekly newspapers of the continent. That necklace was most certainly that legendary treasure that was finally sold at the historically highest price of 140,000 gold coins. I remember hearing stories about it. The one who bought it was Duke Dinaref of the South, and it was said that it was a gift for his daughter. Wait, isn't the oldest daughter of their family around the age of the girl in front of? Walk. Marie Dinaref? Huh? Do you know me? Hearing that, Alan started chattering his teeth and sweating buckets. Marie used to stay holed up in the south, and news about her became harder to obtain after she awakened as a vampire, so it wasn't strange for him to not recognize her at a glance but. In any case, that didn't change the fact that she was the untouchable existence of the south, or rather the entire kingdom. My sincerest apologies. He couldn't even disguise the shiver in his voice. At last, he realized that the person he had been talking to was the inheritor of a super-rich family that could wipe out their merchant group with a single sentence. Let me take my leave then. NNN? Are you okay? You seem to be sweating a lot. No. I'm okay. I am so sorry. Alan's previous vigor was nowhere to be seen, as he became a lot more respectful in the blink of an eye. Marie offered him a steamed potato with sugar cast on top, but Alan refused it with constant apologies before taking his leave. Dunaref. If the Dunaref is the deputy leader then. Kuhum. The guardians nearby started to avoid us like a plague after realizing that Marie was the oldest daughter of the Dunaref family. Seeing that, Corinne gave a hollow smile. Seriously, how did I not know this? It was interesting how he had been so oblivious in the previous iteration. There were 7 guilds dispatched from each branch that were participating in the Sanctus rescue operation. Added to that, all the non-participating guilds could still send up to 4 people, so it amounted to an enormous group that was over 500 people. 390 knights and 110 mages. Plus, there were also the war priests and holy knights, the kingdom's military, and countless mercenaries who were all going to participate in the fight. Actually, although the mercenaries hadn't been officially invited by the kingdom, they were there to make money off of the free plunder verdict that had been given to the Tower of Mages. Their goal was to obtain small fishing boats and raid the Steel Archipelago by themselves. Even though the commanders were aware of it, they turned a blind eye to it because it allowed them to have more meat shields without having to use up their limited stock of ships and wyverns. Saintess Estelle had been kidnapped on the 7th of June, and right now it was the 18th of June. Less than 2 weeks had gone by since the event, and yet there were already more than 100 ships on the shore, ready to attack the Steel Archipelago. This is quite a shocking sight. Wouldn't you agree, boss? It's none other than the Saintess that got kidnapped after all. Doran was also the deputy captain of a famous group of mercenaries, but as a member of a mercenary group that primarily focused on hunting demonic beasts in the countryside, it was understandable that he wouldn't be used to seeing such a large number of men that amounted to several legions. More importantly, where are the Warsky mercenaries? They just arrived. All 300 of Warsky, that is. Warsky mercenaries. They were high-level mercenaries that could be hired in the hiring system of heroic legends of Arhen, second to only the Arden household. Usually, they moved around in groups of 10s, but the whole group was here for this occasion, meaning there was no questioning about their combat potential. Have you had a chat with the leader? He doesn't mind as long as you give the money. We've already finished talking about what to do with the plundered resources. That's good. But boss, it suddenly struck me, going across the ocean is pretty risky. You'll have to be careful. The Steel Archipelago was composed of dozens of islands and a main island that was twice the size of Jeju Island, and in order to reach the main island where the tower was located, there was the need to conquer tens of islands in a row. Obviously, it was safe to assume that the tower would have prepared some countermeasures already. So, do you mean you won't be a part of it? Of course not. We are a credible group of mercenaries. Once hired, we are very much loyal. Right. I knew that very well. In fact, that was the reason why Park Sihu used to love hiring the Warsky mercenaries in the last iteration. Even though they were expensive, they proved their worth several times on repeat. Don't worry. I won't make you guys do something as dangerous as landing on the shores or attacking the campsites. Uh-huh. Doran returned a questioning gaze, but that was when Marie walked into the tent. Corinne. The vanguards are about to depart. Alrighty. Time to get to work then. Boss? Vanguards are the most risky position to be in. Are you sure? Yes, of course. Most of the people in the vanguards were the greedy mercenaries that would probably be acting as a meat shield. There was no need to mix into the crowd and shoulder the risk with them. Trust me. It will be a wonderful adventure. The man who orchestrates the waves, Corinne Lork. Here he goes. The Tower of Mages kidnapped the Saintess. The Kingdom and the Guardian Alliance reacted fast. Straight after her disappearance, the Kingdom and the Alliance issued a standby command, gathering strong guardians to attack the headquarters of the Tower of Mages, the Steel Archipelago. However, the Steel Archipelago was a place that was separated from the continent. There was no other way than to rely on large ships and land on the coasts in order to conquer the islands one by one. And the tower had made ample preparations for that already. Hundreds of mages had created several magic circles on the coastlines, and the anti-naval magic circles that the tower had installed to protect themselves from external threats had made the Steel Archipelago into a large war fortress. Although their numbers had decreased quite a bit ever since the Witch Revolution, they used to be the ones with full control over magic. The abundant magic artifacts that had been left behind by their ancestors for 100 years, chimeras that were created by horrendous human experiments, and a large group of mercenaries hired with their financial power were all ready to attack their foes. The Steel Archipelago was like a pit of hell waiting to unfold on the ignorant visitors. The naturally formed defensive fortress of small islands and munitions that had been built up for centuries meant that the intruders from the alliance of the kingdom were going to be devoured due to their ignorance. Foo. At last, it is time to make use of this magic artifact. The leader of one of the 7 cults of the tower, Elder Blaine of the Green Cult, chuckled as he gazed at the ships sailing toward the Steel Archipelago. They knew with the help of their spies that the kingdom had yet to involve their actual soldiers, which meant that the countless ships sailing across the oceans of the archipelago were not from the kingdom. In other words, they were guardians, mercenaries, and adventurers, and carrying them across the oceans were hundreds of large and small ships. The ships ranged from small boats to medium-sized fishing boats and large carriers. Elder Blaine. That is quite a lot of them. Foo, they're still nothing but a group of insects, moths, that do not value their lives. Unlike the organized ranks of a naval army, the ships were all advancing forward in a disorderly fashion which gave away their internal thoughts. There was only one reason why they would be so reckless. Every act of plunder against the Tower of Mages is permitted by law. It was because of the announcement made by the El Wrath Kingdom a few days ago. The unprecedented attack and abduction of the princess and saintess, Estelle Hadassah El Wrath, infuriated the kingdom and made them announce the destruction and annihilation of the tower. They probably needed a fitting bait to mobilize mercenaries and the likes. As vulgar as always. Whether they had hundreds or thousands with them did not matter in the slightest. This was their land. The moment they landed on the shores, the Tower of Mages was ready to use everything in its arsenal to eradicate the ignorant fools. Right, as long as they landed on the shores, that is. Kwa. Kugung. Kwang. It happened in the blink of an eye. The boats that were in the lead suddenly flipped and were capsized by an abrupt wave, and struck the fleets furiously as if trying to swallow them whole. Walk. What the hell? Boats were turned and shaken. Stuck on the jolting ships, the men screamed and fell down. Their world was being flipped upside down. The world turned on its head as nature forced them from advancing forward. Naturally, they looked for the one to blame. Damn it, it's the tower. Those guys are even controlling the weather. The bastards from the tower are creating waves. Shit. Fall back for now. How could they possibly do such a thing? The soldiers and crew members who were trying to infiltrate the Steel Archipelago gazed at the distant mages on the other side of the ocean with eyes of hatred and fury. How fearsome was the Tower of Mages? To think they had been hiding such power the whole time? Lightning and tidal waves. Was that Elder Blaine? Oh. As expected of Elder Blaine. A grand spell of this level is unheard of. The mages of the tower faced Blaine with eyes of awe and admiration at the unbelievable phenomenon of controlling Mother Nature. However, Elder Blaine of the Green Cult was sweating buckets, unable to close his mouth. That wasn't me though? The dumbstruck voice of the mage was buried by the churning waves and thunderstorms. And at the center of the storm was a large and fancy frigate with the flag of a golden potato flower, that was big enough to overcome the enormous waves. Walk. The wave. Our ship is going to sink. Mr. Koryaiothian. We have to escape. Calm down, Junior Cronel. This ship is not going to sink that easily. After all, it's the anti-magic frigate of our Dinaref trade fleets. I don't carry You weak. At the very center of the frigate, in the middle of the churning waves and violent storms was a man who was withstanding, or rather, who had already become one with the nature around him. His soul was burning bright as a musician. His name, Corin Lork. A new musician who debuted just today. Singing the song of the late great musician, Chuck Berry's School Days, he energetically ran his fingers down the harp. Kyo-woot. His appearance reminded one of the legendary guitarist, the astonishing legend who had given birth to one of the modern genres of music. Although his technique was most certainly not up to par with the great legend, the burning flames in his soul did not lose to the thunderstorms and waves around him. Rock and roll. Motherfuckers. Youth. Grade, legendary. The string instrument of the King of Gods, Dagda. Playing the string made with the liver of the King of Cats will result in special magical effects. It is the legendary bane of giants that smacked 9 giants to death. Believe in yourself and bash them down. A magical effect is applied to every location affected by the sound. It will fly into the master's hand from anywhere. Bashing a giant with the harp inflicts 1200% additional damage. Hee. You're not going anywhere. Absolutely Nuuaniani is allowed to go. Dagda, the King of Gods, had a lot of treasures, but 3 of them were considered the most powerful out of the bunch. The first of these items was the magic cauldron, Undri. It was the great treasure, proving his status as the King of Gods and proof of his divinity of the earth. Second was the magic club that crushed the skull of the great giant warrior, Serb. It was the weapon that had the highest attack power out of all the akeepable weapons of heroic legends of Arhen. Lastly, the third one was the magic harp, Yuthn, made with an oak tree and the liver of the King of Cats. As one would probably tell from the fact that it was a harp, the power of youth only shined when performing the harp, and the result depended on the genre of the music. Of course, there was the condition that the quality of the performance had to be above a certain threshold, but after borrowing the harp from Estelle Nuna in the previous iteration, I was able to perfect 2 types of performances. Metal and rock. That was the residue of the sweaty youth I spent performing in a band during university. I.e. I changed the song. This time, to a more exciting one. Let's go London Calling. London Calling. To the faraway towns. War has been declared, and the fight has begun. The sky, the ocean, and the River Thames are all with me. Youth. Genre, rock music. It brought about a natural disaster. The exhilarating repetition of powerful chords made the entire world dance to my music. Thunderstorms fell from the sky, while the oceans let out a sonorous chant with their storms and waves. Walk. That was a shark. I saw a shark inside the tornado just then. Sharknado. Fucking asylum. What is that fucker saying? I don't care if the river floods. And I live by the river. Walk. Stop. Please stop. This inhumane music is killing me. Shut up. Cherry boy. The engine has stopped already. But we will live without fear. Do you see this? The cheers and chants of the audience? Do you see the crowd cheering and screaming to my music? Noisy. TCH. Why does no one appreciate the greatness of this genre? And London Calling isn't even that noisy of a song, alright? To be fair, this world was a little bit behind in terms of dance culture, so that was understandable. I remember how people at the royal banquet didn't understand the beauty of my breakdance. But they did cheer at the moonwalk. Ah, I miss you, the one who treads the moon. The one who urged his conviction to the heavens. Wait a second? Heavenly Mike Hale Jackson. I was his only successor in this world. The only one that could inherit his will and reenact the heavenly sovereign strides that could allow you to do reverse steps on the moon. In other words, I am the heavenly Mike. Even if metal, rock and roll, and breakdancing were not accepted in this world, my music still has the power to force the heavens and tremble the oceans. So how could this me not be the heavenly king himself? Heavenly. I am the heavenly Mike Kim Corinne. Sovereign strides. One who treads the moon, moonwalk. Huh? Look. He's walking backwards? Corinne is playing his harp and walking backwards is? Qua. Quararoo. Quararoo. The skies were turning while the earth beneath trembled in shock. The oceans were in fear while the wind stayed turbulent. Help me. Oh, our ship. No. Fufu, fear not, mercenaries. My heavenly moonwalk isn't here to harm the humans. Those who hear the sound of the heavenly youth, none of them shall be hurt. Damn those bastards from the tower. They were hiding such a card up their sleeve. At the command center of the military, Command Burnett slammed down on the map upon hearing about the failed attempt of the vanguards. 50 ships had been used for the plan. Although they weren't going all out for their first attack, they still weren't expecting to be forced back powerlessly without even being able to approach the shores. Similarly, the guardians, mercenaries, and captains who were all summoned to the command center were looking distressed. Most of the people here were masters of guardians guilds and mercenary leaders, and I was also a part of the group as the master of Corinne guardians. What are the casualties looking like? Yes, sir. 13 fleets have been capsized, and 21 have been heavily damaged. Their main bodies have been damaged to the point that we cannot repair them anytime soon. Damn it. There must have been a lot of casualties from the mercenaries. Actually. What is it? There are a few that caught a cold or those with small wounds due to being scraped by the broken shards of the boats, but none of them died. What kind of bullshit is that? Half of the ships were gone and yet none of them were dead. But that was natural. Music and art did not exist to kill people and were instead there to save them. Killing people with music? This heavenly Mike Kim Corinne would not allow such a thing to happen. Apparently, shocking music, the likes of which they had never heard of before, surrounded them and saved their lives. The frown on the face of Commander Burnett deepened as he heard more about what happened. He was about to say something in response, but was interfered by the beautiful and charming voice of a lady. Well, that's not the important part here, is it? Chairman Danua. Everyone gathered their eyes on Master Aaron, who was invited to the subjugation army thanks to the strong recommendations of every branch of the Guardian Alliance. There is no way that such waves were made naturally. It is safe to say that the tower has means of controlling the skies and the oceans. But we can't give up just because of that. Of course, I'm not saying we should. There is a better plan. A better plan? A grand spell that allows them to control waves and thunderstorms means there must be an appropriate magic circle hidden in their base. All we need to do is destroy that. Right, Clara? Master Aaron said naturally while turning around to Lady Josephine standing behind her. With an uncomfortable look on her face, Lady Josephine replied after a nod. Right. I remember seeing something similar in the past, during the Witch Revolution. Uh-huh. If you say so, Dimensional Witch. So that was why. On the outside, Master was just a new chairman and her words did not hold as much power as Lady Josephine, who was a legendary historical figure who led the revolution of witches alongside Balthazar, assisted with the foundation of the new faith, and crushed the Tower of Mages' monopoly over magic. Of course. Everything was a lie. There was a reason why I had to interfere with the advancement of the vanguards by doing something like this. It was to reduce the casualties that would have been made by the retaliation of the Tower of Mages. Both in the original storyline of the game and in the last iteration, this landing operation resulted in massive casualties before coming to an eventual success. Conquering the small islands of the archipelago and landing on the main island was already difficult, but that wasn't the end. Due to their previous experience of being half annihilated by Lady Josephine and Tates Balthazar 80 years ago, the Tower of Mages spent the last 80 years doing everything they could to fortify the Steel Archipelago. Casting chimera monsters and evil spirits everywhere, they made it into an impregnable fortress of hell. Besides, the kidnap of Estelle meant it was time for the giants to show up. There would be way too many casualties, and I knew that based on my experience from the last iteration. There was probably no risk to Estelle's life for the time being, so my priority was to save those that didn't have to be killed. I have an idea. What is it, Chairman Danua? The destruction of the magic circle by a small group of elites. Would that be possible? Definitely. As long as we get the help of the talents that Clara and I are going to recommend. After saying that, Master Aaron started mentioning names. Marie Dinaref, Huaran, Corinne Lorque, Josephine Clara, and me, Aaron Danua. The 5 of us will be enough. But the looks on the faces of the ones listening turned worse as she pronounced more and more names. Only 5? And 3 of them are just students. It's not only 5. We have Sword Captain Lunia Arden from the Arden family as well as several other powerful experts. How could you possibly recommend students whose experience and skills are both yet to be proven? I agree with Chairman Danua's opinion. Captain Lunia? Within the crowd was also Lunia, who had come here not as a member of Corinne Guardians, but as a sword captain officially dispatched by the household with 50 knights and 300 disciples. She showed her wholehearted agreement to Aaron's idea. I can guarantee the capabilities of the students mentioned. And most importantly, I can assure you that anyone better suited for the task than them will be a hard find. What do you mean by that? Student Marie is undoubtedly at the level of a unique grade vampire, although still unofficial, and the same goes for student Huaran. Do you know of the special characteristics of unique grade demons and demi-humans? Hearing that, Commander Burnett groaned in understanding. Though there were few in number, every unique grade demi-human and demon had the same passive ability. Demonic aura. Simply put, it has the same power as dragon fear. Both demonic beasts and spirits will run away in fright when they come across a unique grade demon. This meant that they could bypass most of the evil spirits and chimera monsters that the tower had in store. Being strong and whatnot has nothing to do with this. Chairman Danua's opinion is very much valid. We couldn't do this in the game or the last iteration. Although the player did become a hero of the nation after the annihilation of demi-human villages, they could never reach the level of being influential enough to meddle with large-scale military strategies. But now, it was different. The chairman of the Guardian Academy, Master Aaron, and a sword captain and successor candidate of the Arden family, Lunia, represented my thoughts for me. The two of them had more than enough fame and influence, which would therefore allow this iteration to flow as I wanted it to, unlike before. In that case, let's give it a shot following Chairman Danua's proposal. On the way back after the strategy meeting, my eyes met with Master Aaron, who was still discussing details next to Chairman Burnett. Corinne. Corinne. My dearest disciple. Look here. Here. The solemn dignity she showed during the conference was long gone, and she quietly whispered with her lips while looking at me with a wide smile. That was okay, right? Was it always this easy to see through her expression? Student Corinne. We were preparing for the operation when the most important figure of this operation, Lady Josephine, spoke to me. Yes? What is it? I am preparing for the dimensional jump as you said, but you are aware of the biggest drawback of this plan, yes? Of course. Senior Professor of Merkava Academy. Hidden behind that title was her identity as a war veteran who had been in the lead during the war and revolution 80 years ago. Even for this current strategy, I throw out ideas, but it was mainly Master Aaron and Lady Josephine that added in the details. We will be moving straight to the Steel Archipelago with teleportation. There is a big hole in the plan already. Because over the past 80 years, the tower has been setting up all sorts of barriers that interfere with dimensional spells to prepare themselves against me. Right, that was already a problem. Lady Josephine's teleportation spell was most likely going to fail. 80 years ago, because she had relied on her infinite teleportation to drop off Valtazer and Master Aaron wherever they pleased to bring the Steel Archipelago to ruins, there was no way that the tower hadn't created countermeasures for her. The existence of one superhuman mage made the war unwinnable for them, and that was why the Tower of Mages was horrified by her teleportations. The interference to the teleportation will surely drop people to random places throughout the archipelago, and waiting in those places would be the evil spirits and chimeras. I'm not particularly concerned about everyone else, but I am worried about you. I was probably the weakest out of all the participants in this strategy. In fact, the strategy plan written by Josephine had a question mark written next to the name, Corinne Lorque. I, without the support of my third precept, was remarkably weaker than the others in terms of physical stats, so that was no surprise. It's all right. It will work out one way or another. You say that, but I continued while drawing squiggles on top of the question mark that Josephine wrote on the paper. We will be all dropped onto different parts of the archipelago, but that would lead to a detrimental result for them because we have with us the cursed potatoes that Senior Marie made. The curse of matcha was given by the Dan and the Angus. As you said, it will have astonishing results if it works, but... Curse of Matcha. It was a frightening curse that made the men of the land invaded by the curse feel the pain of childbirth for 9 days. For this to work, we had to plant crops on the land and wait for them to bud. For a potato seed to bud, it would take around 15 to 20 days. We will plant the seeds across the archipelago, go through the secret passageways of the Tower of Mages by ourselves, say the Saintess, and teleport back with your teleportation marker. It's not impossible considering our abilities and skills, but... Lady Josephine's teleportation could only be interfered with when teleporting to the archipelago. Her teleporting out of the islands through a marker couldn't be interrupted due to her having clear coordinates. Huh. But do you understand? If someone can't come back properly in this final moment of escape, then the leftover ones need to do their very best to survive by themselves. I know, but it's a plan worth taking the risk. The biggest question of this plan was this. When teleporting out using Josephine's markers after saving Estelle, would everyone be able to gather there in time? I don't think there will be particularly any problems with Huaran and Student Marie. And of course, the same goes for Aaron. Do you understand what I'm saying? The biggest drawback and questionable member of this plan was certainly me, and only me. However, there was only one thing I could tell her in response. I have no plans of sitting back and doing nothing after pushing my colleagues into the pit of hell. Huh. I knew it. That's just the type of person you are. We finished the preparation shortly after that, and the next day, we gathered together for the teleportation. Marie Duneref, Huaran, Aaron Danua, Josephine Clara, Corinne Lorque. 5 people. Destroying the magic circle was our goal on the outside, but our real goal was to save the Saintess and spread the cursed seeds. Are you ready? Yes, Corinne. Are you really bringing that? She said while looking at the luggage behind my back. Right now, I was wearing not only the supplies and munitions, but also the silver spear of Shadow Paradise and the red spear, Guy Durg, as well as the enormous harp, Yuthn. It's a bit heavy, but don't worry. This thing will come to me no matter where I call it from, so I will just toss it somewhere nearby. There was a strange look on her face, as if that was beside the point, but... Wait, did you want to listen to my music or something? The music of I, the heavenly Mike Corinne Kim? I would never want to listen to that noise. So mean. Josephine started engraving a magic circle on the ground for the teleportation. In a bit, we would be sent off to different parts of the Steel Archipelago. 30 seconds left. With less than 30 seconds left of the teleportation, Huaran said after holding onto my sleeves. Don't get hurt. Huh? If you're hurt, my. 10 seconds left to the teleportation. Everyone, get ready. A crack started to appear all around us, starting from the ground. That was proof that we were about to leap through an enormous distance. But still, Huaran showed no signs of opening her mouth. Corinne. I will see you at the tower. Sure, Senior Marie. You and Doggo be careful as well. Okay. 8, 7. Corinne. HNN? After seemingly making up her mind, Huaran opened her mouth. If you're hurt. 3, 2. I think I'll be sad. So please. We will see each other again in one piece, so don't worry. Thanks for worrying about me. Her face started to turn red. She was about to say something, but before she could, the dimension around us cracked its mouth wide open as we fell into the deep dimension of nothingness. A forest. The trees were thick, and a whole ecosystem was breathing together. Like a large greenhouse, there was still warmth in this land. Being next to the Northern Kingdom, the land cursed to be cold and snowy for an eternity, the Steel Archipelago was similarly a land of extreme chilliness that did not allow normal crops to grow. The fact that there was such a thick forest near me despite that. Bingo. I was anticipating that things would somehow work out wherever I ended up, but I really wasn't expecting to be sent here out of all the places. Prohibited forest. An artificially created enormous greenhouse where the mages of the tower grew magic organisms and crops for experimental purposes. This was the prohibited forest that was being maintained by the green cult. Although there were all sorts of hidden pieces and magical crops of incredible effects hidden in this place, this was one of the places that required the most time for players to clear. It was because there were thousands if not tens of thousands of evil spirits and artificially engineered spirits created from the experiments of the green cult. Because of the hideous difficulty of this region, it was considered one of the most difficult side quests of Heroic Legends of Arhen, on par with the endgame main quest line. A horrible part of the map that even maxed-out player parties could not conquer with ease. But that did not matter to me in the slightest. Second precept, restriction: I do not perceive spirits. There was a fairy called Beoban Sith. It was an astral spirit that sucked the blood of any man it seduced using its beauty and charming white dress. Because of its otherworldly beauty, every man tended to be bewitched by it the moment they saw it. Right, as long as they could see it, that is. Lolialu. What? Why is he ignoring me? Facing the sudden intruder of the forest, the fairy fluttered its skirt and tried to seduce him, but the man remained firm. It was the first time that this experienced demonic spirit, which had been roaming around the world for centuries, saw a man who was unmoved by her charm. It was a massive disgrace that the White Queen was being disregarded like this. Huh? Are you going? Really? Are you just going to leave? The fairy tried to stop him with a sorrowful voice, but the voice failed to reach him. How was it that he could ignore its beautiful voice? Even though there had been no man in existence who had ever resisted the temptations of its voice. The pride that the queen had built up for centuries crumbled down in an instant. The fairy was appalled by the fact that there was a man whose mental willpower could be as strong as this. Humph. You're doing yourself a disservice by ignoring my temptation. I would have at least let you enjoy heavenly pleasure before your death. Beoban Sith was looking at the man with a seductive gaze when it noticed an astral body standing before the man's path. HKK, HKK. The man was walking to a banshee, who was in the form of a gloomy-looking granny. The woman wept in sorrow. After noticing the presence of the man walking to itself, the banshee held its voice in. What? He's walking straight to the banshee? He was going to die an instant death at this rate. Although the Beoban Sith had also been intending to kill him when seducing him, it still couldn't help but tilt its head at the sight of the illogically irrational actions of the man. In the end, when the man foolishly walked all the way up to the face of the banshee let out a loud scream. Kaya-a-wea. Those who hear the banshee scream would surely die. It was a horrendous scream that made Beoban Sith frown its eyes, despite also being an astral body. The scream was a powerful attack that would immediately put people to death if they didn't have enough resistance or tolerance to magic. Even though the man seemed to have a strong body and willpower, there was no way that he could stay alive after being screamed at by a banshee a hair's breadth away. Is it this way? Or maybe that way. He was way too normal. There were indeed some people that could survive after hearing the scream of a banshee, but they would still bleed from their ears or their eyes, or at least give a frown. The banshee was stupefied after seeing the man continue humming as if its scream was nothing. What is this guy? No idea. That banshee wasn't the only one. Several other evil spirits of the prohibited forest gathered after hearing the banshee scream. Here comes a newbie. He's mine. Mine. Hew hew hew. A new visitor of the forest. Don't go easy on him. Evil spirits of the prohibited forest. Originally, they were free spirits that roamed across the world but were forcibly made by the mages to become wardens of the forest and were therefore about to die of boredom. Playing with intruders and ripping them to pieces was what gave them enjoyment, but there was no one they could play with apart from the lunatic robbers who dared to steal the treasures of the tower. The reason this forest was the worst region to fight in was because the bored evil spirits had the tendency to immediately gather to any source of entertainment including a fight. But what the hell? What the heck? What is wrong with this guy? One man. Corin Lork had visited their forest by himself, and there had already been 4,000 evil spirits trying to kill him one way or another. They each showed off their spiritual powers and slashed at Corin. A banshee's scream and the charm of a Beoban Sith were all at the level of powerful attacks that could sink dragons. But despite their attacks, and even though the ground quivered and the forest cried in pain, not even one of them was able to hurt him. Second precept, restriction. I do not perceive spirits. Corinne Lorque's second precept. This precept that was put in place to strive for a grand aspiration while restricting oneself allowed him to be uninterrupted by half the evil creatures of the world thanks to a play of words. Huh? Wait a second. His destination was the place where the mages of the tower were cultivating powerful herbs to help with their experimentations. The Tower of Mages was the place where most of the magic experimentations and progress occurred. However, that in turn called for unending experiments and a supply of expensive ingredients that were required for those experiments. Because of that, the mages of the tower began to grow herbs in the den of evil spirits that were safe from the hands of robbers. Those ranged from mandrakes to the water of rejuvenation, magic acorn, and the 10,000-year-old ginseng from the distant east. Essentially, this place was the abode of all sorts of global elixirs and powerful herbs. However, magic plants grew slowly and required a lot of time. There were several different herbs here that were a few years to centuries old, and for the super rare ingredients like the ginseng that required the mages to dig up the entire piece of land surrounding it, there was a unique grade demonic spirit guarding the treasure. Those were the valuable treasures of the tower that they had been growing with care and surveillance. The priceless elixirs that far exceeded what money could buy. They are all mine now. Were about to be stolen by one thief. Jackpot. A massive jackpot. The prohibited forest of the Steel Archipelago could only be described as a big fat jackpot. The invaluable treasures that must have been nurtured under the extreme care of the mages, the herbs that were supposed to be taken hastily one at a time while evading the endless rampage of evil spirits, were currently being swept away by my hands. Mandrakes, who cares about these? Wait, that's liquid azurite? Drink it away. Slurp slurp. Nom nom. Gulp. You have consumed liquid azurite. Your aura rank has increased. Your mana rank has increased. Your aura capacity has increased by 2,000. Your mana capacity has increased by 1,500. You have consumed the honey of jade. Your resistance to poison has increased. You have consumed the nest of a blood sparrow. It is an artificial nest. The effect has been halved. You have acquired intuition of a sparrow. Intuition of a sparrow. Feel the wind with your skin and be quick at noticing danger. I consumed a few of the elixirs right there and then, while throwing everything I found into a large bag. There were a bunch of powerful herbs here, but I couldn't consume them all at once. If I were to consume a bunch of them without any measures in place, my body wouldn't even be able to absorb all their energy. For now, I decided to be content with that much. Besides, liquid azurite was already an elixir that was at the level of a hidden piece, so I was happy enough with that. Let's see. Add that to what I saw last time I did my stat check. Aura rank, high, 13,130. Mana rank, high, 11,920. Specialty, regeneration of the tenacious warrior, pain tolerance, domain comprehension, triple core, demonic aura release, Herculean strength, rune amplification, intuition of a sparrow. Strength, 223. Agility, 165. Vitality, 160. Aura, 174. Mana, 174. Hue. This much, huh? With this, my stats should be even higher than Lunia's. My total mana capacity had taken a huge leap when I acquired Ergetlam and was now above the mana capacity Marie had before becoming a vampire. Considering how she used to be called the blessed prodigy of magic even before her vampirification, it was quite incredible. Of course, it was still far from being high enough if you were to compare that to the balance breaker of the knights, Huaran, who had more than 100,000 aura when unsealed, and Marie who had reached 70,000 mana capacity after becoming a vampire, but those two were supposed to be raid bosses in the first place. A mere player having these stats at this point in time was incredible, okay. Plus, this wasn't all there was to it. The repeatable farming field, prohibited forest, still had in store an excellent treasure that had a 1.5% drop rate after defeating the King of Ghosts. That very treasure was currently right before my eyes. Although the unique grade demonic spirit, King of Ghosts, should be also right in front of me, it didn't matter to me in the slightest whether he was a unique grade monster or not. It was because none of the astral bodies were able to do anything to me, so long as I didn't perceive them. Hugh. Am I shivering right now? My heart was beating rapidly like there was no tomorrow. The plan was to come here and retrieve the treasure one day, but I was expecting that day to be in another year's time at the very least. I slowly dug out the soil surrounding the elixir. Slowly but surely, without being enticed by the red fruits that slowly swung back and forth, I continued digging it out with care. This wicked thing. Trying to enchant people with its luster. He he he. Slowly and carefully, like a mother caressing a baby, I moved my hands. Little grains of dirt got under my nails, but that wasn't important in the slightest. Oh. Oh. At last, I finally laid my eyes on the beautiful and attractive roots of the herb. Its lustrous beauty couldn't be concealed by the dirt around it. So this was it. This was the spiritual herb. That legendary elixir that Elder Dre Ryan brought from the East after using 10 years' worth of the cult's budget. Korean ginseng. It was one of the 3 great elixirs of heroic legends of Arhan, on par with the yellow gold mandrake and the world tree fruit, a hidden piece that could only be acquired from the prohibited forest. Let's put this aside for now. I placed the ginseng into a pre-prepared container and carefully rested it inside my bag. Let's ask Marie to boil it for me later. The ground now had a hole after the herb was taken out, so I kindly replaced the contents with the potato seeds that I got from Marie. The prohibited forest had the best environment and magical fertilizers for the plants to grow because this was where the mages of the tower grew their herbs. This place was certainly going to provide an amazing habitat for the seeds. For the next 2 days, I continued digging out herbs and planting seeds in return until my bag became as big as Santa Claus's bag of gifts. I couldn't carry this to the Tower of Mages, so I firmly attached it to Youth and hid it in a secure place. Now. Time to get working. The time we had decided on was drawing near, so I started heading for the tower. The Steel Archipelago had 4 different themed fields. First of them was the prohibited forest located on the west of the main island, the repeatable farming map where the mages grew magical herbs and placed thousands of evil spirits to guard the land. South of the island was where the port was located. There were also numerous iron mines and magic stone mines, so there were always a bunch of chimeras and mages. On the eastern and northern front of the island was the Land of Frost. It was the place where giants had fallen in the distant past after losing the war against the Danann. Therefore, that was the place where the resurrection of giants was going to occur. Lastly, there was the sewage under the Tower of Mages. It was the passage where all sorts of disgusting filth left through to get to the ocean. Phew. The sticky ground beneath clung to the soles of my shoes. The humid and stinky air pervaded my nose, and a gust of odor ate away at my nerves with every breath. This place is even worse than the other sewage. The reason why there were no fish living near the Steel Archipelago was because of the pollution caused by the tower. These mages threw away the leftover filth of their innumerable experiments down the drain without any care. Actually, wasn't there a side quest available during the Tower of Mages Subjugation Act where you had to kill the sewage monster, which was created by the damage done to the environment? Flap. Quickly, I raised the red spear, Gi-Durg, and pointed it at the source of the sound. That sound just then sounded like the fluttering wings of a bird, but, was there a bird this deep into the sewage? A bat maybe? Daggaz. I engraved the rune that brightened your line of sight in the darkness, and it immediately lit up the entire tunnel of the sewage. This was one of the regions of the tower that had monsters. My plan was to avoid as many fights as possible but... Plop. That was when I caught sight of something causing the water running down the sewage to ripple. I hoped it would be a normal water demon, but considering that size... Gee. The monster burst out of the water in one leap. TCH. I kicked off the sticky ground of the sewage to jump back. Quang. The head of the monster crashed through the walls of the tunnel, but the monster had not a single wound on its head. I looked at the monster who glared back at me with a growl. There were shells covering its deteriorated eyes and there were several dozens of cracks on the mouth of the monster, making it resemble something that would come out of that one zombie game. Damn it. How unlucky can I get? Field Boss, Monster of the Underground Sewage. A pitiful monster, created by the environmental pollution of the Tower of Mages. It was a grade 1 demonic beast that was supposed to be defeated by a full party. It will draw the eyes of the mages if I take too long. I have to end it in a flash. As soon as I concentrated a flow of mana into my left arm, a silver arm, Ergetlam started to appear. Although I had yet to fully master it, the compressed power of the sun was surely going to be. Q? It was then. The monster, who was opening its gruesome mouth wide open, threatening to devour me in one swoop, suddenly let out a dumbfoundingly cute groan. Quack. Quack. As if someone was grabbing it on the back, the monster was dragged behind. The underdeveloped legs of the monster desperately tried to scrape the ground in an attempt to save itself, but there was an overwhelming difference in strength. Huuu? Before long, the monster was lifted into the air by its tail and Quang. Quagong. Quang. Quarung. Quang. It started being rammed into every edge and corner of the tunnel, and the death throes of the monster were covered up by the crumbling pebbles of the sewage. One-sided violence. To my knowledge, there was only one person in the world who could show such a devastating difference in strength. Walking out from behind the enormous body of the monster down the sewage tunnel was a girl wearing none clothes. Hua Ran was carrying the tail of the late field boss. Can you cook this? It's dirty. Throw it away. Going up the underground sewage of the Tower of Mages, one would end up at an old control room. Despite being the control room of a sewage system this big, it was barren and unattended, but the room left behind by the ancestors proved to be a good safe zone for the player. Those guys from the tower. Maybe they were complacent or something, but none of them looked after the sewage and didn't even bother approaching it in the first place. All they did was throw in some chimeras and evil spirits. This was why the world wouldn't go around with only those so-called intelligent mages. They just didn't know how there were some things in the world that had to be done in spite of being exhausting and unclean. Let's stay here for a bit while we wait for the rest of them to arrive. I carefully put my bag down in the dusty control room. There was no knowing when Marie, Master Aaron, and Lady Josephine would arrive, so I had to clean it up to some extent. By the way, how did you come here so quickly? Even though I was quite early. The time we had decided on was in 2 days' time. We were generous with the time because, unlike me, the others had to defeat demonic spirits on top of demonic beasts. Of course, most of the weaklings would immediately turn their tails and run away upon seeing Marie and Hua Ran, but this was still way too early. I turned into a crow. I ran. They didn't see you, right? No. It was true that it would have taken her less than a few hours if she sprinted across the island at her full speed, but, for some reason, it felt a bit different. In any case, I was getting prepared to clean up the dust in this room when Hua Ran walked up to me in large strides. Are you hurt? Huh? No, not really. No. She then suddenly turned around with a flick and walked away while mumbling something to herself. Turn into a cat, he'll find out. Then, a wolf? It appeared that she was talking to Ran. Now that I thought about it, I could probably get Ran's help with the cleaning. Hua. Can you come here for a bit? Huh? Me? Yeah. I have a favor to ask. Her eyes turned evidently bright as she hopped her way across with a bright look on her face. Since when was she so happy to listen to my request? Was this the outcome of an open heart-to-heart conversation? Why? What is it? Can you switch with Ran? Why? Suddenly her vigor took a massive fall. Although she always had an indifferent look on her face by default, it was very clear that she looked even more down than usual. I wanted to ask Ran to clean up with me. You don't like cleaning, right? I can do better. Really? Then can you lend me a hand? After turning her head around with a flick, Hua started cleaning up the room. There appeared to be some verbal fight going on, but Hua ended her internal conversation with, "Be quiet." It was impossible to tell what was going on in the mind of a girl in puberty. You can rate this series here. Advanced chapters available on. We are recruiting. Estelle was treated like a gem wherever she was. Born with an incredibly high status, she was not only extremely capable, but her aura itself gave off the atmosphere of a noble lady. She was still treated with respect even while she was imprisoned. Lying down on a comfortable bed of silk, inside the fancy prison cell decorated with classy books, she grumbled about the food. Excuse me. If you are going to bring out a steak, shouldn't it be accompanied with red wine? What kind of blasphemy is T-bone and white wine? Can't you just be content with what you get? Red Winnie. 35-year-old Duna wine from the Southern Vineyard sis. Ugh. Alright. I'll go ask. The meat's going to go cold, so make another one. I will have the garnish now, so don't take it. TCH. Fine. The low-level mage, who was in charge of supervising Estelle, felt like her mind was being eaten away having to deal with this picky prisoner. However, she couldn't ignore her requests, because the personal command from the Tower Lord was that they had to provide everything that the Saintess wanted. Aside from the Tower Lord's command, the mage herself still had some level of faith. She was slightly afraid that she would receive divine punishment if she were to mess with the Saintess, the representative of divinity. Of course, the faith of the mage was questionable, considering that she was a part of the group that kidnapped the Saintess, but in any case, Estelle's status as the Saintess was still proving to be effective in spite of being a kidnapped prisoner. As soon as the mage disappeared from her sight, Estelle got on her knees and clasped her hands together. Lord. Wishing upon herself was the amplification of her physical strength, a supernatural power that would allow her to escape from this predicament. She could definitely feel divine energy flowing out of her body. Good. After finishing her prayers, she held on to the iron bars of the prison cell as hard as she could. KNNG. NNN. On my palms. In the end, she gave up before long. Her divine energy and her prayers still weren't working properly. What's going on? The Holy Grail, is that the reason why? But that was still strange. Why would the Holy Grail nullify the effects of her prayer? Huh. This is where a prince is supposed to show up to save the princess. All she could rely on was not the results of her prayers and hopes towards the Lord, but the help of a heroic prince who could guide her out of this hardship. Of course, the kingdom and the order would have mobilized their troops already to save her, and the Tower of Mages would eventually fall no matter how great of a countermeasure they had prepared. The question is, what are they doing with my blood? That was probably part of the reason why Estelle was being treated this well, despite being a prisoner. To keep her healthy with as little stress as possible, so that they could take a few drops of her fresh blood every day. Adeline and that guy with the Holy Grail called Dun Scaith must be doing something with her blood. She was frustrated that she had no idea what they were doing, but Estelle was just a feeble lady without the aid of her divine energy. The only thing she could do was spend her overflowing resource of time on self-introspection and habitual prayers. Lord, please save me from this predicament, have mercy on the innocent lambs, and... While continuing with her prayer, the Saintess, Princess Estelle harbored doubts. If there was a God, and if she really was connected to that God, why were they just watching this happen? She ended up harboring that rather natural, yet rather disloyal doubt inside her. It was hard to tell night from day inside the sewage without a single ray of light. Urged by the internal clock of my body, I opened my eyes and found something warm resting on my body. Hugh. Huaran let out a long breath in the middle of her deep sleep. I rustled her hair with my fingers as she buried herself deeper into my body. I guess I'll let her sleep a little bit more. There was still no one else here, so I stayed lying down on the bed. Appa? That was when the girl slowly raised her head from my chest. The girl with blue eyes lifted her eyes and looked up at my eyes. Oh, did I wake you up? Hua is still asleep. Do you guys wake up at different times? It usually depends on how tired the body is, but generally, the person that wakes up first has control over it. Oh ho. In other words, even if Hua was in control over the body, it seemed that Ran could gain control over it if she were to fall asleep. Shall we get up then? We need to make sure they aren't lost either. Even though she was usually the first to actively help out with cleaning the house and such, Ran seemed hesitant to wake up. What's wrong? Instead of replying to my question, she wrapped her arms around my waist and rubbed her nose on my chest. Ran? I just want to stay like this for a bit. I was momentarily lost as to what to do, but before long, I started giving her a few gentle taps to the back. It feels very warm and nice here. That's because Clayum Solace gives out the yang energy dash. No, even if that wasn't there, it would have still felt nice. I am sure. I see. Ran never concealed her feelings for me. In fact, she was even more proactive compared to Marie. Grip. I wrapped my arms around her waist and returned a tight hug. Ran muttered in shock. Oh, Appa? Thanks. For liking someone like me. There's nothing wrong with you. Even then, thank you. Thanks for everything. Like that, we continued hugging each other for a while. Leaving the control room of the sewage, I patrolled around the area and engraved a few runes throughout the sewage while I was at it. Thanks to my mana capacity that was now above 10,000, engraving runes was no longer as taxing as it used to be. In fact, I got greedy from the overwhelming supply of mana and got caught up with creating large and accurate letters that I only wrote 40 today. Welcome back, Appa. I came back after engraving the runes and saw Ran preparing the meal with dried jerkies and Corinne potato. Oh, Corinne potato. You invented it, right Appa? It's super popular. Corinne potato was the military munition I created during the food tech lesson last year. The thin layer of pressed potato was something inspired by the military supplies from World War II. I even got an award and a prize from the military for making it, you know. Wow. That's amazing. She clapped to demonstrate her admiration while cooking Corinne potato on a pot with a wooden ladle. Mashed potato? Yes. And this here is from a canned stew. On a different pot was a bubbling stew that gave off an incredibly appetizing scent. It was usually a bad idea to cook something with a strong scent during an operation, but the sewage outside the control room would offset the smell with its disgusting odor, so it was probably alright. Let's enjoy ourselves when we can. The beef stew and mashed potatoes that Ran made were quite tasty, despite being a modified form of military supplies. Although it wasn't at the level of unknowingly screaming out, "Amazing," this was a magnificent meal considering the environment around us. That was great. It wouldn't have been easy to make this, right? Objectively speaking, her cooking skills were quite good. From the people around me, she was second only to Marie. As for Alicia, she was just a professional eater. Appa. I'm learning how to cook these days. As well as making flowers and supporting parents-in-law. Huh? Cooking I understand, but why would she be learning how to make flowers and how to support parents-in-law? Why are you? Tata. As soon as I opened my mouth for that question, Ran shoved a spoonful of mashed potatoes into my mouth. With an alluring gaze that you couldn't find from Hua, she adorably gazed up with a bashful smile. To learn how to be a bride for one, and only one person in the world. It was adding too much burden to my heart. At this point, this was pretty much a confession. Ran tended to approach me like this quite often, despite pretending like it was a joke. She had a very serious look in her eyes, as she conveyed an unwavering and certain intention. Hearing that passionate confession of love, I unknowingly lifted my hand. Ran. It was right when I reached my hand out to the passionate girl. She suddenly took a big step back after slapping my hand away. Eek. Her cheeks flushed red like autumn leaves. Her eyes quivered as if there was an earthquake as she protected her head, which had almost been touched, with her two hands. Why, you. Just then. What were you trying to do? Hua asked, looking extremely agitated unlike her usual self. Hey, are you Hua? She silently looked at me with a resentful gaze. Even though Hua had an indifferent look on her face by default, there were times when it was possible to glimpse at her emotions. Don't touch. Huh? Seeing the dumb look on my face, Hua hurriedly collected her breath and expressed herself again. Don't touch me. But why? Aren't we as close as brother and sisters to have physical contact without restraint? I feel bad when you touch me. Is it that bad? This big brother will be hurt if you say that, you know. I'm sorry. No, I mean. It was then. Woof. An enormous dogman busted into the control room after a fierce kick on the door. Woof woof. Krrrhh. Doggo unreservedly let out a ferocious howl as always. The fact that he was here meant that Marie had also arrived. Ugh, Doggo. Can you smell your daddy? My nose is blocked, and I can't make out anything. HNN? 3 days after entering the Steel Archipelago, we were joined at the save point by Marie. That same afternoon, Master Aaron and Lady Josephine also arrived at the control room of the underground sewage. I will stay here and prepare the teleportation so that we can leave whenever we are ready. Lady Josephine was in charge of the escape plan. Even though she would have normally been an incredible help in most fights with her teleportation, her abilities were rather restricted in the tower. As mentioned before, during the Witch Revolution, the Tower of Mages had been absolutely demolished by the Dimensional Witch. Because of their memories of the past nightmare, not only did they install an interruptive device that covered the entire archipelago, but they also had such artifacts jam-packed inside the tower itself. Actually, elevators were invented by the mages because they needed a mechanical device to travel between the floors of the tower, because the interruptive devices stopped them from teleporting between floors as well. In any case, Josephine was unable to use any teleportation spell inside this place without being interrupted, apart from the long-distance teleportation to the marker on the other side of the ocean. With that being the case, it was a better call to have Marie be the mage fighting with us in the battle, while leaving the escape to Lady Josephine. Student Huaran. You are going to leave behind as well. Our job will be to protect this place. NN. That was something we had decided on beforehand, so Hua stayed behind at the control room without raising any complaints. However, she was constantly looking into my eyes without turning around. She was probably worried, so I patted her head. It wasn't even that rough, and yet Hua lowered her head and was unable to lift it back up. She was a little strange today, ever since morning. Meanwhile, for some reason, Marie was vacantly staring at Hua on top of that. Corinne. Let's go. Marie urged me with a cold look in her eyes, so we quickly left the control room and started climbing up towards the tower. Tower of Mages was like a tranquil paradise to those with an elitist mindset. Except for the prohibited forest, which was cultivated to become a forest where they could harvest and experiment with magical herbs, the entire archipelago was exposed to the severe cold and the harshness of nature. Because of that, the mages had to invite some outsiders to import food and goods, but those people could only live in a small village on the outskirts and weren't even allowed to set foot near the Tower of Mages. These elitists were so secretive and did not let anyone set foot inside the tower. Even the chores inside the tower were done by the mages, either the mages of the lower floors or their familiars and spirits. It was like a postgraduate student of a university, preparing the food for the professors and cleaning the rooms. There was even a mage, who had been working in the tower for 20 years, that escaped back to the main continent to create the tower restaurant. Both the previous world and this world were full of people who were forced to take a roundabout way when seeking wisdom and knowledge. It's a bit big. Maybe I should have looked for a smaller one. It can't be helped because you've always been quite petite, master. I can give you mine if you want. I will be all right, my disciple. You are so tall, even the biggest robe looks small on you. Naturally, the Tower of Mages robe was one of the crucial requirements when infiltrating into the Tower of Mages, which was obviously filled with mages. We were wearing the robes that we found from the main continent to disguise ourselves as mages of the tower. My robe had a badge that symbolized my status as a mage of the 4th floor. That was pretty high, but it seemed that even a mage of that level had to be in charge of cooking meals in the tower. The tower was such an inefficient and secluded organization, if anything. So, what are we going to do now? We have come up to the 4th floor but... Corinne. Doggo says the Saintess is at a place that's much higher than here. Doggo was chasing after Estelle's scent from Marie's shadows. It was to be expected that they wouldn't keep the Saintess on one of the lower floors. The 4th floor is the highest we can climb without any problems. From the 5th floor onwards, we need the rights of a mage that's at the level of an assistant professor at the very least. It's quite high-tech, actually, because they check your fingerprints. The 5th floor required the rights of an assistant professor, you had to be a professor for the 6th, and the 7th floor onwards were only accessible by the elders of each cult. We don't have to worry about it though, master. We have an amazing mage that is going to help us with the process. Marie soon proved my words with her action. She said one word as a humanoid figure started to climb up from her shadow. His skin was wrinkled up, and his fingers quivered non-stop due to the physical labor he was forced to undertake. The old man, who had been anxiously looking around the surroundings, gasped for breath immediately after finding us and Marie. Hello, Chunsik. Hayek. Lady Dinaref. I mean, master. Chunsik quickly got on his knees and cowed out in fear. Who would possibly guess upon seeing this shabby old man, that he used to be one of the 7 top mages of the tower, Elder Admalek of the Red Cult. Now, he was nothing but a ghoul and one of Marie's numerous familiars. Chunsik. Like I said before, we need to hurry so quickly use your fingerprints. But. If you don't want to, then I can cut off your hands and do it for you. I will do it immediately. Marie had an extremely cold-hearted and ruthless attitude against him. To be fair, he was someone who was trying to kidnap her to use as a test subject, so there was no need to be compassionate for him, but there were times when she would spook me a little. In any case, thanks to him, we easily strolled through the 5th and the 6th floor. Go back inside, Chunsik. Ah, yes. Yes, miss. After putting him back into her shadows so that he wouldn't be a nuisance to our secret mission, we wandered around looking for the stairs heading to the 7th floor. The 7th floor and above were the territories of elders. If I remember correctly, Estelle would probably be at the special unit of the 8th floor, the place where Adeline the Tower Lord stored demonic beasts that would be used for his experiments. Dunscaith was probably here along with the Lord of the Tower. We had to try our best not to come across them at all cost. Oi! You over there! Turning around, I found a mage who was wearing a golden badge with 7 gems attached. He was a mage of the 7th floor, a professor of the gold cult. What do we do, Corinne? Do we attack? Wait. 1 second. It will get tedious if we create a ruckus here. What should we do? Kill him? I was thinking most of the higher grade mages would be at the battlefront, and was thus not expecting to be discovered already. You guys are. The mage slowly walked towards us. It was right when I was about to take out my spear, which I had hidden beneath my robe. Hello, Professor Arak. Master suddenly called out his name while taking a step forward. Huh? And you are? Professor Arak instinctively took a step back when she unhesitatingly walked up to him. I'm a postgraduate from the 5th floor, and my name is Alia. Elder Blaine told me to get BF 1207 FF 3801 from the laboratory on 6 to 8. Okay? Sorry, but can I please ask where 6 to 8 is? Right. Go that way and go 3 blocks to the left. Really? Thank you so much. Master skillfully dealt with the professor-level mage. Or rather, maybe it was more correct to say that she bewitched him. Kuhum. You over there. Alia, was it? When you're free, would you like to go for coffee? HNN? Sure. Right. Come to my office when you're done. Master hopped her way back in joy, as we turned around and pretended to head towards 6 to 8. How did you do that? I know all the important mages of the tower, because I've been here as Ariu Khazar a few times. Right. No wonder she knew the face of Arak, who seemed to be at the level of a professor who would tend to stay holed up inside the tower the whole time. Then let's walk around the place for a bit before heading upstairs. Corinne. He's still staring at us. Arak's eyes were still on us. In order to lower his guard, we turned left towards 6 to 8 and escaped his line of sight. He would be able to hear us walking down the corridor, so we decided to enter one of the rooms for the time being. The place we went to was the closest laboratory immediately after turning the corner. As expected of the laboratory of the mages, the room was extremely dark and gloomy all around, starting from the entrance. Master. What was that just then? NN? Oh, you mean the code number? I just made that up because the mages of the tower tend to give serial codes to their items. No, I mean, that guy called Arak was head over heels for you in that short span of time. HNN? Stop it, Corinne. What are you saying? She said while gently slapping my shoulder. Wait, did she not see that just then? That Arak guy had a pretty serious look in his eyes though? For some reason, everyone has been very kind to me ever since the past. It's probably because they are all kind at the core, right? I think I know why. NN? What do you mean? It's because you're beautiful. People are always weak to beauty, after all. Oh dear. Corinne? Don't you get that as well, Senior Marie? People always feel like doing something more when they see someone beautiful, you know? HAHT. Instead of staying there and doing nothing while waiting for the echoing footsteps of the corridor to disappear, I decided to look around the laboratory. Woof. Woof woof. That was when Doggo let out a restrained bark from Marie's robe. Doggo? What's going on? Doggo sounds a little scared. Scared? Is there something here? It was my first time coming to the tower during this point in time, so I also had no idea what it could be. For now, I looked around, searching for a clue. What you would find at a laboratory was very random. Some labs were extremely normal and carried out experiments about household equipment, while some labs had human and demon experiments going on. If even Doggo was frightened by it, it was probably something serious, although I couldn't possibly guess what kind of crazy experiment it must be. Let's have a look, just in case. Even if everything was to go well, a full frontal battle against the Tower of Mages was no longer avoidable, so we had to do whatever we could while we were here. This laboratory appears more like a whole building than a single room. Although the Tower of Mages was divided into 9 floors, each of the floors were much taller than that of normal buildings. It was like 9 huge department stores put together, with each of them being referred to as a single floor. The faint green fluorescent light was the only source of light inside the lab, and the floor was slippery as if covered with sludges of oil. Master. Have you been to a place like this before? No. They never showed what was inside a laboratory to the chairman of an academy, and even during the Witch Revolution, we were too busy destroying everything that I do not remember being here. Corinne. Doggo is saying we should go over to the other side. Unlike us, Doggo seemed to have sensed something odd. The lab was reeking of the scent of dried blood, and the mixed odor of old oil and rotten flesh. It was surprising that Doggo could smell something through all these disgusting scents. Ah. My feet came to stop as my heart instinctively lowered its rate. Corinne. Something was staring at us. Something enormous. It can't be. Master uttered in shock. We turned our eyes to the right and found a gigantic eye looking directly at us. You can rate this series here. Advanced chapters available on. We are recruiting. An enormous eyeball was hanging in the air. The eye was so huge that large rakes were being used to pull the skin surrounding the eyeball to force it open. That was how enormous and heavy the eye was. The pupil looked extremely profound. In fact, the cross-shaped pupil appeared so deep and profound that it seemed like it could see through everything it laid its gaze upon. Anyone alive would feel their heart skip a beat. Calm down. As you can see, it's already dead. Master's words called for a deeper inspection. When we looked closely at the thing that was the size of the giants we saw on the floating island, if not bigger, we realized the obvious. There was no way that one eye could move by itself. Corinne, this is very different from the giants we saw on the floating island. This eye is already as big as one of those giants. It's in a whole different league, right? That's the original. Giants were actually the descendants of the Sky Titans, the Titans of the past. After being defeated by the gods, they were forced to conceal themselves in tiny places and banish themselves from the world, which resulted in their gradual decline. Unlike the time when they had control over everything and didn't have to worry about food, they had trouble scavenging for food, so their race was forced to decrease their size, and the elders died before they could pass down their wisdom and knowledge of magic. There were less than 10 titans left by now, including Serphan, the Sky Titan we saw in the east, and the Frost Titan of the Northern Kingdom, Utgard. They were as rare as dragons. And that was exactly why the Tower of Mages' plan of reviving the Titans was dangerous. This I have seen it before. Master said while looking at the leftover trace of the Titan to reminisce about the past. She was one of the few survivors that actually lived through the era of Titans. Did you also fight against the Titans? Of course not. Aaron pinched my cheeks and said while giving me a death stare. Does your master look that old? No, not at all. Actually, it seemed that it all finished before she was even born. The war between the Titans and the ancestors started after the Sky Titans went recluse. After 2 big fights at Mag Twyard, the King of Titans fell, thus ending the war. King of Titans. Right. King Balor. Or Balor of the Evil Eye. He was a strong demon who killed the King of Gods, Nuada, and eventually lost to the Danan of Light, Luf. The one who killed Ard-Ri, Nuada the Danan of the Sun, I did remember seeing that in the records. It was quite ironic, actually. The reason why the Tower of Mages could even attempt to revive the Titans was because of the long preparations made beforehand by Tates Valtazer. Valtazer, the one who was continuing the legacy of Luf who killed the King of Titans, was now trying to revive that very king. Corinne, I know the Tower is trying to revive the past Titans, but how are they doing that? They died a long time ago, right? It is possible. As long as they have Andri, the cauldron of abundance and life, which the new faith calls the Holy Grail, along with divine blood. However, it won't be a full resurrection. It was hard to find an intact corpse anywhere apart from the Steel Archipelago and the Northern Kingdom, and even those would have half-rotted away already. But those bodies would be missing a few parts, so they need other things that can make up for the joints and the flesh. So that's where the gold cult's golems come in. Changing the attributes of a material and mixing them together was right up the alley of the gold cult and their alchemic pursuit. If you add to that the green cult, which would have learned the secret skills of the druids thanks to Valtazer, the result would be the resurrection of titans that could be controlled by the mages of the tower. I had done something before, which was why I knew about it. Master. You want to destroy it, right? But no. We cannot. What if we ignite runes at the same time, right as we are about to run away? Impossible. Rune resonant activation is what Tates and I used to often use when attacking the Tower of Mages. Just like teleportation, it cannot be used here. What about physical flames? If we pour bucket loads of oil, that could work, right? Most problems would be dealt with immediately in a laboratory of this level. This place is overflowing with mages, after all. 2 of my proposals were turned down, and that was when Marie raised one of her own. What if I take Doggo out from my shadow, let him destroy everything, and retrieve him back? I would refrain from that unless you were willing to sacrifice Doggo for it. Capturing familiars and forcibly getting rid of the connection between them is pretty easy for someone at the level of an elder. I can make Chunsik do it then. Flinch. For some reason, it felt like I saw her shadow flinch a little. If you give the power back to the ghoul, it would be able to use most of its previous potential. It will probably be at the level of a professor, but if you want to scorch the eyeball of the King of Titans, you will need 4 or 5 professors. Marie pondered after hearing that the ghoul also had to survive the attacks from countless mages that would come here to defend the eyeball while destroying it. She seemed to be finding it wasteful to throw a mage of that level away as a one-off use. The salt pond has seen an increased efficiency thanks to Chunsik's flame magic. I don't think it's worth throwing him away for something uncertain. Using an elder mage to boil salt water, huh? Creak. That was when someone walked in through the doors that we had used ourselves. Corinne. Hide. Master hurriedly pulled my hand to conceal us inside a mountain of experiment materials. Marie also looked around for a bit in a hurry before crawling underneath a nearby desk. Hi hey. So just a little bit more and it's done? Exactly. But Mr. Scaife. The damage done to the body is too big. For the other titans, it's okay, but this is the only part of the King of Titans that we... That's why I'm lending you this, right? Dun Scaife said while taking out a large cauldron from his body. That's... Undri. Master and I immediately noticed what that was. The treasure of the King of Gods, Dagda. One of the 4 treasures of the Danann and the pot of infinite life. Absorb a little bit more of the divine blood, and I can fill the rest with my flesh. Hihiik. His unique laughter, which sounded like that of a lunatic, faintly left his lips. As always, he was a disgusting guy. I see something like that was born from Undri. Master lamented at the sight of her ancestors' treasure being misused. We were so close that our shoulders were touching, so I felt her breath as she sighed. Oops, sorry. Don't worry. It's a bit cramped in here. I'm fine. More importantly. Shoo. The guy started to move, so I quickly covered her mouth with my hand, so that we wouldn't let out a single sound. What's wrong? Shoo, wait a second. Warp warp. I could hear the change going on in his body. It seemed that he had changed into a demonic cow or a dragon. Are there some rats in here or maybe not? The splashing sound of his footsteps slowly drew near. Starting a fight here would make things quite tedious. Unless the seeds were starting to sprout, fighting against them with only the 3 of us was no different from an act of suicide. Please don't find us. Is there someone here? Or no? His mouth was right in front of the mountain of materials we were hiding in, evident from the disgusting odor being given off by his breath. Right as his eyes were about to find us through the gap. Squeak. Got ya. Scaife let out a breath at where the sound came from as the scent of something being reduced to ashes reached our noses. Squeak. Squeak, squeak. A group of rats started running across the room. Eeng? It was actually rats? There are experimental rats. They must have escaped their cage, because someone didn't do their job properly. Okay? Dun Scaife turned around from where we were hiding. That was a close call. Glancing at where Marie was hiding herself, I saw that Doggo was crawling back into her shadow. It must have been Doggo that brought those rats from somewhere. Great job, Doggo. Clomp clomp. Soon, his footsteps returned to that of a human as the two of them opened the door of the laboratory to go outside. However, it was too early to be relieved, because there was a chance that they were faking it. Let's stay like this for a bit more. Master? She wasn't saying anything. When I turned my eyes towards her, I realized that for some reason, her eyes were nervously rolling around as her face started to turn red. What's wrong? Huh? No, I was just thinking about how big your hands were. Your face is just too small, Master. Even though my hands weren't massive like the lid of a cauldron, they were slightly bigger than the hands of an average male. And Master was on the petite side in terms of both her head and her body compared to an average girl, so that was probably why. It's incredible, actually. What do you mean? The fact that you can do such things with a spear with such a small body, I really respect you a lot, Master. She twisted her body, from embarrassment. If you twist your body when we are this close, that's not so good to your disciple. Corinne, 10,000 more swings when we go back. Wait, why? I can, but can I ask why? I will be guiding you one-on-one, so look forward to it. Master? Wouldn't prepare yourself make more sense in this context? At last, we arrived at the 8th floor and were forced to make a decision. There are a total of 19 laboratories. They are not personal laboratories and all have different equipment installed, so it is hard to say which rooms would be occupied and stuff. Hearing the words of Elder Admalek, who was now Chunsik, the ace of the Dinaref family's salt pond business, we felt the need to separate ourselves. What do you think? Staying in a group of 3 would definitely be safer. No. It's not a good idea to stall a secret mission for too long. It would probably be a better idea to separate and create a commotion if things go south, before grouping back together. I agree with the chairman. Doggo and I can also separate and search for the Saintess. Like that, we all split up to search through the vast 8th floor of the Tower of Mages. As for how to go all the way underground from the 7th floor, we already had a plan in mind. The 8th floor only consisted of the laboratories of the Tower Lord and Elders, so there were a lot less people walking around than on the other floors. Even so, I kept my footsteps as silent as possible as I walked across the laboratories of the Elders, which were therefore enormous and full of all sorts of strange experiments. Estelle, big sis Estelle. Where are you? She probably wasn't being mistreated except for being forced to provide some blood, but she was someone I had forged a good relationship with alongside Miru in the previous iteration, so I couldn't help but feel concerned about her well-being. I was slowly advancing forward and at one point when I entered another laboratory I noticed that the air felt rather different. It felt like a chicken coop. The defecations were clearly overstaying their welcome. They gave off a disgusting odor and I could hear the faint growl of creatures. At first, I was surprised that they could survive in an environment like this, but unknowingly frowned after seeing what they were. Small creatures that were still connected by umbilical cords, blended mixtures that looked way too eccentric to be called an organism, were crawling across the floor. Chimeras. They were a commonly used familiar of the mages in the tower, who actively undertook such experiments for their benefit. Ever since the Witch Revolution, the Tower of Mages had been regularly getting inspected by the Guardian Alliance, Academy, and the Royal Court. Inhumane experiments and unauthorized tests were prohibited, and that was why the mages of the tower had secret labs outside. However, chimeras were different. Despite being a horrible blasphemy to life, this act of combining organisms went unrestricted. The common consensus was that it was fine as long as it didn't concern or involve humans. Pururu. I looked at the poor animal that had its neck and body restricted by the planks of the cage, that was only allowed to eat and give birth. It was a unicorn. A fairy pony with a horn. Rather than a demon, it was closer to being a spiritual beast. Even this existence that had a mysterious and holy presence was nothing but a viviparous organism that could give birth to chimeras in the hands of the Tower of Mages. It looked at me with a clear gaze. The unicorn gave off a pure and innocent aura, despite being forced into this disgusting cage. It conveyed to me with its gaze its pure will, and its hope of death. Personally, I'm the type of person who thinks everyone should strive to live no matter the circumstances. Pureric. The unicorn somehow shook its head despite the restrictions on its neck, after seemingly understanding what I said. KRRNG. It pleaded while looking at the spear in my hands. When it looked back into my eyes with a resolute gaze, I realized that there was no other option. I lifted my spear as it lowered its forehead in response, allowing for an easy stab to its brain. Stab. Honestly, it wasn't a pleasant experience. The warmth of life seeped out of its body. The head of the unicorn dropped low, matching my line of sight with the horn on its forehead. Horn of a unicorn. It was a legendary material that could be used when crafting high-end equipment that could cleanse every poison, but I hope you have a better life next time. I didn't feel like damaging the corpse of the unicorn who had already had a hard life. It might be hypocritical, but that was what I felt. Right when I turned my back to the unicorn that entered an eternal slumber, white light enveloped my surroundings for a bit before quickly going away. Drop. Hearing something drop, I turned to the ground and found that the horn of the unicorn was right next to my feet after being cut off clean. Was this some kind of revelation? Or perhaps the will of the unicorn? I'll gratefully accept it. Taking the horn, I left the laboratory, enveloped by a myriad of emotions. I came across an elder once after that, but I managed to stay hidden thanks to my amazing stealth skills. And I found Princess Estelle when looking through the third laboratory. Well, I knew you weren't being mistreated, but Yuan? Prison bars were the only thing here that resembled anything from a prison. Sitting down on an elegant mattress of fine silk, the pink-haired saintess had a glass of wine in her hands while enjoying the ocean view. Seeing her enjoy a luxurious life by herself while others suffered made me feel a little frustrated, despite knowing well that it wasn't her fault. Wha? Junior? You're here to save me. Her eyes and face turned bright the moment she saw me. But seriously, how unfortunate and hard was the life of a saintess. Quick! Get me out of this place. Your Highness. Yes? May I get a kiss on my cheeks if I save you? It's every man's dream to get a kiss from an actual princess, right? I will give you one on your lips if you save me. That will be my first kiss, by the way. I'm on it. You can rate this series here. Advanced chapters available on. We are recruiting. The iron bars were thick and tough enough to hold back a demonic beast, and it was further reinforced through a magic spell. It would create a loud noise if I were to break it with sheer force. It might be possible to lift the spell if Marie was here, but it was probably made personally by the Lord of the Tower, meaning it wouldn't be easy for her either. That one there is a low-grade mage, so I don't think she would have the keys. Oh. You mean her? I said while looking at the mage that was lying unconsciously on the ground. They had to monitor the saintess, but because the higher-ups were too proud to do that, it seemed that they had allocated the task to a low-grade mage. It might have been better for them had they assigned a veteran mercenary for the task, but as expected of the secluded Tower of Mages, even chores like this had to be done by mages. It doesn't matter. Step back from the bars for a bit. I took out the red spear that was hanging behind my back and gently stabbed the lock of the prison cell. Bam. Junior? What are you, huh? The prison door started to open before she could even finish her question. It seemed that the lock had been purely based on magic. Wow, is that one of your abilities? Just something that nullifies spells. The red anti-magic spear, Guy Durg, was one of the spears you could get from Manan and Mac Liar and was the best weapon to use against mages due to its magic nullifying capabilities. Shall we go now? I suggested while reaching out with one of my hands. She gladly took my hand before walking out of the cell. Oh my. Thank you so much. The kiss can wait until we are done with everything. Pervert. Estelle didn't seem that displeased by my joke, but that was understandable, considering that she was a chill person by nature. Did they do anything big to you? Apart from taking my blood, not much. Oh, right, Junior. We have to let the kingdom know immediately. The tower is using my blood to attempt to revive the Titans, right? And there's also someone running around with Holy Grail, a large cauldron, yes? How did you know that already? It's a long story. Estelle was someone on my priority list that I had to invite into my guild. I would have to tell her one day, but that could wait for now. By the way, Saintess, can you give prayers? It would be a lot easier with a buff. Actually, I can't use any divine spells right now. It appeared to be the same as the game. According to the original storyline, it was because of a traitor of the new faith doing something, but what exactly they did wasn't revealed till the end. Let's first find our Kwang. It was then. Along with a deafening thud, a cold mist of mana pervaded across from the other side of the laboratory. Senior Marie? There was no one other than Marie who could lower the temperature of an entire floor. Wait, there was another one that could. Elder Serarian of the Navy cult. He was the strongest ice mage who would have later appeared at the Northern Kingdom to show off his immaculate strength. The absolute zero spell he would use after being baptized by the frost giants. Kwang. A large crystal spear of ice struck the wall behind us. Stay back. I think I need to help. Corinne? Appearing from the wall that was stabbed open by the crystal spear was Marie, who was wearing an outfit that did not suit the cold and harsh environment around us. She looked at me while tilting her head. Standing behind her was Doggo, who seemed to have grouped up with her already. Before long, Master Aaron also joined the party. I am here to help. Oh? She, who appeared from the other side in order to help us, covered her mouth in surprise. That was natural, because Elder Serarian, the strongest ice mage, was covered in bruises and being dragged along by Marie. I guess he's the previous strongest mage. Congratulations, Senior Marie. You are officially the strongest ice mage now. HAHT. Don't put me on a pedestal like that. This person was weak. Now that I thought about it, it was obvious that he wouldn't stand a chance. Marie was already blessed with a heap of mana, and yet after acquiring the power of a vampire, she was able to bash up most knights with her pure strength. Only the few highest-class mages would be able to stand a chance against her with magic. They will start coming here because of that fight just then. Let's hurry. Your Highness, so your body is like a normal person's right now, is that correct? Huh? Yes. Excuse me, I whispered before supporting her by the shoulders and the back of her knees. It was the so-called Princess Carrie. It wasn't wrong, since she really was a princess. This is embarrassing, Estelle said with a shy look on her face. After carrying Estelle, I marked the start of the next set of plans. Jump. NN? Jump? What? Towards the wall that was broken by the spell, to that empty wall and the ocean beyond. Kayawak? From the 8th floor of the Tower of Mages, we jumped out without even the slightest bit of hesitation. We fell faster and faster as the wind pushed harder into our faces. What's the plan? You had a plan in mind, that's why you jumped, right? The princess shouted out something while desperately clasping onto my neck, but I couldn't really hear what she was saying. Well, she was probably asking about what we were going to do next. Don't worry. Senior Mar dash. It was then. During the free fall, I looked up to the night sky and was met with 3 other faces. Master Aaron, Senior Marie, and Yuga. Dunscaith was falling with us along with the laughter of a lunatic. Ugh, that disgusting bastard. We had a plan in mind. The plan was to use the runes of deceleration and acceleration appropriately to absorb the shock of the fall. However, there was no need for Dunscaith to even do that. He was the king of beasts, a culmination of snakes, toads, cows, and dragons. He was probably going to turn into a dragon and... Huh? HNN? We started to decelerate, but Dunscaith continued to fall without doing anything. Eventually, the exploding noise of flesh echoed from the ground and... Kihet? Kihihi. He, who fell before us, turned himself into thousands of toads. Yuek disgusting. Estelle was appalled at the sight of thousands of toads, but there was something more important to worry about. Senior. I know. Marie fired dozens of spells at the thousands of monster toads, welcoming us on the ground. They destroyed whichever toad they touched, but there were simply too many of them. Tack. In the end, we couldn't avoid being met with a wave of toads the moment we landed on the ground. Venomous toads, bomb toads, bow toads, there was a whole parade of them. Master. Carry Senior Marie. Got it. Like how I was carrying Estelle, Master similarly lifted Marie with her arms. Doggo. Open up the path. Woof. He truly was a reliable party member. After shooting out of Mary's shadow, the bloodhound crushed all the toads blocking our path, ripped them to pieces, and opened up a pathway. 6th style, Shura. Immediately after that, I activated Shura to increase my physical stats to the extreme and kicked off the ground. The background changed swiftly as blades of wind cut through my cheeks, but thanks to that, we were able to escape from the toads before long. Like that, we once again entered the underground sewage of the Tower of Mages and hurried to where Lady Josephine and Hua Ran were, hoping that they would have prepared the teleportation beforehand after sensing the commotion outside. Muoo. A sudden goosebump urged me to turn around, and I found a flock of things that resembled bulls chasing after us. Master uttered in shock after seeing the one in the lead. That's the white-horned bull, Finnbennach. Do you know what it does? I know it has a very good sense of hearing and you get cursed if you get struck by that horn. What's with all these weird animals? They have absolutely nothing in common. Why does a bull have some magical abilities? At this point, why not start a war because of a bull, huh? Be careful not to fall. Entering the sewage, we started running across the splattering floor. The passageways were narrow and too complex for bulls to run through, but the sound of their pursuit was still echoing behind us. Master. Let's blow this place up. Right. If it's here. We each took out our silver spears and crushed the walls of the passageway. Qua. The sound of a large amount of mana exploding at once was incredibly impressive. We, being 2 rune mages, had planted several letters throughout the sewage beforehand. Although it might not have been possible inside the Tower of Mages, resonant activation was possible outside of it. Goo-woo. Flames erupted from all sides of the sewage, including the floor and the ceiling, as the flocks of bulls got scorched to death by the soaring flames and turbulent storms. Although this wouldn't be enough to kill Dun Scaith, it would be more than enough to let us escape from him. Here. At last, we were almost there at the control room after escaping from the chasers, and found Hua Ran waving at us from a distance. Start the teleportation right now. There were only 100 meters between us. It was a straight line with no obstacles in the way. Inside the old control room that the mages of the tower wouldn't even remember by now, Josephine opened up the alternate dimension, preparing for a long-dimensional leap. Everyone, come inside the magic circle. We quickly entered the circle Lady Josephine set up. I was in such a hurry that I forgot to let go of the girl that I was carrying in my arms. 10 seconds. I heaved a sigh of relief after hearing her shout. This magic circle was linked to the marker that was placed on the main encampment of the kingdom's military back on the main continent. 8-7. After escaping like this, all we had to do was wait for the seeds to sprout. Attack immediately after the curse implodes, and that will be enough for us to sweep through the tower. 6. Quang. A roar echoed from a distance, one that shook the entire sewer. What? 5 seconds. Quang. Junior. Next to you. Quang. Deafening thuds were reverberating on repeat from the other side of the wall. It sounded like something was being crushed time after time. This crazy bastard. Is he breaking through all the walls of the underground sewer? Senior Marie. Freeze the wall. In a hurry, she immediately froze the wall. At a glance, the frozen wall seemed fortified enough to last for years. 4 seconds. Quang. The sound came closer and closer as Master and I pointed our spears toward the wall. For some reason, a strong inkling hit us that the toughened wall might be broken through like silicon. 3 seconds. Qua. It thudded. But it stopped and was blocked. The wall in front of us shook after the impact, but remained firm. Right as we were about to heave a sigh of relief. Qua. The wall and the ice covering it crumbled at once, and appearing from the other side of the cloud of dust was a standing bull with a white horn. That was the form of Dun Scaith that I had seen from him, back when we were at the floating island to obtain Clayum Solace. There you are. Ought. Someone let out a vacant mutter. We were almost there, we were very close to escaping, but in that split moment, with only 2 seconds left behind if not one, the horn of the monster stabbed through me. Kyaa. Estelle, who was still in my arms, screamed as the bull did not stop its march even after stabbing my shoulder with its horn. I couldn't even do anything, all I could do was desperately hold on to Estelle. Corinne. I saw the look of astonishment on Marie and Master's faces, but only for a split second. Before long, they jumped across the dimension and disappeared from sight. Quang. After breaking through several walls of the sewer, we were thrown into the waterway. Corinne. 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 Marie screamed as she pounded at the magic circle. However, the place they were in now wasn't the dark and gloomy sewer that they used to be in, but the military encampment. You are back, huh? Alicia closed her mouth after seeing the number of people who came back. Josephine, Aaron, Marie, Huaran, and Corinne. 5 people. If things went well, they should have returned in a group of 6. However, all she could see was a group of 3. The numbers weren't adding up. Chairman. We have to go back. Right now. Calm down, Student Marie. Even if we teleport back now, well. Please send just me at the very least. Marie ran up to Josephine, requesting for another jump back, but Josephine returned a shake. They must have strengthened their security. Going back now would be suicidal. We have to attack right now. Marie. There must be some troops that can. Marie. Aaron was the one who put a stop to her desperate struggle. Like the experienced veteran she was, Aaron calmly soothed her, despite the disappearance of her own disciple. I am sure the 2 of them will be fine. But they would have died already or made it out alive. If it's the former, going now wouldn't change anything. Holding on to her hands, the teacher of heroes said with a straight and believing gaze. Corinne will make it out alive for sure. Believe that. That is something you can be assured of. Aaron Danua, the teacher of heroes, believed in the destiny that was assigned to each hero. She thus had a firm belief that the hero of this generation, Corinne Lorque, would not crumble at a place like this. Everyone? Right as they all started to settle their thoughts regarding this matter, Alicia carefully raised her hand for a question. Where is Ms. Huaran? Gently falling onto the magic circle that was starting to lose its light after the teleportation was the feather of a crow. They were gone. They were nowhere to be found. Kook, Kuahkk. Drenched with sticky and smelly wastewater, Dun Scaith screamed out in uncontrollable fury. It was great that he smashed through the walls with an unstoppable march and stabbed through Corinne, that little rat. Even better was the fact that he pushed both him and the Saintess out of the magic circle. The issue was what came after that. Due to his own unstoppable march, they all ended up diving into a strong underwater current. 10 minutes after swimming through the dark waterways of the sewage, Dun Scaith found himself at the port. Mr. Scaith. One of the mages that was protecting the port recognized him and immediately ran up, but his venomous gaze halted their feet. The Saintess has escaped. Find her. Corinne, his master's contender, wasn't the important one here. No matter what, they had to find the Saintess because the divine blood of the King of Gods was crucial to garner enough divine energy for Undri to resurrect the Titans. In the distant past, a child was born between Baelor's daughter and Diensek's son. His name was Luf Lamphada. Luf married the great-granddaughter of Dagda and gave birth to a hero, whose descendants were the royal family of the El Rath kingdom. Because of that, the blood flowing through the members of the royal family had the blood of both Baelor the king of Titans, and Dagda the king of gods. Over time, that blood became thinner and thinner, but there was someone whose blood resembled that of their forefathers, and that was none other than Saintess Estelle Hadassah El Rath. Now that the Titans and gods were no more, with only divinities left behind in this world, she was an omnipotent existence who could borrow infinitely from the energy floating around. That was why her blood was crucial for the resurrection of the Titans. People were mistaking her as the Saintess, but Tates, the one who inherited the divinity of Luf, was able to immediately see through Estelle and Miriam. That was why he had been preparing for the corpses of Titans ever since Estelle was born, and had been preparing for a long time by even dragging the Tower of Mages into it, and yet. Koog. That damned Corinne Lorque. And how I wish I could rip that Aaron Danua to pieces. Those 2 bastards were trying to foil his master's plans again and again. That is not happening. It can't be. Scaith let out a furious roar that echoed across the entire port. So cold and stinky. Being thrown into wastewater and being swept by the currents for a long time felt horrible. It took Estelle a long time to come to terms with the situation because of everything happening at once, but what was certain was that it was really cold and that they were going to die from it at this rate. Junior? Junior, are you all right? She was better off at the very least, because her sacred outfit and the rosary had a divine spell cast on it which the Tower of Mages referred to as magic of light that somewhat controlled the temperature. While gripping onto the golden rosary on her neck, she crawled on all fours towards the junior who was swept away by the currents just like herself. Wake up. We will freeze to death at this rate. He didn't wake up. There was nothing but white snow around them and their body temperatures were dropping at an exponential rate. Goodness sake. KNNN. Now that she couldn't use her divine spells, Estelle was no different from a normal girl. While dragging a boy that was bigger than herself, she looked for a place that could allow them to hide from the cold. Footsteps and a straight line were left on the white, level snow behind them. Fortunately, Estelle discovered a small cave that was hidden from the blizzard before long. Look. Junior. Over there. If we go there, we can raise our temperature, but it's a bit far. It was far, around 300 meters away from where they were. It would probably take her around 10 minutes if she were to crawl her way there by herself, but right now, she had a boy who was bigger than her that she had to take care of. Ego. Pushing herself forward, she dragged Corinne all the way to the cave. The cold blizzard covered her sight and her wavering arms almost failed her, but Estelle advanced forward, step by step without giving up. Both Estelle and Miriam, the royal family of this country, were more used to physically taxing jobs than what one might expect. After arriving at the cave, Estelle grabbed a few twigs nearby and created a little fire. It wasn't that hard thanks to an igniting magic artifact that was hanging on her clothes. It was something that she bought on a whim when purchasing all sorts of things that had life magic cast on it, and she certainly wasn't expecting to use it in a way like this. Estelle thought about how her wasteful personality had turned out to be a positive trait. Junior? Hello? Can you wake up? Please? You're starting to scare me here. She wasn't used to death, because the people under her blessing tended to stay alive unless things were incredibly rough for them. It would be sad to see a Prince Charming freeze to death after valiantly coming to save her, right? Ugh, his temperature's not going up. What should I do? What should I do? Thinking that his wet clothes might be the problem, she took it off of him but was then worried that it might have made him colder. There was nothing around them that could be used in place of a blanket, and she noticed that his chest was as cold as a layer of ice when she slightly touched it. You can rate this series here. Advanced chapters available on. We are recruiting. The feeling of bare skin on top of bare skin was something I wasn't very used to, especially if the skin was born soft, and felt good to touch thanks to being taken care of their whole life. It made me crave for it. My hand traveled up the soft hip line all the way to the waist, giving me the urge to pull it towards my body. You woke up. Looking back, she really liked watching my sleeping face. When I opened my eyes, I found a lady breathing softly in her sleep. I looked at her adorable pink hair, her exposed shoulders, and underneath that. Oh dear. The parts of my body that were touching her skin had been warmed up to the point that it was hot. The last thing I remembered was being pushed into the sewage waterway, and it seemed that she had done this to save me from hypothermia. Her warm and soft body felt so good to touch, that I felt the urge to stay like this for a long time. This is actually very warm. It was probably freezing outside because the Steel Archipelago was in a perpetual winter without any other seasons due to being located right next to the Northern Kingdom. Even though we were in a shelter that concealed us from the wind, this was still a lot warmer than it should be. I then realized that mana was seeping out of my body in large bulks. It shouldn't have been more than a day, and yet I was losing instead of recovering mana. Is this the curse of Finnbennach that Master had talked about? The unicorn's horn placed next to us was giving off light. Right, the horn of a unicorn had the power to cleanse curses and poison, so it was safe to say that the curse that had been placed on my body had been lifted, so why was my mana? Yuan. Estelle slowly woke up after rubbing her eyes. Her emerald-colored eyes soon met mine. Good morning. I awkwardly greeted her as her cheeks immediately flushed red as if they were on fire. You will have to pay for this handsomely. Of course. No matter what I would have to do in return, this was a win for me. Get up. Yep. While waiting for Estelle to wear her sacred clothes that we had been using as a blanket, I turned to the fire and found my shirt being dried next to it. Thanks for saving my life yesterday. Well, you came all this way to save me, so of course I should have done that. More importantly, how do you feel, Junior? Hearing that, I touched my shoulder which had been stabbed by Dunskaith's horn. I could see that a part of my clothes had been used to stop the blood like a bandage. It probably wouldn't have done much because of my regeneration ability, but I was still grateful for the thought. I can move around just fine. Really? Then let's leave this island right now. That'll be tough at the moment. NNN? Estelle's voice turned noticeably soft as soon as I said that. They probably strengthened the borders after that. The port is most definitely going to be monitored heavily, and because of the characteristics of the Steel Archipelago, there's a limit to the number of flying beasts that can fly around. There was a reason why the kingdom couldn't mobilize a group of wyverns for the war. Most wyverns would end up freezing to death from the blizzard, and the only monsters that could withstand the cold were massive ones like monster carriers. Is there no way for us to escape then? I shook my head in response. There are two options. They weren't the best options, but they were the best that we could manage from our current circumstances. First is to stay holed up in this place. We wait for about, let's say 20 days? And stand our ground until the kingdom starts their full frontal assault to destroy the Tower of Mages. I don't think the tower is so stupid that they won't find us for 20 days. Right, it was a strategy that relied purely on luck. There was a way to find food, but I didn't want to risk exposing our location just yet. The second option is to go north from here. But isn't this the north of the island already? Wait, do you mean? Estelle frowned and said after biting her lower lips. Even though she would have understood it already, she still looked at me in doubt. We will be crossing the ocean. Go further north from here, the Steel Archipelago, to the Dingle Peninsula of the Northern Kingdom. Have you lost your mind? How are we going to cross the ocean? It's frozen all year long. If we stick to a path, it will be a lot easier than you think. The only issue with that plan was that we might inevitably end up coming across the Titan archaeologists, but if we were lucky, we might, in fact, discover that thing before the mages did, considering how this was earlier than the battle in the original storyline. The biggest reason why the second plan was better, was because it was difficult to hope for additional support even if we were to continue hiding here. Even if they did send help, how would they find us in this vast archipelago, and how would we escape, even if they were able to find us by some miracle? Running away in a small group of two had more chances of success. After a small sigh, Estelle shook her head and opened her mouth. Shall we find something to eat before that? You're quick at adapting to the situation, aren't you? It's not like crying would solve our problems. And like you said, we can't wait here and do nothing either. It was something I felt from the last iteration, but the princesses of this kingdom were really wild. For Miru, it was probably because she was personally crushing all the wolves, and for Estelle, it was probably because of her demi-human protection scheme and her work as a part of the Inquisition. They were both quite used to arduous and taxing jobs. I do agree that we should look for food first. Let's fill up our stomachs and leave at night. Why is that? Because we need to look at the constellations to head north. Do you know how to follow the stars? I had to learn a few things to make up for my lack of talent. It was something I learned in the last iteration to increase my chance of survival as much as possible. Well, you can stay here, Saintess. I will go out and find something to eat. Junior? Not with your body in that state. It's all healed now. But, still, are you sure it's all healed already? Oh wow, you're right. When I took off the ripped piece of clothing that was acting as a bandage and showed her the skin beneath it, Estelle uttered in surprise. She then carried the red spear lying around her and quickly came after me. What's wrong? You should stay inside, it's cold. My clothes have cold-resistant spells on them, so it's fine. She said with a giggle. It seemed that she really was fine. Even though it was already summer, the Steel Archipelago was as cold as winter and Estelle was wearing a thin layer of clothing in that cold blizzard. It didn't look right, but now wasn't the time for me to worry about someone else. Why are my hands so cold? I will try praying again later. Who in the world could possibly realize that she was the Saintess, looking at her warming her cold hands by placing them under her armpits? HAHT. On the cold, snowy plain, a cute bunny, whose fur was of the exact same color as the surrounding snow, was munching on a small blade of grass. Oh my god, oh my god. It's so cute. It's so cute. Estelle tried her best to embed that adorable organism into her emerald eyes. In her eyes that had been perfect ever since birth, the bunny appeared pure and innocent like a child playing in paradise. Its poking ears added even more to its charm. She even wanted to invite that angel to her garden of slam. Keck. The inhabitant of the snowy plain cried out tears of blood while drawing its last breath as the red spear mercilessly left its target. Lifted into the air by its formerly poking ears, the bunny's eyes met with Estelle's. Curse you. Curse you, damn humans. Those were the tears of blood of someone cursing from the bottom of their hearts. We were lucky. I hope there are some more lying around. You devil. What do you mean? Did we have to eat a bunny? It's so cute though. Everything's the same once you eat it. After that, Corinne hunted another bunny and a squirrel. Hi, I'm sorry, bunny. And sorry to you as well, squirrel. Saintus. Can you hold on to the legs for a bit? Huh? Wait. Estelle received the dead bunny in a stupor, but Corinne ruthlessly gave the following orders. Stretch the legs out wide and hold them in place. That way, it's easier to take it off. Huh? Take what off? Corinne put his fingers into the legs that he had already poked a hole in and pulled them just like that. Estelle almost fell because of the sudden pull, but somehow stood her ground thanks to readying herself beforehand. Rip. Huh? In the blink of an eye, the flesh left its former shell. The red flesh with not a single bit of skin left over did not retain a fraction of its former cuteness. I am not eating this. Excuse me? Being picky with food is a bad idea. This little squirrel is so frozen that I can't even remove its skin. Unlike the bunny, Corinne used the spearhead to slice off the squirrel's skin like one would with an apple and a fruit knife. He even scratched out the frozen innards and prepared the meat that could now be placed into a skewer. It's probably going to be plain because we don't have salt, but it's pretty fatty and should be edible. I am telling you no. I'll have some berries instead. While Corinne continued his hunt, Estelle found fruits and berries and showed them off with pride. However, how could the likes of berries possibly stand a chance against meat? Smelling the scent that was given off by the grilled bunny and squirrel skewers, Estelle's stomach constantly gave her a sign. Growl. Why don't you just have some? Maybe a bite, then? Huang. Sorry, bunny. It's so delicious. I'm so why. Estelle realized how unbearably uncomfortable it was to be unable to use her divine energy. She knew very well that she was like luggage without her prayers, so she voluntarily looked for things she could help with. Thankfully, she used to work for the Inquisition and actively saved demi-humans from discrimination, thus she was quite used to arduous tasks. It was only for a bit, but I had my power back for a second. Estelle's power was to pray and have that come to reality. It wasn't always something that required a prayer. The environment, circumstances, instincts, and reflexes, whichever it was, if there was something she wanted, her divine energy worked to make things happen for her benefit. They helped her skin remain dry even when she was under a storm, and if she were to run into a burning house to save someone, the fire wouldn't even dare touch her hair. But now that her divine energy had been sealed, her heavenly blessing was no longer working, until last night. In order to stop Corinne from dying from hypothermia, she took off her clothes, aligned her skin with his, and warmed him up with her own body. Naturally, her temperature was supposed to decrease, and yet her temperature also went up for some reason. It felt similar to the warm radiance that used to envelope her when giving a prayer. It felt like she was next to the Lord, whose existence she was still uncertain of. That's interesting. Maybe it's because he has the divine artifact of the sun? She knew that he was in possession of one of the 4 treasures deemed divine by the Order ever since she researched the undead city, Nazria, that was cleansed in a single day after being a nuisance to humanity for centuries. That was also probably why her sister was attached to Corinne Lorque. Symbolic value. Both Estelle and her sister saw symbolic value in Corinne. A hero of the Order, the owner of a sacred artifact given by the Lord. Both Estelle and Miriam were aware that they had to one day grasp that political symbol for themselves. Hey, raise some squirrel meat and fruits. Have them regularly so that you don't feel hungry. Corinne was like a veteran. Unlike Estelle, who needed the help of others when sleeping outside, he did everything without cutting corners or forgetting anything to survive. By the way, we do look a little funny. He looked quite laughable at a glance. Corinne had attached bunny and squirrel skin all around his body to protect himself from the cold. Meanwhile, Estelle was still wearing her sacred clothes that clearly revealed her armpits and her thighs. People who saw them wearing clothes like this in this cold weather would probably find them crazy. Even though it's ladies first, I was about to freeze to death after all. You can hold on to this spear. Corinne handed the red spear over to Estelle. Red spear, Guy Derg. It was the javelin that was several times more effective against beasts. Throw this if you see an animal. The spear will travel by itself if you throw it decently. Wow. Is it a magic spear? Similar. It was a shame that she didn't have her favorite mace, but a spear was still better than nothing. Estelle gladly received the red spear from him and... Oops. The spear was a lot colder than she thought, and she ended up dropping it. Rip. On the way down, the spear sliced apart the clothing around her shoulders. It was just a gentle graze, but... Bam. Huh? A sudden gust of coldness struck her skin. Her bare feet, thighs, and armpits were immediately swallowed by the cold blizzard. Hugic. It's so cold. Seeing her shiver desperately from the cold, Corinne had to hold his words back for quite some time. Just then, the difficulty of their journey had increased by several-fold. We look a little funny. Estelle regretted saying that from the bottom of her heart because it jinxed her and made them look even funnier. Who could have guessed that the spear Corinne used to hunt beasts was the one with anti-magic traits? Her clothes got sliced by the red spear and so did the anti-cold spell that was cast on her clothes, so Estelle was exposed to the harshness of Mother Nature without anything to protect her. Wait here. Don't ever leave the fire. After giving her the bunny and squirrel skin that he was wearing, Corinne went outside and did not return for hours. Junior? Junior, I'm scared. Left alone inside the cave, Estelle started to feel more and more frightened. The cold wind blowing from outside echoed through the cave and shook the fire, and yet all she could do was crouch there, trying to warm her body up as much as possible. Ugh, Lord, please protect my Junior Corinne Lorque and let him come back in one piece. And can you please do something about this cold? I can give 1,000 prayers in a row after I go back if you want. Are you really not going to do that for me? Didn't you always do it even when I was less sincere? It was a prayer that would shock the gods even if they heard it, but as if the world had heard her desperate wish, she heard someone walking in through the entrance of the cave. Junior Corinne? Estelle carefully spoke up in case it was someone pursuing them from the Tower of Mages. Right when she was about to heave a sigh of relief from Corinne's short reply, she was startled by the thing that Corinne dropped on the ground. Is this a sheep? What Corinne brought was a sheep that was dead with its tongue sticking out. We are going to cut this guy's skin up to use as a coat and a blanket, so you have to bear with me even if you don't like it. Ugh, let me help you. It was surprising that he caught a sheep, but thinking of how he must have been wandering outside in this cold weather for hours to catch an animal with large enough skin, Estelle felt so sorry that she couldn't even ask anything about it. Like that, they acquired the skin of a sheep that was still red with blood. It's small. Yeah. The sheepskin was barely enough to cover from the neck down to the feet. It was slightly big for one person but was way too small for two people to use after cutting it into halves. It can't be helped. I can use the squirrel and the bunny skin, so Saintus, you can. We can't do that. Saintus? Let's come up with an idea. There must be a way for us to both use it. It was way too late for him to find another one outside, and they had to leave as soon as possible to escape from the potential pursuit of the tower. Estelle didn't want to waste any more time than what was wasted because of her mistake, so she thought deeply before coming up with an idea. Right. I have an idea. There's a way for us to both use it. You can rate this series here. Advanced chapters available on. We are recruiting.